Welcome everybody to day number 3. It's the first match of the morning. Match number 8, and it's going to be Alton taking on the Zurich Mavericks Garwell. Our first look at the Alton Cricket Club. Looking forward to that one. And for this coin toss, it's going to be Alton to call.
Heads.
Heads is call, heads it is. What would you like to do?
So you're going to bet first.
Alton win the toss. Having a bat first. Looking forward to this one. Let's get into it. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Embrack Cricket Ground for day number 3. Big day. This is 4 matches coming your way today here in ECS, Switzerland, Zurich. Phil G here in the commentary position to take you through those 4 games. Hope you had a wonderful weekend wherever you're watching from around the world, and hope you've had a good start to the week this week. Match 8, it is indeed Zurich Mavericks Garwell taking on Alton. Our first chance to get a look at the Alton team. Been looking forward to this for a few days now. And the buzz around the ground is that this contest between these two sides should be an absolute cracker. You've got, firstly, one team at the top there who are currently 3-0, 3 games, 3 wins. That, of course, is the Zurich Mavericks. And then Alton, who have got a bit of a history. They played ECL 22. Cast your minds back to that series a few years ago now, back at Khartoum. But they've got a very proud, strong team as well. So I'm really looking forward to this one. Just quickly say cheerio to Chris Smith, who's just popped into the chat and said goodbye again. But hello to everyone in the chat. Thanks for joining us this morning. Hello to the Rob Thompson, PK, Chris Addison, and Kev as well. And everyone else in the chat, wonderful to have your company. Thanks for joining us here this morning in this first match of the day. Another warm one coming your way today. Should hit about 34, 35 by about sort of mid to late afternoon. So the last 2 matches could be pretty tough on the players, especially that last game. There's a chance of some storms late tonight. So we might see some cloud building up maybe towards the end of the day, possibly some humid conditions as well. So we'll talk about that later. I'll keep you up to date on how that goes. But we start match number 8 right now. And it's a nice bit of fielding there. Mid-off. Oh, the chance is on. Oh, can you believe it? Can you believe it? Zurich Mavericks. This is going to be one of the best get-arounds you'll see in ECN history. They're going to all mob the fielder who's managed to effect a run out on the first ball. OMG, that is a huge, massive moment in the game. And it is a run out at the non-strikers end. The hesitation and then the denial, the turnaround. I tell you what, it was a lot closer than you think. But the umpire in really good position there to put the finger up and say, I'm really sorry, but you're on your way. That is huge. Wicket falls. Zurich Mavericks absolutely beside themselves. Let's have a look at this one more time. Nice bit of camera work here. Let's have a look at this one. Ball comes in. Good work from the bowler to get back to the stumps quick, smart. Watch the bat. The bat's down, but it's not across the line. He's gone by a fair way, actually. Well, good work from the bowler. Got to say, big shout out to him for getting back to the stumps. Stanicsai crashes the stumps. What a huge start this is. Oh boy, I said this is going to be an absolute cracking contest, and straight away the first blow has been felt. Alton just been rocked back with a proper left hook from the Zurich Mavericks in the first moment of the game. And are they on their toes? Digs out a Yorker length delivery, nice ball, gets a round of applause as well from his teammates. Why wouldn't you? Stanicsai opened the bowling. He opens the batting as well, and he's pretty handy opening batter too. Yesterday came out and blasted an unbeaten 175. You heard me right, a 175 unbeaten. And if my memory serves me correct, it was about 23 maximos in that as well. Now, we're asking for a new bat already. So 2 balls have been bowled, and we're already after a new bit of equipment. I guess these things happen. So you've got Stanicsai. Well, that's Malio Stanicsai who's bowling. He's got his namesake, another Stanicsai who's facing up. That, of course, is Rehan. And now it's Varathayan has also come out too at the drop of that first wicket. I'm not sure Pradeep Paraj was expecting to come out so quickly, so early this morning. He barely got a chance to finish his last gulp of Wheat Bix, and look at that. Vinny in the chat already calling it a diamond in the rough. 100%. Amazing start. Can't get on top of that one. Tries to give that a bit of a pull towards deep mid-wicket. Nothing doing. It's all Mavericks at the moment. They are absolutely playing their hearts out. It's wonderful stuff. Said this will be an absolute cracker of a game, and we are getting it already. Look at that. Wicket, dot, dot in the first over. Alton right on the back foot right now. Reeling. Short ball and clubbed down the ground for a first maximo of the morning. Well, it only took 4 deliveries to get off the mark and 4 deliveries for the first 6. And look at this, just rocks back, baseball style, and swats that straight over the top of everybody all the way to the boundary rope. 6 runs, nice shot. Gets things moving. I love the intent as well. Rayan Stanikzai, leaving no one in any frame of mind as to what his attitude is, and it is put that run out behind you and get on with the job. Carved away beautifully. That has been cut to perfection, and pierces the gap between point and extra cover, just in front of point there. 4 runs all the way along the deck, safe as houses that shot, and it went like an absolute tracer bullet. Shot. Well, this game, you just get the feeling this first game this morning, this match number 8, is going to be a real seesawing ding-dong event. This time he goes leg side square. There is a fielder out there who does well, and just the single. Very square in the leg side. Interesting, have the deep fielder there for the left-hander. At a deep square leg. He's probably not perfectly at square, sort of about mid-pitch kind of fielding there on the boundary rope. And now for the right-hander, let's see where the field goes. Are they going to keep the fielder out there or not? First over gone. It's 11 on the board. Well, we started with a diamond duck, which that stings. That really stings. Wouldn't want to be anywhere near poor old Yasser Tharan, who's probably still hasn't taken the pads off yet, because I think he's still just trying to figure what on earth happened. But a diamond duck to start things off. It was hesitation. It was yes, no. But the throw was good. And Malia Stanikzai was at the stumps and broke the stumps quick, smart. Ataullah Ibrahim Kill, he's got the pill. He's going to continue the attack. So Rayan Stanikzai, who got the single off the last ball of the over, he maintains the strike. So deep field, it stays at, well, it's a very squarish deep mid-wicket. And they've got also a player down at third on the boundary. They're the 2 deep fielders. Big shot for leg before, nothing doing. Umpire shakes the head pretty quickly. Anything strikes the pad, you'd be absolutely sure there'll be a shout. I would love to see the back of Stanikzai. I mentioned at the start there, Alton CC should be a team that resonates with a lot of our viewers. I remember them from ECL 22 in Group C. They were. That's a terrific bit of fielding, absolutely sensational. Captain Ankash there fielding, just takes it on the first bounce as clean as a whistle, as though he's been doing it all his life. Watch that replay. That's a lovely bit of camera work too. That's Nivi, our camera operator. Great work. Yeah, I remember ECL 22, and I remember Group C because the Prague Cricket Club were representing in that group as well. Swing and a miss. Unable to get anything on that one. Nice fiery over this one. Good start. Good start for the Zurich Mavericks. Garwell, they've really come out of the blocks this morning. A couple of boundaries in that first over, but that first wicket that fell on the first ball, just astonishing stuff. And now 3 dots in a row in the second over. Good pace. Good length deliveries too. Short ball, testing short ball. Goes to play the hook shot. If he'd got anything on that from a feather to a full-blooded strike, that would have carried the boundary rope. The boundaries, you just kind of feel sometimes that the boundary rope is just It is 50 meters from the center, but it just feels sometimes that it's too short. Every now and then you get an edge or a hook shot that you blink and it's already gone for a 6, already gone for a maximo. It's a good test here for Alton. Really good test against the team that's already 3 wins from 3 games, sitting top of the standings, sitting very happy top of the standings as well. Chops down. They're going to run through a quick single. And good run, quick single. Put a bit of pressure on the fielder, charging in there. That was really good. Also, it helps them put the run out, the previous run out of their minds. You always just need to get that other quick single after a run out, just to make sure you don't sort of retreat too far. Don't want to introvert too far and start doubting yourself for every single from then onwards. So it's good to get that single. Orkan Ahmadi was hunting around there in that mid-off position. He now becomes mid-on for the right-hander. Another short ball, but this one is going to be called a no ball. Let's look this one more time. Oh yeah, way. So single and a no ball, just to put a bit of a blemish on the over then, as we had 4 dots in a row before we had the single. Full delivery, and that's been carved beautifully. It was lofted, but might as well go for it because it was a free hit, and it's been punched through the covers. 4 runs, nice strike. And obviously no risk strike as well. Even if it had gone to hand, would have been fine because it was, of course, the free hit. Where I had one situation of a free hit that was caught in the outfield where I think half the team forgot about the fact that it was a no ball. That was yesterday. I'm not going to name names, but it wasn't me. That's the important thing. 2 overs gone, 17 on the board. Loss of just that 1 wicket that occurred on the first ball of this innings. So Alton with a bit of a shaky start here. Alton as well, first time we've seen him in this series, but we're going to see them twice more after this match. They're going to take a break after this game, then they're back in action against the Swiss Dragons in the lunchtime game, and then they'll be back in action again straight after that against Basel Afghan in the final match of the day. Just the single. Miss hit though. A few miss hits, bit of a rough morning for Alton probably. That's probably what the situation is. Captain Shahid Urdu got a few things on his mind right now. He's got a couple of gun batters out there. See if they can settle into a bit of a routine, a rhythm now as we get stuck into this third over. Not a great power play for Alton. Great power play, though, for Zurich Mavericks Garwell, who've been really the pick of the bunch so far over the first 2 days of this competition. Had 2 good wins on Saturday. And then yesterday, they just played that match in the morning. The first match they played against Sports Club Rocher, and they absolutely steamrolled that team, posting 243 for no loss yesterday morning. Up in the air, that's catch in practice. Called, taken, easy as that. That's a really nicely well-judged catch. Gojani holds his nerve and holds the catch. So that's another wicket that falls. Trying to force things along, and this power play is going all pear-shaped. And the umpire just getting the number of the player. Kind of happy that I got it first because I could see his back. So, yeah, good catch and not a good shot. Just trying to hurry things along there, and the ball really got on the batter pretty quickly there. And unfortunately, that is going to be the end of Prathi Paraj. He has to go. It means the captain is going to come out in his distinctive red helmet and needs to settle things down for his team. And also just needs to get things moving. It's T10. This game will go so fast. If you blink, you will miss it. And we're already in the third. In fact, we are exactly halfway through the third. 18 for 2 are Alton. They're right up against the ropes now. Zurich Mavericks Garwell are right on top of this contest. Terrific bowling, great fielding. based on what we've seen so far. And I know we've only seen 2.5 overs of Alton, but right now, Zurich Mavericks firm favourites for Wednesday finals day. We continue. Stanik's bangs in a short ball. Good bit of keeping to get something on that one because that went like a rocket. A little bit wide as well. Wide-ish. No, it was a wide. Central umpire was looking to his colleague just to confirm he thought that was a wide. It was indeed a wide. We'll have that again. Hit down the ground, heading towards our camera girl. Watch it. Ooh, Nivi. So close to Nivi, the camera girl. We'll have to ask the players. Leave her alone. She's new. She's doing a great job already this morning. Good bit of vision, though. That was a great bit of vision. I don't think Nivi had any idea about that. She's giving us a thumbs up, though. She's okay. It's all right. But that's a wonderful bit of vision. A bit of 3D animation there for you. Nothing animated. Watch this. And there it is. That's what it's like to be in the firing line here at the Embrack Cricket Ground. Oh, it gets an edge. But I tell you what, you'll take the edge, of course you will, because it flies all the way along the deck for 4 runs. A few people in the chat getting pretty excited in there. I would ask you to please follow the what the moderators ask of you. Paolo Campini, one of our key senior moderators, just reminding people to get the positives. Comment. That's how you get to stick around in the chat and keep contributing. Because they're the kind of comments we like to talk about. We like to engage with you. But if you're going to be negative and try and score points, then we'll see you later. Chop down. Quick single. Oh, that would have been gone. In the end, it's gone for overthrows. It's gone for 4 of them. Oh, dear. Was it worthwhile having the shy? I reckon it was. Unfortunately, they couldn't get to the stumps in time. Keeper couldn't get there, and that was a shame. Watch the keeper coming in here. Well, the keeper did get to the stump, so I'm a bit bemused as to why he couldn't possibly stop it. He's got the gloves and the pads, doesn't get to stop it, and it goes for buzzers, and it goes for 4 of them as well. So that is a 5. This over's had the lot. Let's have a look one more time. Plays away. Basically, the captain's basically said, do you want it? Do you want it? And his batting partner, Stanik's said, yes, let's go. And would have been gone, would have absolutely been cooked, would have been 3 down. In the end, it does go for buzzers. It goes for 4 of them. Wow, amazing stuff there. 3 overs gone, 34 on the board for the loss of 2 wickets. Looks like we're going to see Push Paranjan now. Didn't get the chance to see him with the bat yesterday, unfortunately. I think a lot of people in the chat who were tuning in were very keen to see if Priyan was going to get a chance to swing the blade. But as I said before, the Zurich Mavericks, in that lone game they played yesterday morning, they didn't lose a wicket and they put 243 runs on the board. So his batting wasn't required. It was all down to that man, Malia Stanik's, who belted 175 not out of 39 deliveries, including, if I remember correctly, 23 Maximos. Interesting to note too, before this match started, the Maximo rate in this series after only 7 games is already up to 15.7. How about that? What an amazing stat that is. So the field being organised with the power play now finished. 34 for 2 in the power play. So fielders can drop back a bit. We've got a fair bit of protection around now. So for the right-hander, for the captain, we've got a deep point, deep cover, long off, long on, and deep mid-wicket. And he's managed to find, well, it doesn't matter if finding the gap. He's found a lot of easy open air, and he's carved that away for 6 runs. That's a wonderful strike off the first ball of the over. Already getting quite warm here at the ground. The sun beating down. It's going to be a warm one. I said before at the top of the innings, 2 games later this afternoon are going to be quite difficult for players. Struck down the ground. Great bit of groundwork there. Captain Ankash, once again with magic hands, does very well. Gets around and clean bit of fielding there. Let's tell you what, from what I've seen so far, he's my pick of the fielders in this squad. I think he's been fantastic. Hello to Shohag, who joins us in the chat. Haven't seen you for a little while. Wonderful to have your company. Push Parajan lines up for the next ball. 5 off the over so far. Stanik's eye facing up. 13 from 12. He's got a couple of miss hits in the early stages of this innings for him. First over just looked a bit out of sorts. I think that run out might have shaken him a bit. That has been hit so hard. Mid off, just has a touch of the fumbles, and then he's given that right hand a bit of a ring and a rub as that has cannoned in, absolutely smashed into his hand. You see him just running across. So for the right-hander, he moves across into the covers. He's still giving that right-hand a ring as well. That has really hit hard. That's Numan Ahmadzai as well. Chance of a catch on the boundary rope. Oh, that was so close. Had to make up a lot of ground to his left, and it's gone through the hands and one bounce, 4 runs. Really close, though, to a catch. So he can follow this one. But living dangerously, though. Ta'ula Ibrahim Kill almost pulls off a ripper catch on the boundary rope. Goes through the hands. Definitely got a little fingertip on it, but one bounce, 4 runs. Swings hard at this one, and that is, looks like it's going to carry the rope. It has indeed. Just put everything behind that. The kitchen sink and the his and hers bathroom sinks as well. And he gets an edge, and it flies away to that vacant area at third. The fielders in that part of the ground. We've got a backward point and third up inside the circle. Keeper up at the stumps. Batter appealing for a wide. The umpires come together, have a chat because it is the end of the over. 50 up as well. So 50 for 2, 4 overs gone. That run rate is going along at 12s. A club like Alton, they'll want to accelerate that. Things have picked up nicely, though, since the captain has come to the crease. Loving his work. He's powered his way up to 30 in very quick time. Blink and you miss it. So 50 for 2 after 4. Zurich Mavericks doing pretty well here. Really enjoying their game. Hope you're enjoying it too, wherever you're watching from around the world. Nice bright early morning here in Zurich. We're just on the north side of the city in a place called Embrach, which is several villages sort of encompass this area in this particular canton. But yeah, very warm conditions this whole week. We're here all the way through to Wednesday. Today's probably going to be the warmest of those 3 days. Looking for about a top about 34, 35 degrees. It's currently easily mid-20s right now and quite humid as well. Humidity will increase towards the end of the day. I think the cloud cover is supposed to come across with the potential of a couple of storms, possibly after play tonight, but not during play. So I think we should be okay there. We continue now with the 5th. It's shown as a wide. Bowler has a second look at that. And there's a few players asking, how is that a wide? Well, it's a wide because the umpire feels it was. Player at third still had his hands extended, but he was extended almost indicating a wide. I think he was asking, how is that a wide? I think the umpire got that right, though. Ahmadzai in again. Steps inside the line here. It was always sort of going towards a short ball towards, leg side. It just steps inside the line. Not interested in trying to turn that into a hoik towards mid-wicket or anything like that. Just steps inside and accepts the wide. So the bowler accept that as well. Stanik's eye a bit clever there. Much better line and length. Full ball, full delivery. Drive is missed. That's a great ball. Hello, Crush Master in the chat too. You are indeed correct. I like that comment. He needs to get back on ball here. He's chewing up a couple of dots. Needs to get on with it. There we go. That's what we call getting on with it. Hits it straight towards the dugout. And one bounce, which was on the other side of the rope, goes all the way for Maximo. So that is going to restore a little bit of regular confidence to his mind. He's going to start getting into it now, you'd think. Hello to Sunny Yadav. I appreciate your comment too. Thank you very much. Try to make it as fair and as impartial as possible, but also give you enough descriptions to keep you all entertained. Thank you, Sunny Yadav. Yeah, I know you've been a fan of ECN cricket for quite a while. Your name is very familiar to me. Wonderful to to have you here. Sorry, I just giggled because the throwback to the bowler went straight into the sun and he lost it the last minute. Almost could have done himself a mischief, but he's okay. So 61 for 2, halfway through the fifth. Field placings just get a bit moved now. Looks like deep point is now going to move over into, it's coming a bit straighter. Sort of a deep extra cover now. Long off and long on stay in place. And they've dropped third back on the rope. So they're trying to cover off that that edge or that late cut that gets played. That kind of shot that catches an edge, that's what they're trying to cover off by dropping the player at third back on the boundary rope. It's good move. So they've got boundary riders on the leg side and the offside who are very, very square onto the wicket. I wouldn't call that a deep mid-wicket. I would call that sort of halfway between deep mid-wicket and deep square. Clubs it, and that has been hit out to the player who was on the offside, very square. Just has to move around a little bit to his right. Well done. So that's a pretty good field placement. I think Ankash Pawar, the captain of Zurich Mavericks, has got his field really, really good. They're really thinking about how the game's going. They're adapting very quickly to the changing of the bowling and of the batting attitude as well. Liking that a lot. Stanik's line now facing left-hander. Gives a bit of a dance. Tries to hit that one down. Oh, the shy. Possibly the right-handed bowler was screaming for the ball to be thrown to the non-striker's end. Stanik's side was very slow to get on his bike. See that he's pleading with the umpire because he's standing mid-pitch just pleading. Ahmed's eye saying, throw it to me. Doesn't happen. Goes to keeper's end. And they're home. 5 overs gone. 63 for 2 after 5. What a great start to this match is. Things have settled down since that very first ball where we had a run out on the first ball at the non-striker's end. It was a diamond duck. You don't see those very often. As Vinny said in the chat, our first diamond in the rough. How about that? That was really rough. It's always rough when you that can happen. It's never happened to me. I don't know if it's happened to any of you out there in the chat, but it's never happened to me. And touch wood, it never ever does happen. It's got to feel bad. Things have settled down though. 63 on the board, so the run rate going at 12.5 thereabouts. Stanik's eye, he's on 22. Been there since the start. He's just sort of trying to find a bit of a rhythm here. His skipper, Waridu, he's doing well. He's on 33 from 10. He's looking really good. Oh, that was so close. Push Parajan comes back on to bowl. He went for 18 off his first over. So they're looking to get through his over now. Again, a bit concerned they might not bring him back on, but they have brought him back on. That's a good move. Just gets away from the keeper. No, it's another dot ball, though. Good bowling. Push Paranjan comes off a very short run-up, and it's all on the arms. Right now, he's asking questions that Stanik's I can't answer. This one's been mishit in the air. It's going to land safe. It's one bounce and long off and long on combine to stop that getting to the boundary rope. It was mishit. I don't think it had the momentum really to get to the rope. And now for the right-hander, they're going to shift things around. So once again, for Waradu, they're going to close off the boundary at third because they've pretty much seen him scoring a lot of runs there already. Of his 33 he's got there, he's probably got over half his runs at third. Well, as I speak now, they're keeping third drop back there, and they're going to bring deep point into regulation point. They've also got a backward point, so they're expecting him to try to play shots late on the offside. So how about that? You got third on the boundary rope, you got backward point, regulation point, extra cover on the boundary, and a cover. So that's your offside field. Here he comes. And, of course, he smacks it towards leg side. Of course you do. And long off and deep mid-wicket have to come in off the boundary. It's an easy single, but it's just a single. So they've had to make that. They've done that. They've made the batter change the way he's playing and ends up just getting a single to leg side. Clever. Very clever. That's been hit pretty hard. No one's going to stop that one. All along the deck for 4 runs. Good strike there from Stanixai. That's going to cause a bit of relief for the batting side there for Alton. They're going to be happy to see that. Stanixai, he's been there for a little while. He's been there since the start. I'd love to see him pick things up here in the 6th over. Have a look at that run rate graph on the side of your page. Only a couple of those overs are better than 16 runs. Better than 17 runs, I should say. That was close. Stanixai's won that one. Slight little limp. He's not going to show any discomfort, though. Ooh. Did he get something on that? Was that a missed opportunity by the keeper? You decide. The replay suggests that possibly it was. So 69 for 2 after 6. That run rate has dropped down to 11.5. As these two heavyweights of the cricket Switzerland scene going one-on-one. And remember, in this contest, in this series, every team will only play each other just the once in the group stages. So therefore, of the 6 teams, each team will play 5 games. This is the 4th game for Zurich Mavericks Garwell, and this is the 1st game for Alton. Alton got 2 more games today. Zurich Mavericks have got 1 more game after this. The uppercut is played perfectly. Really well played. Clears the boundary rope by about 4 or 5 metres, despite some close attention from the fielder running over there, but it is played very, very well. He's so strong on the offside. Most of his runs have been scored on the offside, only a handful of runs on the onside. And that's why the Zurich Mavericks have tried to set up an attacking field and also slightly defensive with players on the boundary rope on the offside. Good comeback. Good comeback. Bowler has had that one just pitch and move away there. Ahmedzai loving his work. Cameron Ahmedzai, I'm sure that's a name that people would know. Goes the uppercut again, and it's going to clear the fielder there. Just goes over the top of that field at deep third. I mentioned the field there, the field placing, and the deep third who was there for the hit that goes along the ground. But Waridu goes right over the top of that player, like literally straight over his head, marches his way to 46 from 14 deliveries. And Ahmedzai just given it a bit too much width outside the off. Kev heads off. Have a great day, Kev. Good luck today. Up in the air, catching opportunity. Plays under it, tells people he's got it. And he has got it. Well, there you go. A fantastic, blistering 46 runs there off only a handful of deliveries from the skipper. And he's got his team up to a much better position than what they were when he first came in. But a really well-judged catch. It hung in the air for quite a while. But the breeze isn't bothering people too much. And the captain, Shahid Wiridu, has to go. Caught by Noman Ahmedzai, who holds his nerve and holds a really good catch as well. He called it early, even gestured to the close attention from cover running in, just put his hand out like a stop sign. He said, no, I've got this. This is all me. Well caught. Very well caught. Sadat comes in. He's got a couple of deliveries to negotiate in this over. The score is 81 for 3. 2 to come in the 7th. Oh, a miss hit straight down the throat. Can you believe it? Straight down the throat of the player backing back at that. Well, he was around about mid-wicket, ended up taking the catch around about mid-on. And it was one of the easiest catches you'll see taken here today for sure. Lovely stuff. Well caught there. Good work there, Nivi, and with the camera. And that is, well, I barely got a chance to talk about Hamid Sadat. He goes for a first bowler, and he will be escorted off the ground by Wiki any moment now. Wiki, our little robo duck, there he is, dressed in gold. Looks like he's melting in the heat, but it's not very upset little Wiki there. So our first golden duck for this for today, and a very dejected Sadat. I'm watching him heading towards the dugout, and well, he's getting a few little fist bumps as he gets over there. I remember back in the day when I used to play many years ago, I wouldn't get fist bumps if I went out for a golden duck. I'd get something a little bit harsher than that. But anyway, it's a lot more friendly these days, and that's how it should be. You should be supporting your teammates. Of course you should. It was a hat-trick ball. It's been played lovely along the ground, and just overrun slightly by the fielder coming in there. Can't stop the single. So we're on a hat-trick there, but it doesn't eventuate. So a couple of sixes and a couple of wickets and a single. If I add that up correctly, I think that's 2 wickets for 13 runs in that over. So Ahmadzai finishes with 2 for 24 and a couple of sixes, but then he's absolutely put the brakes on the Alton team with a couple of wickets as well. So 82 for 4 after 7. Expected score now has dropped below 120. And I think Alton will be a bit concerned about that. Losing their skipper during that over as well, which was absolutely devastating. Crash Master noting it was a French versus French international. Indeed. There's a few players here from who are based in France. Obviously, you had Cameron there who plays for Zurich, who was a French international player as well. So a lot of familiar names in these teams. Picked up nicely. Oh, that's a lovely strike. Just goes bang, crash downtown. Watch this. Bomb. That's a great shot. Clean as a whistle. Amjad. Noman Amjad is also a name I think people should be familiar with. And he's coming in the middle order at the right time with Alton facing only 17 more deliveries. Let's see if he can try and power them somewhere closer to a score around about the 140 mark. Oh, doesn't get it past the field on the 45. The shot, the stumps is so close. Stanig's would have been gone. Absolutely gone. They took off straight away, to be fair, but Stanig's he's not the fastest between the wickets, but he does. I'm not sure if he had gotten home. From my angle here, I couldn't quite tell, but the throw was a little bit wide, but great bit of fielding there on the 45, just on the leg side. Amjad just tickled it around the corner, set off straight away. And even the keeper didn't get to the stumps in time. It all happened very fast, but he survives. He's got 27 from 22. Just in the last couple of overs, he started to pick up the pace with a few boundaries. They need more out of him than just a few boundaries. They need him to really get him to fire here, get a couple of maximos under his belt. His timing's not great. Good example there again. Amjad, good call from him. Straight away, Amjad just said, come on, go, go, go. Let's get you off strike. Good vision. So Ibrahim Keel, who bowled pretty well earlier, was very economical, wasn't he? Only going for, I think, 6 runs in his first over, but he's already gone for 6 runs. And he went for 8 runs in his first over. Apologies. Whoa. Yeah, 6 runs in his first over, 8 runs so far off this over. And he really generates so much pace. He's almost throwing himself flat on his face when he delivers. But he's got some real proper pace there. Halfway through the 8th, 91 for 4 on the board. Amjad, who's just recently come to the crease, looking to try to power things up with Stanig's. He's carried his bat all the way through the innings so far. Zurich Mavericks having a bit of a field day here this morning, enjoying themselves. And they'll be feeling pretty good about the current score that's on the board. Full. Swatted. The chase is on. Long off. Cannot get to it. And it goes for 4 runs across the boundary rope. Excuse me, long on. Long off was unmoved. Captain is actually at long off. He was watching very intently. But yeah, long on. Had a long way to go. Once it goes across that sort of baseball mound, which is just in front of the dugout area, it just seems to pick up a bit of extra pace. And deep mid-wicket. There is a deep mid-wicket, but kind of a lot more square, not very straight. I didn't have a look at that. Well, it doesn't matter what field you set. That has been picked up off the pads and dispatched into the Alton dugout area. Wonderful strike. Effortless. Middled. And that's all class. You love seeing shots like that. It just looks so good. So effective. 100 up with that 6 as well. Just wait for the scores to catch up. Bang, done. Good work there by the officials' tent. 100 for 4 with 8 overs gone. So 2 overs. Where are they going to end up? What do you think, folks? 130 possibly. If Amjad can maybe farm the strike, Stanic's side just seems a bit out of sorts. 28 from 23 from him. He has been there since the very start of the innings. He's just looked a bit hot and cold. I think you'd want to have Amjad farming as much of the strike as possible from here on in. Here we go. Well, there you go. I've said it before, I'll say it again. Sometimes I think I'm mic'd up to the center of the pitch and the batters and the bowlers can sometimes hear me because they tend to do things which are exactly what I'm talking about. That's a lovely shot from Stanic's eye. Wasn't the best delivery. Just sat up and said, well, if you want to pump me all the way over deep mid-wicket, do it. And he obliges. That's a great strike. Marches up now to 34. That's a bit better for him. Better strike rate for him as well. Kadarkel gets this time cut away superbly. Well, I say it was cut. It was like a cut shot, but it didn't go very square. It went very straight and it rockets over the cover boundary for 4 runs. So this is a really good bit of momentum here. Already bang, straight up to 110 after just those 2 deliveries at the start of this over. Hello to Zahid tuning in from San Francisco. Good to see you again. Hope you're well. Hope you're having a good shift over there. Rob Thompson tuning from New Zealand still with us as well. Good on you, Rob. That's going to be shown as a wide. Yeah, a few of the teammates were cheering the dot ball, but it wasn't going to be dot. It was going to be wide. It was always going to be wide. So 111, Lord Nelson for 4. Kadarkel steaming in again. And this has been dispatched. That's going to fly towards the scoreboard and over the scoreboard for a big 6. That's a mammoth shot. That's a really huge hit. And I was trying to help out the Maverick fielder there, sort of trying to look and see where it went. That was Cameron Ahmedzai. I think he's got it. What a huge strike that is. That is absolute carnage here in this over. So it's 6-4, wide 6. That is 17 off the over. And we're only halfway through it. So nice bit of movement here. Stanic's eye seems to have found himself here in these last couple of overs. Let's see what he can do here now. Oh, he shapes to cut, leaves the wide ball alone. Not a fan of the wide ball. Notice that a few times. He's happy to leave, happy to step inside the line of a wide down leg side as well. But yeah, Stanic's eye finally, Crush Master says it. Exactly what I was about to say. He's finally found something. And Kadarkel, he's already gone for 18. He'd be a bit worried about this over. Short, slapped. And that's gone into the first shot that's gone into the protective area with the tall grass. So they will have to climb over the fence to try to find that one. Let's hope they don't use the table where the camera's on. That has gone a long way back. So this over has already gone magical. And we've still got 2 deliveries to come. 24 off the over so far. 6-4, wide 6, wide 6. And that man Stanic's eye brings up his 50. Finally, he gets to 50. He just got bogged down there in the middle of his innings, didn't he? Really got bogged down. And now he's got 50 from 27 with 5 6s and 3 4s. So congratulations to Stanic's eye. Gets himself an ECS half century. Still got 2 balls to come, plus an over after this. So they've muscled their way up to 124. Started the over on 100, now 124. Hello to Rico Fool, who joins us in the chat. Good to see you, Rico. Goes to play a hook shot. It's a bit of a slow motion hook shot, and he misses the lot. And shout out to Rico. Everybody should get behind that and just say, Rico, have a wonderful call over there in Hornchurch today, telling us that they're just getting the setup up and running and tuning in for a little bit of ECS Zurich action before he has to start his day. Have a great day over there, Rico. Looking forward to calling some matches with you sometime soon. Fingers crossed we can get that happening. Oh, slammed. Absolutely slammed over the cover boundary. Look out, folks. Well, that's gone behind the dugout. That's gone a long way back. And that is that brown brick building that's going to cop it again. Well, if it's the right-handers playing it over deep mid-wicket, now it's the left-handers slapping it over the extra cover boundary rope. And that building, that's got white marks on it. And Henry Blowfield, when he was here on the weekend, he suggested that someone from ECN may have to clean that building. And he said, it might be you, Phil. You might be right. I might have to do that. A few cars in the car park as well might have a few white marks if they come a bit short. As it is, 130 on the board. That over goes for 30 runs. It is a supersonic over right when Alton really needed a little bit of push. For the Zurich Mavericks, I got to admit, they don't seem too fussed by it. At the same time, I'm sure they're probably thinking, well, we had them 100 after the 8th over. Just bowled over, which has just really undone a lot of good work from the bowlers early on. Niaz now is going to bowl the 10th. Miss hit in the air and bounces just in front of the skipper running across there from the long off area. Thought for a moment there he might be in with a chance of catching that one, but he doesn't get it. Ankush. Have a look at this. It was in there for a bit longer than maybe he anticipated. He immediately ran sideways, didn't run in to meet the ball. He thought it was going to bounce a lot further in front of him. So just a single. Khalid Niazi has been pretty handy with the ball so far in this series. He's bowled pretty well for the team over the last couple of days. Let's see if he can finish strong with the duty of bowling the 10th. Good pressure. Stanik's eye puts him out of the park with absolute disdain. Now that's gone on top of the grassy knoll and then some, right into the boundary of the grassy knoll on the tree. I don't think they're going to even bother looking for that one. I reckon that might have gone the other side of the grassy knoll, which is a fair strike. Wow. Yep, they've just gone for the new pill straight away. That's time management for you, folks. Slapped. Shouts to catch it. Oh, good work from the skipper. That went like an absolute tracer bullet, and he's got down with the long barrier and stopped that one from going across the line for 4 runs. Well done. PK in the chat saying a bit of a challenging total coming up. You're absolutely right, PK. Well, this has got a lot of airtime. Power wants it. Captain's catch. Taken. Nicely taken as well. He said mine. There was no play within Ku even, but it's good to see he did that as well, just so everybody knew. And he's held a really good catch. So impressed with his fielding. His ground fielding is amazing. He has caught everything that's come near him as well. And that's a very, very good catch. So Stanik Sai's watch comes to an end. He's played a blistering innings, 62 off 32 deliveries, and just looking to accelerate in these final overs, which you would expect from any batter worth their salt that they will come out and do that. And Stanik Sai's getting a pat on the bat from the fielders as he walks that too. They're giving him a fair good send-off, and I think that's really apt and really, really good sportsmanship from the Zurich Mavericks fielders. Good on you. 137 for 5, 2 to come. It's a very good catch. It was in the air for an eternity. It went so high. The wind here today hasn't been as bad as what it's been the last couple of days. Yesterday, it was quite bad, blowing pretty much straight into the batters. And we saw a couple of shots, what we thought were going to go for 6, ended up being caught on the boundary rope, inside the boundary rope by the fielders. Slashed, going to find the boundary rope this time. Ahmedzai cannot get close to that one, Cameron. He was probably a good 20 metres away from where it went across the rope. It was never going to get to that, so they just accept that it goes for 4. So 141 for 5. I said if they get up to the 140s, then, they probably feel good about some of the carnage that happened earlier on in the innings. But this has been good acceleration, firstly, from Rahman Stanik and Amjad. Last ball. They'll turn for 2. You might as well go for 2. To the keeper's end, and the run out takes place. Well, they should have gone. I'm not sure. Amjad's sort of saying, well, why did we go? I think why you went, because it was the last ball of the innings. You might as well go. You never know what's going to happen. And sometimes the smallest of margins can upset you if you lose by 1 run. So it was the right thing to do to go for that second run. Absolutely correct thing to do. A little bit of a fumble with the pickup, but the throw was good. And just caught out of his ground. Only had to face 2 deliveries, so did whatever he could to try to do something there with the scorecard and manages to get a handful of runs. Jamal Stanik's is run out on the last ball. Nice throw there from bowler. Khalid Niazi, who ran across to field it. So that is the end of the Alton innings. The first game of the day, match number 8, first innings done. 142 for 6 after their 10. And they're going to set things up nicely for a very exciting run chase. That little blast there of 42 of the last 2 overs could be the difference between the two teams. So they've done very well, have Alton, to really push that score up to something much more competitive. When they were 100, only 100 after the 8th over, I think there's a few people, including me, thought, well, if they end up around about the 115, 120, this is going to be pretty much a walkover. As it is, it's a good score on the board and a very tantalising total coming your way. Shout out to Staniksai. That's Rayhan Staniksai, 62 from 32. He came good at the right time. Unfortunately for Yasser Tharan, he got run out off the first ball without facing a ball, so that was a diamond duck for him. Also, need to give a proper shout out there to the captain, Waradu. Got 46 from 15, and I was really impressed with hitting. A captain's innings he played, got things moving at the right time. And I think that little bit of momentum that he provided in the middle overs, that's why they're up to a score of 142. That was the captain stepping up and blasting that 46 off 15. He deserved a half century. Doesn't get it, but he got a 46 off 15 in quick time. In the bowling department, a couple of wickets to Cameron Ahmedzai, picked up 2 wickets in his second over, end up with 2 for 24, and a wicket to Khalid Niazi, and a wicket to Malia Staniksai at the top there. So we're going to take a short break, going back here for the run chase shortly with the team from Zurich Maverick Scarwell with a total in their minds of a 143 to get the points here, and they will go 4 wins from 4 games if they can do that. Or is it going to be Alton who will defend, and they will put the first loss on the board for the Zurich Mavericks? Well, join me, Phil G, here on the European Cricket Network to find out what happens, and we'll know in about 10 minutes' time when we start the run chase, and we'll know in about 50 minutes' time what that result's going to be. This game 8 hanging in the balance. I'll see you back here shortly. Don't go too far. Welcome back to the run chase here in the first match this morning, Game 8, hanging in the balance with Alton posting a score of 142 for 6 with a very good last couple of overs, 42 runs in the last 2 overs to make sure they're up to a competitive total. Ryan Stanik's leading the way with a 62 off 32 deliveries. Captain Radu does really well too, doesn't he? 46 off 15 for him. Gave some really good push in the middle overs there. And now it's down to the run chase, and here we go. Alton looking to defend that total, and the Zurich Mavericks looking to go 4 wins from 4 games if they can chase this target down. And we start with a push into the covers. Looks like it's the usual suspects who are opening the batting for the Zurich Mavericks. Indeed, it is Maliar Stanik's Centurion from yesterday's match, the first match of yesterday, where he scored a 175, not out of 39 deliveries. And he went to the 3rd highest on the table of the all-time scorers. And that has been smacked, absolutely smacked out of the ground. Slams into the building as well, that big brown building, which I've said before should be moved. It's not going to be moved. It's been hit again. He loves hitting that building, and he loves hitting sixes too. There he goes. His first Maximo off the second ball of the run chase. Yeah, put together fantastic innings yesterday where the Mavericks scored 243 for no loss and send a real message to every other team in this series. And probably send a message to a lot of teams, probably even around the continent, about that's what can be done in T10. How about that? It was astonishing stuff. Stanik's leading the way, but also his counterpart, Amazai, at the non-strikers end, also helped himself to a very handy 60-odd in that total as well. Past the swinging blade. Ali with a great delivery there. Usman Ali. Not many people can say they've done that. I know that the bowlers on Sports Club Rocher didn't have that moment of celebration yesterday where one of their deliveries got past his swinging blade. Absolutely put them to the sword yesterday. Zurich Mavericks, though, against Alton. Different contest. Another one. Another swing and a miss. Good noise there from the Alton team as well, out there in the field. Oohing and ahhing every swing and a miss. Philgy here for the European Cricket Network. Welcoming you all back to the broadcast. Wonderful to have you with us. Hello, Rob Thompson. Hello, everyone in the chat. Great to have you out there watching intently. See if Alton can defend or whether the Zurich Mavericks will continue on their merry way with another win. That's out of the ground. That is gone and then some. Umpire's going to get a proper workout today again with these Maximos. Let's see this one more time. Oh, lovely. Right, the slot. Got the treatment. Out of here. So we've had a couple of dots. We've had a couple of sixes. Need to be going at around about 14 per over, which for these two you kind of feel is not really much of a problem. Especially considering they were going at 24 and over in yesterday's first match. Even before that, they're going about that sort of rate in the previous matches on Saturday as well. So this is their 4th game. They'll play one more game after this. They've got to take on the Swiss Dragons in the next match following this game, and that will be Zurich Mavericks Garwell group games done. They would have finished their group games, and then they'll look ahead to Wednesday for the finals action, where they will absolutely, positively take place. I'm sure they will be in finals action. With 3 wins out of 3 games, I think they've already booked themselves into Wednesday action. Short ball. Going to be called wide, though, as it goes way over the helmet. I mean, way over the helmet. Let's have that again. Nice bit of aggressive bowling there from the bowler. Not being daunted by Stanik's whatsoever. So turns at top of the mark. Looking to finish the off the over strong here. Carved into the covers, straight to the fielder. No run. 13 off the first over. Good over there from Usman Ali. Stanik's with a couple of clean hits for 6. But that's it. Apart from that, couple of swings, couple of misses. Encouraging signs there for Alton as they're looking to defend this total. And they win the over. 13 off it only. So hello to everyone in the chat. Thanks for joining us. Brian in Brisbane, who's actually watching from the East Midlands in England. Good to see you, Brian. Thanks for joining us today. Yeah, the grass is very brown here. We've barely had a spot of rain in the last month in Switzerland. We had a little bit of rain a couple of mornings ago, but it was very early morning, like about 4 o'clock in the morning. So we got to the ground. It actually looked a little bit greener than it looks now, but at the moment and for the foreseeable future, sun is going to be baking the ground. Although there is potential some storms late tonight, well after we finish the play. But you never know, they could burn up pretty quickly and not even happen. So heading for a top temperature about 34, 35 today. Sun is going to bake down all day under clear skies. That ground's going to get a little bit dry. So, yep, Brian in Brisbane, I hear what you're saying. That's pretty common, isn't it, around the place at the moment. Over there in Hornchurch, I think that their ground looks a little bit dry as well for that ECS, which is starting very, very shortly, I believe. If they haven't already started, I think they might have just started. Ahmadzai gets to face his first ball. It's going to be Amjad. Tries it short, and Ahmadzai just goes bang. That's a lovely shot. Seemed to have so much time to play that stroke as well. Look at this. Just beautiful, whipped off the pads. As Naman just strays onto the stumps, puts it a little bit too short, and it's helped all the way to that very, very large tree on the edge of the, what's probably, that tree's, it's a large tree, probably about 7 or 8 meters away from the boundary rope. Sort of dominates the scenery in that part of the ground on the edge of the grassy knoll. Slammed it into that part of the ground, absolutely slammed it. Beautiful shot from Maximo. Lose his run up here. So 19 without loss, chasing a score of 143 after Alton posted a score of 142, losing 6 wickets along the way. A couple of batters really standing out there. There was Rahan Stanikzai and the captain, Waridu, putting together a pretty good partnership, steadying the ship after a diamond duck with a run out off the first ball, the run out at the non-striker's end on the first ball of their innings. Sort of threw things into a bit of a mess. Now, that didn't go at all where it was supposed to go. He was looking to play that somewhere on the onside, and it flew back over the head of third. And breathing a heavy sigh of relief as I think he's even gesturing out towards deep mid-wicket and saying, well, that's what I was going to loft it to. And it's just flown off an edge and gone straight over third. So 180 degrees away from where he originally wanted it, did that shot go for Ahmadzai. But he does survive. It's going to bring Alias Stanikzai on strike now, facing Amjad. Swings hard at this one and goes crash, bang, out of the ground. Nice shot. Nice shot indeed. Stanikzai resuming his dealing in sixes approach as he puts this one out of the ground. Oh, thanks, Brian. Starts at 10:30 UK time. Thank you for that. My mistake. For some reason, I keep thinking of 9:30. Doing a lot of events on the continent where it's always a 9:30 start. So thank you for that, Brian. 26 for no loss. Only halfway through the second. Short ball is met with a very heavy bat, and that's another 6. You bowl short to Stanikzai, you find out very quickly that that's how he deals with it. And that's what he did all day yesterday. Well, in that match, he didn't do it all day, all game yesterday, because the Sports Club Rocher just didn't learn their lesson, and he had no trouble putting the deliveries out of the ground constantly. Look, he's on his way already. He has marched up to 24 off only 8 deliveries. I think in that first over, he had, I think, 3 swings and misses. Right now, doing the job. Naman Amjad, he's a bit of a head-scratching moment here for him. He's one of his teammates come across, maybe just give him a couple of encouraging words. One of those words will probably be nothing short, please. Usman Ali, who bowled a very good first over. I think it's probably the right person to come over and just give a couple of encouraging words. See what he does now. It's Fuller, and it's mishit, and it's caught. Well, there you go. The words both real, and it's caused the wicket to fall. So he has to go for 24 from 9 deliveries faced. And, well, there you go. So suddenly a wicket, and it all changes. Stanikzai has to walk off. The change of pace, and also the Fuller delivery. And I reckon that's exactly what Usman had said to him. Usman Ali said, look, I had success with swings and misses because I bowled full balls. You got to get over there and bowl it a little bit tighter, be a little fuller, stop the short stuff. And look what happens. It brings a wicket. Simple as that. Watch again. Yep, just completely mishit it. Slight change of pace. I think he took a bit of pace off as well. And it was a good full ball. Well bowled. And maybe you'd have to mark down an assist to Usman Ali on that one as well, possibly. How about that? Gone, says Crush Master. Indeed, he is gone. So Stanicside doesn't light up the arena again for the fourth time. He has to depart earlier than he would have expected. It does, however, bring Push Paranjan out into the centre. Let's see what he can do. Oh, I tell you what, that was close. Shouts a catch and a leap in the air from Fine Leg, who's up inside the circle, over the head. Oh, I tell you what, was it far away though? I had a good view on that one, really directly in line. Didn't go all that far across the head of the player there. That would have been an amazing turnaround for Alton if they could have got that one. Push Paranjan, he survives. A couple of the Alton players just moseying up near him there because it's the end of the over. 36 for 1, 2 overs gone. Massive wicket in that over as well. It does go for 23 runs, but they get the prize scalp of Malia Stanicside. But they only need 107 runs off 48. Still need to go at 13s. 13.4 is the asking rate now. Brisk start. Stanikside's gone. Could be very interesting, couldn't it? James Peel, I agree with your sentiments there in the chat. Could be very interesting now. Depends. If Alton could try and pull out another wicket here, Ahmedzai especially, also another one of the batters who was always playing second fiddle to Malia Stanicside. If Ahmedzai can be gotten out here, because he's played a couple of not outs as well, you never know. Usman Ali, who I'm going to give an assist to him for that previous wicket. He's going to come on to bowl his second straight away. Well, shout to catch it. That's been mishit as well. This could be another catch. And oh, no way. That is astonishing stuff. Absolutely astonishing. How does that get to happen? Bilal Muhammad should have had that catch. He absolutely should have had that catch himself. But have a look at this. I hope we've got this one more time because look at this. He gets some close attention coming in here. And then it's like, I'm going to pinch the ball from you and I'll take the catch. Well, that is one of the best assists you're going to see every day of the week. How good was that? Well, that's astonishing stuff. So they do get a breakthrough, albeit under incredible circumstances. I am beside myself here. Look at this. Bilal camped under it. It just goes away from it a little bit at the end there. He has the little bobble. The assist comes in, the tap in the air, and I've got it with a dive. Beautiful stuff. I think that's named Stanicside there, who's going to get credited with the catch. No, Bilal gets credited with the catch. No, he doesn't. He took the previous catch. It's Stanicside gets the catch. So Stanicside said, look, you've already got the previous one. You got Malia. I want this one. And he's got it. Both openers back in the shed now. Suddenly, Zurich Maverick Scarborough are going through something they haven't been through before, and that is both openers back in the dugout before the end of the power play. Oh, Alton. What have you done, Alton? You've clawed yourself back into this game, kicking and screaming. You've been doing so well. There were swings and misses in the first over. The second over got expensive, but there was the big wicket of Stanicside, and now in this third over, Usman Ali gets a scalp. Shite the stumps. Not really on, but does it just the same to keep the batters honest. This game's just gone up a notch. Really gone up just a little bit there. Oh, this is going to be a good finish. You just get a feeling now with those two wickets falling inside the power play. 37 for 2 on the board. Just get that feeling now that this game has just gone up a level. 106 needed from 46. Push Paranjan has been joined by Ahmadi. So top order with a lot of work to do now. You need to make sure that run rate doesn't get blown out too far. But then again, this is a power hitting team. You sort of feel that this score at the moment, even if they've had to chase this off well, I would say even like, say, 30 deliveries, they'd still be on. It's just that they've got such good talent in the shed with the bat. Pre and push Ranjan just works it around the corner. Seems a little bit out of sorts. The ball coming on very quick off this pitch. They do get through for just the one. What an over. So Amadi in that distinctive orange helmet of his is going to face up. Yeah, now bowler just been called out of his run up there. There's a couple of the Alton fielders just negotiating where they're going to be standing. I think that's fair enough. Don't want the field moving when the bowler is in that delivery stride. This has been elevated in the air. Catching practice on the boundary rope. Well, protects the six, so kudos for that. Really good effort. And the throw to the keeper is not as strong. Well, Yasser Tharan has done himself a really good service here. Watch this. Watch the save. Doesn't try to take the catch. His weight was taking him backwards, and I think that was fair enough. He was very, very close to the rope. I had a really good look at that. He's not too far. He's about 25 meters away from us to the left, and I could see that his back heels were perilously close. So he saves the boundary, knocks the ball back in, but can't stop two. Save 4 runs, though. Not sure if he had caught it, if his momentum would have taken him over. So he is a judgment. We'll stick with that. Short ball. It is smacked to deep mid-wicket. Great shot. And that looks like it's going to end the over then. So 44 for 2 after 3 with that boundary. This game simmering along nicely. Well, hope you're enjoying the all this now. Hello to Wayne in the chat. Didn't see you pop in there, Wayne. Good to see you again. Always good to see you. I know you're going to keep the chat nice and honest. And maybe slightly frisky as well. 44 for 2, and that's the power play done. 3 overs gone. Rehan Stanikzai, he's going to get a chance to bowl. Top scored in the innings of Alton as well with a 62 from 32 deliveries faced. He took a little while to get going. I think that the Diamond Duck run out sort of shook him a little bit, and maybe felt a little bit responsible for that. So he took a little while to sort of shake off some cobwebs. But the second half of his innings was very good. He really put the foot down and accelerated, got to the 50 quickly, and then just kept pushing things along before he was eventually caught in the last over. Just trying to hurry things along, which you can understand that in the last over. Need as many runs as possible, but 62 out of 142, good effort from him with the bat. Let's see what he can do with the ball now. There is no one deep on the offside, except for... No, there is no one deep. They're just putting someone back now, obviously hearing what I'm saying once again. Looks like it's going to be Usman Ali is going to drop back to deep cover. Probably more of extra cover, deep extra cover. Everyone else, long off, long on, deep mid-wicket and deep square. Punch back for a single, quick single. Shy at the stumps, single's always on. Push Parajan just happy to push things around at the moment. I guess living up to his name. Just the one boundary so far for him. Nurkan Ahmadi gets his chance now. So as I said before, with the power play done, field moved out a little bit further now. Alton looking to try to push this one. Good delivery. Eyes lit up, look for the deep mid-wicket boundary and then some, maybe looking for hitting that brown building once again. Why not? They actually hit one of the shutters. They do have these metal shutters that cover the windows on that brown building. And one of them smacked into those shutters yesterday. There he goes. And almost a fantastic catch. There were the toughest catches to take. The dive forward. To be able to judge the ball like that, diving forward, is so difficult. And almost taken. It just comes out the last minute. What an effort. Look at that middle of your screen there. Saves the boundary. Very important, though. Managed to get the body behind it to save the boundary. And just the one. That's hit hard, straight as you like. One bounce, 4 runs. Long off and long on, did not even have a look at that one. Absolutely went like a rocket. Static side. Continuing now. Ooh, goes to play cut shot. That's unfortunately missed, or fortunately, depends on who you're supporting, of course. .50 up as well with that previous boundary. Last ball of the fourth coming up. Ooh, miss hits this one. Goes out to the square boundary rider on the leg side. Just going to be one. Good over for Alton as well. 7 runs only from it. The run rate required pushes up to 15. 92 from 36 required. Still a lot of runs, but that run rate is ticking onwards and upwards. Alton would be feeling that they've probably just got their nose in front here. However, with Zurich Mavericks only 2 down and still got a bit of batting to come, kind of just think that, well, 1 or 2 overs and suddenly this whole game changes once again. Beauty of T10 is how fast the pendulum swings. Leo in the chat saying yesterday they scored 240 plus. They did indeed, Leo, you're correct. They scored 243 for the loss of no wickets in that game yesterday. An astonishing effort that was. So we know they got power, but that 243 was all scored by the openers who are gone. So it's a different story now. Have a look at that, just out of sorts. Pushparajan here, he's, I wouldn't say he's looking casual, he's just looking slightly out of sorts here. It's his first chance to bat for the Zurich Mavericks at the moment. He didn't get a chance to bat yesterday because no wickets fell, and he was unavailable on Saturday, I believe. I don't think he played the game on Saturday. Well, 2 games played on Saturday for the Zurich Mavericks. He didn't play for either. Well, he definitely didn't bat. So this is the first chance we've seen him bat here on this ground. Maybe just still getting used to it. 51 for 2 the score. Well, that's a sign of getting used to it when you can do something like that. And he has pummeled that one down the ground straight as you like. Seen him do that a number of times over there at the Masters Sports Complex in Malta. And he does it again here at the Embrack Cricket Ground. Bang! That gets out of here. 57 for 2 now on the board. Have a look at the maximum rate per match. And no surprise there to see the Zurich Mavericks at the top of that list, followed closely by Basil Afghan, who really stepped up to the plate yesterday. I thought they played 2 fantastic games yesterday after playing 2 games on Saturday where they didn't win anything. And they played well, they batted well, they bowled well, but their opposition were just better. That's all, just way better. That was this team, the Zurich Mavericks Garwell and the Zurich Alpine Warriors, got the wins over Basil Afghan on Saturday. Basil Afghan yesterday, they came back really well against 2 other teams. That was Swiss Dragons and Sports Club Rocher. They put them away. So Basil Afghan will play Alton in the last match today. That's going to be a good contest as well. Looking forward to that. And of course, that will mean that Basil Afghan would have played all of their 5 matches as well. Shouts a catch as it goes through the covers and to the boundary rope where Usman Ali is fielding, patrolling the boundary rope all by his lonesome on the offside. He has no assistance anywhere near him. Now for Ahmadi, he just moves a bit straighter. Interesting. Only about probably 10 metres straighter. And interesting for Pushparanjan, he's a little bit squarer. Was there an edge? Was there an edge? Umpire says no. And so umpire indicates that the bat has hit the ground. And he says not out. And interesting how quickly the fielders accepted that decision, went back to their mark. I think they knew it as well. Bilal Muhammad with the duty with the ball in this over. Already taken 1 good catch and probably almost could have been 2 catches, but he ended up being an assist as he juggled one. And it was Nyan Staniksai who came into it to take the ball out of his hands and claim the catch in an astonishing bit of 2 people action there. In the air, Usman Ali sets himself. Desperate jump, but he's not the tallest man in the team. And it was always under hiding to nothing to try to reel that one in. It's gone all the way for a Maximo as Ahmadi really leaned into that one. Yep, desperate leap. Can't get fingertips even on that one. So 64 for 2 on the board. It is 1 to come to complete the 5th, 13 off the over. Need to be going to over 15 and over. So who's going to win this one? Bilal steaming in again. In the air, shouts a catch. 2 players running around. It's going to split the difference. Bit of foot fielding pushes the ball away from the boundary line. They're just going to get the one. So it's going to be 14 off the over, 65 for 2 after 5. And this game is set up nicely for a good finish in the second half of this innings. 5 overs gone and 65 on the board. Still needing 78 runs to claim the win here. So be losing the openers early on, causing a few problems for the top order of the Zurich Mavericks. They're just not as fluid as their openers. Amadi's a real talent though, and of course we push Parajan. He's almost a household name in Europe when it comes to his batting. So we know that the talent is there, and bags the talent to spare as well. Of course, still got Cameron Armitsai in the hut who can come out and do something as well. Plays for Zurich and it was also played for the French national team. So we know that he's an absolute talent. So they've got a lot to do, but they've got a lot of people who can do that for them. There you go. There's a lovely swipe away for 6 runs. Almost a standing sweep. This goes crash for that first ball off Staniksai's second over. Bit too easy, really. Staniksai's got to be a bit more clever than that with the bowling. Had a good tight first over. Needs to try to replicate something like that here. Better. The fuller delivery is much better. Brings a miss hit. Could have easily gone to hand. Bilal Muhammad does the fielding. He's down in the long off position. Just looking to see who's in long on. I think that's AM Staniksai, who those two had that incredible two-person catch a few overs ago now. Speak of the devil, there he is coming into play now. Oh, the groundwork explodes through the hands. It was too hot to handle. And his namesake, Raheem Staniksai, put his hand on his head and saying, how did you miss that? That was in the hands and straight back out again. Watch this. Thought he had that covered. And there's the ball there. And they're still having a conversation about how the ball got through. Don't worry about the one you missed. Worry about the next one. You can do something about the next delivery it comes to. You can't do anything about the one that you missed. So focus forward. Look ahead. 76 for 2. Halfway through the 6th. Ranjan uses the feet and goes bang. What a great shot from Pushpa Ranjan. Goes crash down the ground for another 6. He's hit a couple of straight 6s now. You kind of feel he's got his eye in and he's starting to understand the pitch a bit better now. He started off with a couple of helicopter shots that meant nothing and a couple of shots into the ground that just went nowhere. But he's just starting to come good now. 82 for 2. 61 required off 26. Clubs this one down to the ground. Shout of anguish as well. Deep mid-wicket with the duty there. Good bit of fielding. I think that's Naman Amjad out there. Still, they get the single. It's Amadi on strike. He's got 22 from 10, and he started to fire up on all 4 cylinders as well. Well, that one has crushed the foot. He's given that left foot a bit of a shake now, and that's going to leave a bit of a sting. Also got a little bit of a hobble as well. I think it's hit the instep, just missed the part of the foot that was covered by the pad. Just walk that one off. 83 for 2, 6 overs gone, so 60 needed off 24 deliveries. Need to go at it even. 15 runs per over now. There's the Zurich Mavericks. For Alton, they're still well and truly in this game. This game is going to go right down to that last over, and it's going to be an exciting finish. Don't go too far. Do not change the channel just yet. Raul 3K saying running between wickets needs to improve. Yeah, there's been a few fits and starts, Raul. I don't disagree with that. Thanks to everyone for joining us here this morning in this first match. Really good contest coming up between these two. Well, it's currently unfolding before your eyes, I should say. It's almost a shame that the teams are only facing each other once during the group stage. You kind of feel that this is the kind of contest you like to see for every game, something like this. But you get the feeling also these two teams might face off in on finals day on Wednesday. Just don't know in what sort of game they will play. Alton, however, have still got a long way to go. They've still got 2 games after this today. Zurich Mavericks have got 1 more game straight after this. They're going to take on the Swiss Dragons in match 9, which is scheduled to start at 1:30 in about 30 minutes' time. And Alton will get the next game off. They're going to be back in action in the following match after that at starting about 1:30 this afternoon. local time, which is still 2.5 hours away. But yeah, Mavericks, they're going to be back in action straight away against Swiss Dragons. Lofted over the offside, and that's square on the offside for a big 6. Too short, too wide outside the off stump. And I've got my eyes on Usman Ali here, bowled that first over, and I thought he bowled a terrific first over as well. And he's calling out some advice from the banjee rope here. I tell you what, when he went over to Noman Amjad during the second over, and sort of, I'm pretty sure what he said to him was, none of the short stuff, bowl it full, change your pace. And it's immediately what happened, and immediate success getting out Malia Stanikzai. So he's very vocal there about the bowling. We go again. Still slightly short, but a much better line. What a terrific throw too. On the bounce, right across the top of the bails. Amadi moves his score along. He's on 22. Pushparanjan is on 36. Chop down to the covers. Quick single. That's better. Raul in the chat said a few moments ago about the running between the wickets should be improved. Well, I think it's improving right now. That was a good quick run. Good quick early call. $91 for 2, halfway through the 7th. Changes pace, but it doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter, as that one is put a long way behind the dugout area. He just brought the arm over a bit slower, did the bowler Stanikzai Jamal. And what he's done there is, look, he's tried something a bit different. But I kind of think the Pushparanjan, he had the time to just see that coming over a little bit slower and adjusted, and ends up absolutely giving that everything he's got. That went a long way back. 97 for 2 now. Just 46 required from 20. Excuse me, I'll just correct that. It's 40 required from 19, as that goes in the same spot, but probably just a little bit further. The umpire doesn't even bother to say, look for the ball. He says, just give us a fresh one. Or used one, I should say. Give us a used Grizzly, because we're not going to bother looking for that one. That has gone a long way back. I think it's gone even to the other side of the property. You can hit a ball a country mile. 100 up as well. 103 for 2 inside the 7th. So after losing the openers in the first few overs, who didn't get off to a bad start, had the run rate going nicely at one point. Now things have settled down really well. Goes inside out, hits it straight down the throat of deep mid wicket. Couldn't have picked him out any better if he tried. Did not have to move a muscle, did that fielder, and he's held on to a rocket. It was mishit, and so then Pushparanjan has to go on the cusp of a possible half century, but he doesn't get it. And it's going to be 48 for Priyam Pushparanjan. Of 18 deliveries, he has to go. Just as he started to fire up, just as the engine started to start ticking over, he then has to depart. So 103 for 3 after 7. 40 needed off 18. And that man, Numan Amjad, holds onto a rocket. But a good innings nonetheless from Pushparanjan. It took a few balls to get going, but once he got going, just like a good diesel motor, it was almost unstoppable. But he's unfortunately holed out to deep mid wicket, straight down the throat of deep mid wicket, who moved nowhere, just straight down the throat. So what do you think? Easy chase still coming, or slight little wobble? I think it would have to be probably another 2 wickets in the next few deliveries for all this to be a wobble. If they lose 2 wickets in this over, then I would call it a wobble. But right now, they're still very much in the game and ahead of the game as well. No man, Amjad with the ball, who just took that catch. Bowling to Amadi. Wow. That's what Amadi can do. And that's why I'm a big fan, because he has absolutely monstered that one out of the ground. Fast delivery. It was a slot ball, to be fair. And that has been absolutely pushed. Push is a very light word to use in that respect. He has really done some damage to the leather on that one. The umpires should probably take a look at the Grizzly, make sure it's still in its original shape, because I'm sure it's not. Probably looking a bit more square right now. 109 for 3 at the start of the 8th. Doesn't get underneath this one, but Oh, good ground fielding. I thought it was going to get across the rope, but it's very good ground fielding by Naeem Stanikzai. Well done. Just the one. Gets Cameron Ahmadzai on strike. Gets to face his first ball. Play it with Drew and French national player. I'm sure it's a name you'll all know. A lot of talent in this Zurich Mavericks Garwell team. Amjad in. And starts us off with a dot. So it's, what's the equation now? It's 33 from 16. That's what's required. 110 for 3 right now. 33 from 16. Alton got to be able to take this into the 10th. They wouldn't want to see 33 runs off the next over and a half. They want to make sure they can get this into the 10th and get the pressure right back on the batting side. Another wicket would really change things up quite incredibly. As it is. Here we go. Halfway through the 8th. Hit hard. Shouts a catch. Ooh. Desperate to save the run there. And the ball has missed our fantastic Nivi camera assistant. She's done very well to get out of the way of that one, but it's hit her chair, and her chair is unfortunately down for the count. That went like an absolute rocket. I think maybe we should probably get some protection in front of her. Maybe get her a lid or some leg pads or something, because that went like an absolute bullet. 116 for 3, 27 required off 14 now. Amjad, a lot of pressure on him. Well, there you go. He stands up to the pressure and he's hit the timber. There's not a lot of celebration from Alton there. They probably still feel they're probably about 2 or 3 wickets away from being in this contest, but it's still a wicket though. So it's a 6 and out for Cameron Ahmadzai. He has to depart, and another wicket for Alton. So I don't know, where are we sitting now? Quite incredible. Yeah, Wayne, in that previous 6, you're absolutely right. I had a good side-on view to that, Wayne, and I agree. That did not get very high above the deck whatsoever. But now he's gone. As PK says, he is indeed gone. 116 for 4. 1 to come in this over. 27 needed off 13. I kind of think that maybe the muted sort of celebration from Alton with that wicket was just indicative of a team that know that there's still a couple of wickets short of possibly getting a good win here. So if they can try to pick up another wicket here, or even 2 wickets, and maybe try to get rid of Ahmadi, that could be different. Anyway, last ball of the over. The short ball. Now, there's a few people going up for the catch. Bowler wasn't interested even remotely for that, and it doesn't help your cause when the bowler's not even interested. Oh, they're appealing for everything at the moment. They've hit the stumps, they've knocked the stumps over, and they're asking the umpire, the central umpire, not the square leg umpire, they're asking the central umpire if that was out stumping or run out. And that sort of gives you another indication about just the desperation to try to pick up another wicket. Doesn't happen. It's 116 for 4. 8 overs gone. 27 needed off the last 2. And I'll give you a very basic bit of arithmetic here. They know what they've got to do. And whatever they don't get in this 9th over, they've got to get in the 10th over. I know that sounds pretty straightforward, but that's pretty much the mindset of what it has to be. Everything that they can do in this over means they don't have to do it again in the last over. So 27 off 2. These next 2 overs, absolutely vital. Bilal Muhammad has got the duty to bowl the 9th. It all happens in the 9th. Let's see if it does. It's that man, Ahmadi. He's facing up. He's got 30 from 14. And if you're a fan of the Zurich Mavericks, you're going to feel happy that he's on strike. Oh, change of pace. And dot ball. Good delivery. Straight away, he takes a bit of pace off. Just as the arm comes over, he slowed it up. He's tried his slow ball a few times. He got caught out when he bowled one of those to Priyam Pushparanjan, who saw it and just adjusted and went bang out of the ground. But this time, Ahmadi kept playing that stroke, missed it. Ooh, boy. Palakampini calling us a 50-50 match. You might be right there, mate. 27 off 11 now. Bilal will be hoping he can keep these runs nice and low for his team. Alton looking to cause an upset here against the Zurich Mavericks. In the air. Look at Swiss Dragons. I can see you practicing over there. Well, They don't move a muscle because it actually went so far over their head that they didn't even realize. They probably just thought, well, that's just a low-flying aircraft heading towards Zurich Airport. They didn't realize it's actually a grizzly. Bad ball. Got the treatment. Once again, Usman Ali gets across to the bowl and throws a few encouraging words in his ear and a pat on the back. Let's see what the next delivery is going to look like. This will be interesting. Just to see if any of those wise words along the lines, get that out, Phil, of full ball. Here we go. No, he still bowls it short. It's risky. And player runs in for the boundary rope and he's running almost halfway to the pitch, holding the ball, threatened to throw the stumps down in one direction or the other. Good work, though. Yasser Thuran has done well to hold the whole play up there like that and hold the ball, keep it to just one run. Remember, it was Yasser Thuran who went for a diamond duck in the innings, so he's got a bit that he wants to do here. Hit all the way along the deck just for a single down the ground. Once again, heading towards Nivi, our very talented and very brave camera operator. She's doing a great job too, by the way. There you go. Action close to her now. Her chair's still on its back from that shot before that hit it on the full. 124 for 4, 19 off 8. Oh, trying to swing hard, looking for deep mid-wicket, down on one knee, along the deck, just the single. Great throw to the keeper's end. Exciting stuff. Bilal Muhammad, he got hit for that 6, and since then he's come back really well. But again, I've got to say this, he's bowling a bit fuller now. If you bowl short, you're going to be caught out, I reckon. And not caught out in the way you're thinking. I'm talking, you're going to get caught out. You're going to get found out. 125 on the board. Slower. Drilled through the covers. Good bit of work on the boundary rope to make sure that doesn't get to the line. They want 2. There's never going to be 2 there. Noman Amjad with a good save on the boundary rope on the last ball of the over. Have a look at this. They really needed that boundary. That's a good save, good sliding save. So it's 10 runs off the over. Excellent over from Bilal Muhammad. And Alton have got themselves in the box seat here because it's 17 needed off the last over. Exciting finish coming up. I know there's a stat that people probably want me to talk about. I'm not going to talk about that until the time's right. I think you might know what it is. I think I've given enough hints. Let's see how we're going to go here. 17 off 6. That's what Zurich Mavericks need to go 4-0 in this series. 4 wins out of 4 games. Alton looking to open their account with a good win over the current standings leaders, which is the Zurich Mavericks. Alton looking to knock them back a bit and open up their account with a big win. Yeah, Alton have to be favourites now. But that could change really quickly with a couple of deliveries. Wicketkeeper, Shaster's on strike. Let's see what he can do. He's only faced 3 balls for his 2 runs. Varathayan is going to bowl the 10th. Gets it around the corner. That's not a good ball. He puts it short and on the hip. And the batter just helps himself to a boundary around the corner. Look at that. Just as easy as you like. And that's not a good delivery. There's no one down there to protect the boundary. If you're going to bowl it short and on the hip like that, well, the question from everybody is why? There's nobody, no fielder within Kui there. He's just put his hand up to a couple of the teammates and said, sorry. Tell you what, sorry's not going to cut it. I would just say, just don't do it again. 130 for 4, 13 off 5 now. Just wait for that ball to come back. I think it's just lost sight of it and then. Hope it hasn't gone into the porta potties, which are back there. That would be ugly. But it's definitely just finished around that area there. I think it's actually gone under one of those facilities. Oh dear. I may be asking for a new... Oh no, there it is. There it is. Maybe it got stuck under the extended sight screen. We have the very long black fence on that side of the ground. And it's come back now. All right, reset. 13 from 5. All pressure on the bowler now. With a boundary off that first ball. Alton within touching distance of a win, but then again, so are the batting team. Along the deck. Oh, it takes a nasty bounce. Can you believe the luck of the fielder? He'll chase it down, but he can't stop 2. And a good throw to the keeper's end. Oh, I tell you what, that was just going to be a quick single, and then the ball took a really strange Tortuga bounce, went in a different direction. The fielder had to change direction as well. So 2 runs makes it 11 off 4. Who's going to blink first? A dot or a wicket will be huge right now. And a boundary would almost take the game completely away from Alton. Here we go. 3rd ball the over. It's wide. That's not good at all. They take the wide happily. Why not? It's now 10 from 4. Ooh, anybody's game, isn't it? What a contest. Shouts a catch. It's in the air. No man's under it. No man takes it. Huge wicket, that one. Well, wicketkeeper Schaester tries to put it out of the park, tries to hit some, not quite the winning runs, but just decides to go for it. And that's not the cleverest shot he'll play in his career at all. And you got to say, no man, Amjad, with a bit of pressure on him, it doesn't carry the rope. He holds his nerve and takes a good catch. Oh, boy. Pendulums are swinging here. I wish Henry Blowfield was here to watch this match. He would be on the edge of his seat. Talked to him quite a lot on Saturday about T10 and about the pendulum swinging and how much it can really change so fast in so many deliveries. And he was so thrilled with the exhibition of T10, as he called it. He said, I love this form of the game. What's not to like? It's all happening out there. It's excitement. And that were his words. From the great Henry Blowfield, who was here at the ground. And wish he was here to see this. 10 from 3. They've lost another wicket. Importantly, it's a dot ball. That's the most important thing. Shouts a catch. And, oh, it's gone all the way for 6. Just for a second. Amjad was watching the ball and I was watching him. And then the cheer from the dugout as it carries the line. Oh, that was super close. But Sher has managed to find it. So well hit from him. Ogiani Sher has found the boundary. First ball, his face goes crash. It's 4 from 2. 4 from 2. Still need to get there. Still anybody's game. Oh, he's missed. Whoa, boy. It's a swing and a miss. Oh, boy. Now, have a look at the wicketkeeper there for Alton. That's the captain. That's Waridu. He's shouting out instructions. He's saying, the ball comes to you, you've got to stop it. It's 4 or nothing. Last ball or the over. Pretty sure the golden ball's out of the equation now. It's 4 for the win. Anything less than 4, forget about it. If this goes to the fielders, Alton will win. Here we go. Final ball. Hits hard. It's going to go to the boundary rope and over the line on the last ball of the match. What a game. It's gone for 6. What an incredible finish that is. A last ball finish. And Zurich Mavericks, they're going to get the win on the last ball. Oh, Alton, absolutely gallant. What an exciting finish that is. That's got to be the game of the series so far. What a match. What a game. And what a great effort, though, from both teams. The Alton team can still hold their head high, and so much pressure on Varathayan in that last over to try to bowl a tight over. It does end up going for the required runs. It goes for 19 in the end. They needed 17, and when the wicket fell, oh boy, that was exciting. The 6 that got hit on the second last ball of the over got a huge cheer, and that last one had them out of their seats here. Everybody can breathe a sigh of relief. What a finish. What a great game. Hope you all enjoyed that one. Let's quickly recap the card here as we had the Alton team post at a score of 142 for 6, and in response, 145 for 5 in exactly 10 there, with Staniksai going early on 24 for 9, and his other opener there, Numan Ahmedzai, going for 7 from 3, but it was the middle order, Push Parajan, 48 from 18, and Ahmadi not out, 38 from 18, who really saved the day for the team, Zurich Mavericks Scarwell, who get themselves their 4th win from 4 matches and secure not just Wednesday finals action, but secure top spot as well. Well done to them. For Alton, they've got a few takeaways from that, and I'm sure they'll be thinking about what could have been and what should have been done. They held their catch as well. They fielded well too, and you know what? By the barest of margins, they don't pick up the win here. So that is game number 8. Hope you enjoyed that one here at the ground. We've got the next match coming your way probably in about 12 minutes' time, and that is going to be the Mavericks back in action against the Swiss Dragons. Oh, can't wait for that one. If it's as close as that, you're in for a big day of cricket here at the MBRAC Cricket Ground. Phil G here for the European Cricket Network at this Zurich ECS, and I'm going to see you back here very shortly for the next game coming your way on the network. We'll see you shortly. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the ECS Cricket Ground for the continuation of this wonderful day of cricket we've had so far. It's the third day of the series. We started on Saturday, and we've had a fantastic match 8, which unfolded before our eyes just moments ago with a last ball finish, and the Zurich Mavericks getting the win over Alton. Now they're back in action against the Swiss Dragons in this 9th match in the series. Zurich Mavericks currently in the standings, and you can go to ecn.cricket and check out the events. You'll find out all the details there of the standings. I can tell you right now, the Zurich Mavericks, top of the table in the standings in this group with 4 wins, 4 very good wins. Sitting on top, 13 points. They're 4 points ahead of Basel Afghan, who are currently on 9 points with 2 wins and 2 losses behind them there. Zurich Mavericks, top of the table with a very healthy net run rate as well. Looking to go 5 wins from 5 games with a win here against Swiss Dragons. Swiss Dragons, middle of the table at the moment. They're on 5 points. Only played the 2 games. Also should point out, though, for Zurich Mavericks, this is their last group game. After this, they will sit and have a rest until Wednesday action. And we won't know which game they're going to play on Wednesday, but we know that they will be playing a game on Wednesday, either the Eliminator or more likely Qualify 1, as we start match number 9. Starts with Watch It. So that Watch It was for Nivi, our camera operator, who once again is in the firing line. She's at a perfect position there for the straight swat that goes slightly to the offside for the right-hander. And once again, the ball beautifully almost onto her foot. But we start with 4 runs. Stanik's picking up where he left off, never misses a beat. And Kasi with the job with the ball here to try to find a nice tight over to start things off with Swiss Dragons, who would love to get a win here over the firm favourites. Well bowled. Keeper up at the stumps as well for Kasi. He's not generating a lot of pace, just gentle medium at the moment. Maybe just trying to get a bit of a rip, though, as it goes past. So Swiss Dragons, this is only their 3rd match. They're currently 1-1, 5 points mid-table at the moment, but it's early days yet. They've still got, after this, they've still got 2 games to play. And speaking of that, they will play Alton after this match. Stanik's carves this one across the top of the point boundary and up the grassy knoll. It will roll down for the benefit of the fielder who's gone up to retrieve it, though, so he doesn't have to climb the hill completely. Such is gravity. So 4.6 in this over. Stanik's and Ahmed's open the batting for this team, as they've done throughout the entire series, and has worked well. Tries to take Kasi towards deep mid-wicket, and he hits it down the ground to the fielder at long on. That's Isaac Stewart down there. Fields cleanly, gets the ball back quickly. Shout out to everyone in the chat. Thanks for joining us today. All everyone in the chat, hope you're having a good time. Just a quick reminder, we have the rules in the chat about no spamming. Keep it down to 5 emojis, and no need to repeat your comments and questions. We will see them and we will get to them. Don't you worry about that. But it's wonderful to have your company. Thank you for spending some time with us and enjoying the cricket coming to you from Switzerland in this ECS Zurich 2026 edition, which is just over halfway through the group games now. Hit hard all the way along the deck. No run. Good anticipation in the field to get around to that. Good backup as well. Isaac Stewart, he's run about 40 metres away to his left to back up the fielder there. That is how well drilled they are. Impressive. Very impressive. Kasi in again. Goes inside out, does left-hander, and that has gone across the top of the fences into the fenced-off area. Have a look at that shot. That's a great shot from Ahmedzai. It's going to end the over too. So it does go magical. It goes for 21 off that first over, as Ahmedzai helped himself to a 4 and a 6 for those last 2 balls. He races up to 10 from only a couple of balls faced. Stanik's faced 4 of them. He's gone for 11. These two have once again gotten their side off to a flyer in the first over, as is what they do. They do very well indeed. Now, I think we need to somehow get some messages across to the players about standing on our table where the camera is, because it looks like it's just been knocked a little bit askew again. And we really need the players to sort of listen to us, please, and don't step on the table. There is a step ladder for the players to get over that fence. I kind of think they need to move the step ladder a lot further away, which I think Al's actually doing right now. And we need them to not stand on the table because the cameras get knocked every single time. So apologies for that, but we do fix it straight away and get back to the action. I want to give you the best vision. So just a short delay while the grizzly comes back. And the ladder's been put back into place with the help of with Isaac Stewart. Just retrieving that. Well done. Well done, everyone. And everything looks pretty sweet to me. Umpire's inspecting the peel as well. The umpire gives the ball to the bowl and then says, you might want to give me your hat as well. As Shinwari is going to continue here. So Jazeb Shinwari's got the pill. He's ready to go. Stunning Size ready to go as well. It's 17 on the board. Clubbed and result. That's pretty much how. It's probably the best way to commentate when Stanic's Eye is sort of doing this kind of thing. You just have to wait and see which part of the ground he's going to put the ball over. And he puts this one over the deep mid-wicket area for a big Maximo. Janzeb gets taken out of the ground with a big hit. And already we've had, what's that, 3 sixes already? That Maximo count in this series is quite something. Tries it again. This time it goes backward of point, and it goes for the same result for another Maximo. This is the thing when you have a player like this and you put his team into bat first, he has no hesitation going aerial, and he's got such a strength about him, and he's got great timing as well. So Stanikzo races up to 23. He's only faced 6 deliveries. He's got there quick smart. And Swiss Dragons already probably asking a few questions about what's to be done. Tell you what's to be done. Nothing short. Variation and full Yorker length is probably what's required here. Because you put it in a slot like that, he's going to do that all day, every day. Hits the one of the poles holding up the nets in the practice area and rebounds down just behind the dugouts. That was the loud metallic ding you might have just heard through the effects mic. So it's been 4 sixes in a row. We had a 6 on the last ball of the previous over, and then we've had 3 sixes so far as well. So this is proper carnage here. 3 in the over. I wonder if we can go with the 4th now. Umpire once again inspecting the ball. He saw it hit the pole as well. He's a bit worried about its shape. These Grizzlies, though, they're built for action. 35 for no loss. And he doesn't get another 6. He's going to get a boundary, though. That's going to run away from the fielders chasing after it. All the way along the deck. 4 runs through point. Lovely strike. Adjusted the shot. Didn't try to go up on that one. It was not a bad ball. It was just too much width. And carved. Absolutely carved away. So the last 5 deliveries yielded up 28 runs. That's pretty tough viewing if you're a Swiss Dragons fan. 22 runs off the over. Still 2 to come. Very happy with that. The dot ball cheered by everyone who's wearing Swiss Dragons gear there. Every dot ball cheered. I think if you're someone who likes to chirp a little bit in the field when you're fielding, you might want to start saying things like, he's getting tired. Look at that. He's getting tired. Doesn't want to play. And he puts this one out of the park. See, that's why chirping sometimes you made to look a bit silly. As I think that hit the it hit the scoreboard, didn't it? Well, it hit the baseball scoreboard, I think. So it won't affect our play. But for the baseballers, might want to check that before you switch it on, please. 45 for no loss after 2. That's 28 off the over. It has indeed gone a magical big over that one. So, big question for the Swiss Dragons. What's to be done? Shinwari gets torn apart in that over with some very big hitting from Stanik's Eye. And it's going to be Ahmadi now. Ahmadzai now is going to face. He's only faced two deliveries for his 6. Let's see what he can do then. We get all sort of very focused on Malia Stanikzai, and why not? He's an absolute powerhouse. But his opening batting partner, this is Newman. He is quality as well. He has really lent very good support to Stanikzai and very good support to the team with his opening. He's going to get a chance now. He faces the first ball from Mohammadi. And hits straight to the cover for no run. Now, Mohammadi, he's a very quick bowler. He throws himself quite heavily into his bowling. Sometimes looks like he's going to fall face first. He's very, very fit young man, and he puts in a lot of effort with the bowling. He got a little bit ahead of himself on Saturday and had to be taken off after 1.5 overs for some dangerous bowling. Let's hope he gets through all his overs today, though. Lofted, and that's out of here. Sorry, it wasn't on Saturday, it was on Sunday. It was yesterday. Wow, time travels a bit slower when you're on the ECN tour. That has been hit beautifully. In the slot, though, to be fair. And when you're middle, a fast bowler like that, pretty good chance it's going to go all the way. Good morning to Monty, who joins us in the chat. Good to see you. Yeah, I think you're right. I think he's in beast mode and someone's broken the switch and it's not going to go back to regular, whatever that might be. 50 up. 14 deliveries. The 50 is up for the team. 51 for no loss. And anyway you cut it, as an individual score, as a team score, that is quite something else. We've had 7 sixes already out of 14 illegal deliveries. And so once again, the maximo rate's going to keep increasing. Well, that's just too short. And that's head out straight again. Well, there was no danger of the signs getting hit on that occasion. The scoreboard, we've got 2 electronic scoreboards here, one for us and one for the baseball side. No chance of those being hit as it towers way, way over the top of those 2. And that's gone a long way back. So Ahmadzai just showing he can do exactly the same thing that Stanikzai can do. It's just Stanikzai, he gets more strike, gets more action. Lovely shot, though. 57 on the board now. That is the 8th maximo of the innings. And misses one that maybe should have gotten, maybe a little bit wider outside the off. Doesn't really step into it, and gets a dot ball. Flirts with the tram lines, but they're well inside the tram lines, so good ball. Maybe I was expecting it to come to the body a little bit more, but it doesn't. And that one does come into the body, but he just mistimes this one. Again, looking to hit this one straight towards the and over the deep mid-wicket area. Cops that one high on the thigh. Just maybe on the sort of front side of the thigh there. That's where the protection finishes. Yeah, devastating opening partnership, these 2, when they get going. Quite devastating. Swing and a miss, gets away from the keeper. They'll hustle through and they really had to hustle through. Stanikzai to get on his bike. I think he was just jogging that one originally, that by, and then suddenly realised that, well, there was a bit of pace off. The keeper did take a bit of pace off and almost could have come undone there at the striker's end. As it is, he got home okay. 3 overs gone. It's 58 on the board, 13 runs off the over. We started with a dot and a couple of big hits for 6. And then a really good effort there from the bowler just to tighten things up with, 2 dots and then 1 leg by. So good over from Mohammadi. All things considered, it was a good over. Completely went against the that run rate that was motoring along at a bit more than 20 at one point. So we've had 8 sixes and we've had 18 illegal deliveries bowled. So just consider that in the statistics viewpoint. So power play's done. 58 off the power play, no loss. Swiss Dragons still looking for a little bit of love and affection if they can try and find a 1 in the wicket column or maybe a 2 in the wicket column. They got to try and find something. Isaac Stewart coming on a bowl, pushing the field around here there for the left-hander Ahmadzai. just pushed mid on back to a long on, and is getting his extra cover, deep extra cover, a little bit straighter. And now we're set to go. And wide outside the off, but not wide enough to be called a wide, but wide enough for Ahmadzai to completely miss that one. Swing and a miss. Once again, the chirp is probably he's getting tired. In again. Tossed up and picked up on the half volley and punches that across the boundary line for 6 runs. Good drive, really good straight drive. Just to the right-hand side of the long off, who had no chance on that one, went like a bullet. Across the rope at around about catching height, but catching that. So Stewart dots up and then gets hit for 6. Now, there was a no ball called there as well. It was a late call from the umpire, but called nonetheless, and free hit indicated. And that has gone. Well, the player didn't have to take the catch, so he didn't try. He just let it hit the hands and made sure he protected the boundary rope there. So it was a no ball 6 before. I didn't quite see what the no ball was for, but the umpire did indicate a no ball. He was holding the arms out well after the ball had been hit for 6. And just 1 run coming from the free hit. Score goes up to 66 for no loss. Stanik's on strike now. He's on 39 from 10 deliveries faced. Hello to Helix, who joins us in the chat. Good morning to you, Helix. Or good evening, I should say. So Isaac taking his time moving the field around. It does take a while to get through his over. He's very particular about the field placements. And then it gets punched through. Oh, that could have been a nasty Tortuga there. That bounce, that was along the ground, and the very last bounce went head height. That's a brave bit of fielding. Oh, that was so close. But it does go for 4. That's the bottom line. Ends up being 4 in the book. Make no mistake about it. Kabir Pradhan was in a little bit of strife there when that ball reared up, and that was a little bit scary to see. 70 now without loss. Tossed up and gets it on the half volley. That slow tossed up delivery, it gets met like that every single time. And Isaac Stewart's got to figure out a way to get the ball to Stanik's side where that doesn't happen. It's just a little bit too easy. It's over. It's starting to get away from Swiss Dragons already. 18 from it. And we're still got 2 to come. Well said, Monty. Just saw that comment you put in there. I'll leave it there, though, on the table for everyone. Well, a couple of swings and misses, probably not as fluid as they were yesterday morning when they amassed that 243 for no loss, but still powerful hitting between this left and right-hand combination. Goes inside out. Well, just for a second, Kabir was sort of setting himself for a catch. It's not going to happen, though. It's going to go flying across the top of the boundary, and that man, Maliar Staniksai, has helped himself to yet another ECS half-century. He moves to 55 from 14 deliveries with 7 sixes and 3 fours. That's right, 7 sixes and 3 fours. That is quite an astonishing bit of hitting, but that's what we've come to expect from him. It's the moments where it doesn't happen we start to scratch our heads, like maybe in the previous game where he was knocked out of the batting pretty early on for a score that was sub 50. I think it was even sub 40, wasn't it? He just struggled slightly. A few swings and misses in his innings. This one just take a little while to get the motor running, but 4 overs gone, 82 on the board, so the run rate is healthy. It's over 20 runs per over currently, and they're looking to pile on a very big score for Swiss Dragons to chase down under warm conditions. Very humid and very hot under the sun already this morning. Short ball. Angry short ball from Khan. And square leg umpire indicating that as, he's showing it as a wide. And umpire just having a little conversation. Well, it's a no ball, but it's quite funny because I saw the square leg umpire put both arms out, then he dropped one. I'll wait for the scorers then to interpret some of the signals because that confused me. Anyway, Well, he just goes to play a forward push there, does Ahmadzai, and runs off the face of the blade to a vacant part of the ground, which is around about third. Nobody there, not a short third, not a deep third. And even the point fielder just looks around and says, well, fine, Lee can get that. That's just gone way too far back. And that's just a little bit too easy. $89 for no loss inside the fifth. Expecting to get to over 100 by the end of the fifth over. Hit hard. Oh, that's just been slightly spilled by fielder in front of the boundary rope there, but took enough pace off, and it just didn't quite get to the rope. It almost did, though. Almost trickled over. One more time. Have a look at this. Ooh, he's okay. He's okay. Isaac Stewart there he knows all about the camera because he was our very helpful camera crew last week during the women's T20 eyes. Did a great job too, by the way. Khan continues now. This has got a lot of airtime. It's going to stay in the field of play. Who's going to take the catch? No one. Oh, as he copped this on the scon. I think that might have flicked him the side of his head on the way through, or he's just got his hands on his head because he knows he should have caught it. Let's just have a quick look and just see where it's hit him. It's been put down, though. Stanig's thought he was gone for all money. To be fair, it was probably Isaac Stewart's catch. I think it's just, I don't think it hasn't hit him flush. I think it's just flicked him on the way past, maybe collected maybe the ear, maybe on the shoulder or something like that. He hasn't taken it flush on the face like we saw a couple of days ago. One unfortunate field had to cop that. Well, another chance for a catch. Shout of mine and taken. Nicely taken as well. Ahmadzai has to go. He's put together a very good 32 from 14 deliveries, and now the catch has been taken, and that's a very good catch as well. So well done. They get the breakthrough. Kabir Pradhan, who's been patrolling the boundary rope down there in that part of the world for the last couple of overs, holds on to a skyer. So the Zurich Maverick Garwell team, just in the last couple of overs, struggling to find all the maximos, the sort of shots they were playing yesterday that were going for 6. A couple of these ones just falling a bit short. Maybe a little bit of tiredness creeping in. They'll be looking forward to their break after this, I'm sure. Swiss Dragons, though, capitalise and get a win because they pick up the catch. It's 91 for 1. 2 balls to come in the fifth. Just reading Wayne's comment in the chat there. I'm sorry, I've missed context, but I love the comment anyway, Wayne, towards Monty. It by itself, without full context, it still sounds pretty good. 91 for 1. 2 to come. Khan with the breakthrough. As Captain Kirk would say, Khan with the breakthrough. Brian Pushparanjan comes in, fresh off a 48 in the previous game. Works this one off the pads. Very, very much in front of the wicket as well. It's gone all the way along the deck for 4 runs. So he's worked it beautifully off the middle of the blade, and it's gone straight towards the dugout area for 4 runs. Easy as you like. No risk. All the way along the deck. Good shot. Nice way to get off the mark too. 95 for 1. With 1 more ball to come. That current run rate just a tad under 20. 13 off the over so far, with a big wicket as well. That wicket of Ahmadzai. Stanig's still out there in the centre, though. He's on 56 from 15. Brian Pushparanjan has just joined him. And just drop and run for a pretty straightforward single. Easy as you like. Keeping that scoreboard ticking over, which is exactly what they wanted to do. And that is going to be the end of the fifth, 96 for 1 after 5. And a good score currently uploading here, despite the loss of the opener in that over. They go along very nicely at 19.2 runs an over, or 19.25 to be perfectly... Oh, no, it is 19.2. Don't get ahead of yourself there, Phil. Don't let everyone know that you didn't do well in maths. Congratulations, Wayne, on your new employment as well. That's what you're referring to. Very good work. Very much deserved. Kind of missed, Wayne, I've missed your fishing videos. I haven't seen any of those for a little while on your channel. Let me know if you're going to post any more of those. Always enjoyed that. And also the commentary that goes with it. Hotak is going to bowl now. Seen him come on before for the second over. And obviously for this one, Captain felt he should hold him back, considering the opposition, I guess. I guess it would probably make a lot of sense. So Hotak is going to come on to bowl sixth. Omar Shinwari holds him back. Interesting note, Shinwari's got the job with the gloves. That's been just angled away nicely for 4 runs towards the, well, I was going to say vacant. It actually wasn't a vacant third area. There was a fielder out there, but just the placement was pinpoint accurate. And finds the boundary. So Push Baranjan, not looking for any big sixes just yet, looking to just guide the ball around. However, having said that, if it's going to be short or slot delivery, I'm sure he's not going to let it go. Hotak with a fair bit of pressure on him. Well bowled. And straight to mid-on for a dot. 100 up with that previous boundary as well. 100 for 1, an even 100 on the board. Hotak looking to keep some pressure on. Just waiting for the field to get into their respective positions. Hotak now. Whipped straight to the player who's there at deep backward square. Slight little touch of the fumbles and a rush throw back, but just keeps it to the single. Good over this currently. Really good over. Hope that's not a comms curse, but it's been a great over so far. However, it's going to be Stanic's eye. You get the feeling that he's not going to be tied down because he does stuff like that. Coming towards us and lands a good 5 or 6 meters in front of us for a big Maximo. So the score now goes to 107 for 1. 2 to come in the 6th. Stanic's eye frees the arms and frees the beast and gets after that one, as I thought he might. So Hotak on the receiving end of some Stanic's eye aggression there. Still got 2 to come. 11 off the over so far. Well, it goes a little bit finer down leg side, but he's got enough on that one to go all the way for 6 runs as well. So he's helped himself to back-to-back Maximos here. Score now up to 113. Loss of 1. Hotak just strays a bit there. Also, that length was probably not going to cause enough issues. Interesting comment in the chat. Someone said Push Baranjan, test player. He's got 10 from 5. I don't know how you get test player from that, but I guess there's just high expectations now that everyone's used to the short form of the game. It's one thing that Henry and I agreed on was that while the short form of the game is very exciting and a brand of cricket that we can all get behind and enjoy, always remember there's a place in everyone's hearts for test cricket, and these types of different types of cricket matches should always complement each other, and one should not overpower the other. And also, I love that Henry's point about having different captains for different forms of the game. I kind of agree with that. I do. I know in the early days when that was tried out, when ODIs became really popular, it probably didn't really take. But I think now the mindset's completely different. And I think it's a really good point. 114 for 1. 6 overs have been bowled. We've got 4 overs to come. Expected score still very high, around about the 190s. These two incredibly capable of that, considering only 1 wicket's fallen. Khan back to bowl. Short ball. It's a good bouncer. Went very high over the head. The umpire at square leg saying, no, that's not a wide or anything like that. Feels that that's just a good short ball. Rahid Khan has bowled with good ferocity. Swiss Dragons haven't disgraced themselves here. I think some of their bowling has been actually pretty good. I've asked a couple of questions, but overall, Zurich Mavericks are on top. It allowed thud into the pad and a stifled appeal. As umpire says, of course, there was no bat on that. Push Baranjan, very good player. Comment in the chat by Ali47 official. Yes, he is a very good player. He's an accomplished player. First time I saw him was in Malta back at the end of 24, I think it was. Saw him live, that is. And he can do things like that. He's quite incredible once he gets his eye in. Well, that's hit something that that didn't have a lot of give. A loud crack heard around the ground. I think it's hit the brickwork of the building again? Cracking good shot. No pun intended. So yeah, I think whoever in the chat mentioned Pushparanjan test player, obviously just trying to score a few points with a funny comment. It's made to look a bit silly now, aren't you? There you go, Pushparanjan 16 off 6. And if a test players can do that sort of strike rate, then test matches will be over in a day. Bowler in again. And he goes again. Absolutely has wellied that one out of the ground. That's gone a long way back. Probably not as far as some of the hits I've seen Staniczai hit, but I think Pushparanjan's trying to say to Staniczai, look, if you can hit it that far in that part of the ground, let me see what I can do. Let's get the measuring tape out and see who can go further. So how about that for a shot? Monty says bosh. I completely agree with that. Absolutely giving it a proper bosh. So Pushparanjan, he's found the on button and he is turning it on here. 22 his race to from 7 deliveries. Pushed into the gap. Good work there from the boundary rider to get around to sort that one out. Got through the infield gap, but doesn't get through the outfield gap. Just the one run. Turns the strike over though. He's been pretty good when it comes to the dot balls, says Pushparanjan. He's always looking to score, and even if there's a good delivery, he's looking to push for singles. Clever player. Staniczai watches the short ball go past and well over the head, and no ball has been indicated as well. So in his standing position, that has offered up a no ball opportunity and a free hit opportunity coming his way. 2 balls left in the over. Free hit coming though. 129 for 1 on the board. See if he can capitalise on a free hit. Wow, that was really special. Really special that was. He's played that a few times. It's the no-look flick, and it looks impressive. It's such a. I wasn't expecting that kind of shot. You know, we're watching the play. We're expecting him maybe to sort of muscle it, you know, square of the wicket and give a big pull shot. And when he plays that shot, we just don't expect it. And he plays it with such finesse and such touch. That's a lovely strike. Really good shot. Yep, looks even better on the replay as well. Now, what's happened here? I think if they undercounted, I think there's still one more to come. Yep, because that was a no ball. So I think that they have to go back to their original positions. As they say in the movie world, back to first positions, please. And we'll have to have that again, won't we? Yeah, Rahid Khan, he's only bowled 5 legal deliveries as over, so he has to be brought back to bowl that 6th one. I was wondering why they were changing in so quickly, but yes, indeed. And we're still not finished as that one is bowled wide of the mark. So 137 for 1. Still got one more to come in the 7th. Expected score bang on 200 as the current run rate is on 20 runs per over. He goes again to that part of the ground. This time, it wasn't the flick. This time, it was a full-blooded shot. It was almost like a standing sweep. Nice and fine over the top of the player who's there on the 45 and always going to carry the boundary rate for another 6 runs. Another Maximo to the score. 7 overs gone, 143 for 1 on the board. Staniczai, he races up to 81 from 22 with 4 boundaries and 11, count them, 11 sixes. Pushparanjan with 2 sixes under his belt. The only person out so far is Numan Ahmedzai. He went for 32 from 14. He had 5 sixes there and no 4s to his name. So 5 sixes for him and only a couple of singles he ran as well. He was caught by Pradhan out in the deep mid wicket. That's the only wicket that's fallen so far. But 143 for 1, 7 overs gone, 3 to come. And it's going to be that man Pradhan. He gets a chance with the ball now. Yet to bowl. He's been a pretty handy bowler, actually. See if he can turn on some magic for Swiss Dragons, maybe find a couple of wickets here in this over. We're going to start the 8th. Needs something. Find a way to put the brakes on. That could be it. That's been mishit. And oh dear, I hope he's okay. Might have even warmed that one on the body as well as it explodes through the hands. Jansab Shinwari, eyes on the ball all the way through. And can you believe it? I think it's just kind of exploded through the hands. Hit him on maybe the upper chest area. Watch this come down. Oh no, it hasn't got through the hands. It's just come off the thumb a little bit awkwardly and just shot off to the right side. Should have been held. Should have been a wicket. And that is a wide ball. Static side not going after it after Push Paranjam was dropped on 23. It's tough out there. It is. It really is quite tough out there. It's very warm. It's quite humid as well. There's barely a breeze going on at the moment. But it's the same for both teams. Slapped. And, oh, he stepped over the line. He has stepped over the line there. Didn't you think he stepped back? That's that's what I saw. Took the catch and that back foot went back over the line. So I think the umpires are talking and they're saying, nope, they're giving him out. Well, I'm stunned. I thought he stepped his foot back over the line, but all right, I'm here to commentate. I'm not here to umpire, so I'm not going to say anything else. They'll probably, if they ask the play, I know what he'll say, but I saw that back foot go across the line because I'm on a really good angle here, but I'm not the umpire. So fortune favouring the Swiss Dragons there. Inconclusive. Unfortunately, we didn't get a tight camera angle on the catch. So obviously we go with what the umpire said. So Swiss Dragons, big breakthrough there. And that's a wide ball to continue. Well, Pradhan gets the breakthrough and they get the prize scalp of Staniksai, who almost collects himself a boundary, and he's caught on the boundary rope. And it's Rahid Khan, 81 from 23. He picked up a wicket and he's in the action then with the catch on the boundary rope. Swings hard, and that is out of here. It's very flat too. Wouldn't want to be anywhere near where that one's landing. That is a flat 6, struck hard. That's going to bring up the 150. It goes to 152 for 2. Just saw Monty's comment regarding the catch. You had me laughing quite heavily there. You too, Wayne. Yep, I'm glad it's not just me. Anyway, umpires are closest to the action, and they're the ones that count, and that's how we play cricket, and that's how we should always play cricket. Umpires always have the final say, and we do not say otherwise. And being involved in federation, I can tell you right now that that's the rule that we put down for everybody who plays cricket in our part of the world, and that's why we follow it too. So 152 for 2. It's a good fast delivery. Good over so far. 9 from it so far, including a wicket. There's been a couple of wides in there, but don't worry about that, and just that 6 as well. It's all about trying to keep the dots and just maybe singles. And with Ahmedzai now at the crease, that's Kamran Ahmedzai. There's a danger of this being hit up in the air, and it's over the rope, and oh, I'll just grab that. Just got away from me. Took a bit of a left turn at Albuquerque, just as got near my foot, so I couldn't quite grab that. But a good throw back and a nice bit of fielding there over the other side of the rope. That was Kasi who came and collected the ball. Very polite of him when I said, sorry, I couldn't get it. And he said, no worries, I got it. Everyone's very polite here. Good to see. Last ball, the 8th. Crossbat umpire has to do a bit of a matrix swerve. Gets out of the way, goes for 4 runs. So 162 for 2 on the board after 8. The scoreboard keeps on ticking. Well, everyone does a bit of a matrix swerve there. The bowler kind of did it as he went to ground. Umpire gave us his version of it as well. It's 19 runs off the over. Good morning to Phoenix Knight, who joins us in the chat. Hello, good to see you. Hope you're well. Helix checking out that previous catch on his iPad. It's all good, guys. It's all good. It's all part of the experience and the action as we get 2 overs to go. Punch through the covers. Oh, I tell you what, that was a bit of luck there for Khan. It just took a slight little turn as it got to him, and I think he might have just slipped. The left foot just slid under from underneath him, and he's managed to sort of throw the weight the other direction, double back, and stop it from going across the line. Good fielding. Very good effort there. Hit hard and out of the park. Big 6. Cameron Ahmadzai. So Cameron Ahmadzai batting with Priyan Pushparanjan. It's a batting lover's dream at the moment to have these two out in the centre. These two are absolute monsters of the game. Between them have belted so many runs, so many maximos, and they are run-making machines. And right now, they're turning it on. Cameron, he's gone to 22 from 5. Pushparanjan, he's on 25 from 10. Slowed up just slightly. But Cameron Ahmadzai, there's something about him you got to watch for. And when I say you got to watch for, I'm speaking pretty much to, well, not just Nivi, our camera operator, but also us as well here under the comms and directions tent. Shot down the ground. Almost a sensational save. That was so close, so very, very close. Desperate dive. Every run counts, and a really great effort there in front of us. That was like was that Kasi again? No, that was Kabir Pradhan. Can't keep him out of the game. Of course, it's Kasi bowling. Nice one, Phil. And explodes with the hands. Almost taken. More of a protection moment there. I'll just get the ball. Well, second ball in a handful of deliveries, gets almost to our feet, just stopped in the cables right in front of the table where myself and Al are currently operating. Al looking after the production today. And an inside edge doesn't really go anywhere. So that 4 that was hit before, almost managed to get to field that one. Haven't really been able to field any of them today. Almost had 2. One pulled up and one just took a bit of a turn when it got to me. So I'm a little bit upset about that. That sounded good. That's come down towards us yet again, but a little bit further to the right-hand side for our Maximo. Big strike. Oh, boy. Big score currently uploading. It was not a good delivery at all. It was too full. Trying maybe for something sort of Yorker length or something that was going to sort of land on the shoe, and he's just misjudged that completely. The over goes for 21. It's 183 for 2 after 9. Projected score is in the 200s. And for Swiss Dragons, that's going to be a tall order. Kasi goes for 38 from his 2. Cameron Ahmadzai has muscled his way up to 36 from 9 deliveries faced. Priyan Pushparanjan 25 from 10. And who's going to bowl the last? Let's have a look. Looks like it's going to be Kabir Pradhan, I think. He's still covered in the dust from when he tried to make that big save on the boundary rope in front of us here. And he's just trying to work his players around here. It is indeed. Still got a fair bit of dust from when he had crashed into the ground. Bowls a short ball. That was chased after. That was a proper short ball. Went quite high and indicated wide by the umpires. Have to have that one all over again. So 184 now for 2. Still looking for 6 legal deliveries. There's nobody at long on, just so you know. So long off, and you've got a deep cover. Oh no, there's long on hiding behind. Sorry, there's our Nivi, our camera operator, has got a lovely big umbrella keeping her out of the direct sunlight, and that's where I I think it's Isaac Stewart who's fielding there. Just hiding there. So, yeah, long off and long on. Deep mid-wicket, deep cover. And there is your deep mid-wicket, who just takes a bit of a funny old bounce, but doesn't yield up any extra run. So 185 for 2 now. So wide, dot and single. Not a bad over so far, considering that the carnage that was unfolding before us. Still looking for the elusive 200. They've got 4 balls to get there. And that's going to be cut away. It's gone very fine as well. Should carry the rope, does carry the rope. 6 runs. That's going to help the matters as we get into the 190s now. 191 for 2. 3 balls to come. Looks like Push Paranjan has got his own little support group in the chat right now. I say that sort of part tongue-in-cheek, though. There's a few people saying he should retire. Wow, there you go. Cameron Ahmedzai just swivels and puts that one out of the park towards the big brown building that's copped so many grizzlies over the last couple of days, and it takes another hit. Well, he's got himself now up to 48 off 11. How about that? He's eyeing off a 12-ball half-century here, and he's still, what's it? We've still got 2 deliveries to come. 197 for 2 on the board. 2 deliveries to come. Cameron Ahmedzai, player for Zurich and French national player. Let's see how he goes. Uppercuts, and that's going to go all the way for a 6. That is a well-deserved half-century to that man. 54 then from 12 deliveries. It's a 12-ball half-century to Cameron Ahmedzai. That is something else. That is a wonderful bit of aggression there from him. And anyone who's sort of pointing the finger at Priyan, well, you know what? He should be pointing the finger at that man Cameron and saying, how about that for an innings? That's astonishing good innings. Wonderful stuff. Well-deserved. 203 for 2, plus this to finish the innings. And it's lofted, and it's going to go over the top. Despite some close attention and really good leaping from deep mid-wicket, he's found the rope and then some once again. So the score is going to be 209 for 2 after 10. Cameron Ahmedzai finishes on 60 from 13 deliveries with 8 maximos to his name. In total, we had 26 maximos in that innings. 11 from Staniksai, 5 from Ahmedzai, 2 from Push Paranjan, and 8 from that man Cameron Ahmedzai. That's quite something. 26 maximos. I think the average is for this tournament is 15.7. It was 15.7 at the start of the day, so per innings. And so we've just increased that now. Just again, don't forget, if you want to have a look at the stats, go to ecn.cricket, go to our website, go and have a look at events. You'll find this event and all the numbers and stats are there for you. I might actually go through that during the innings break and maybe throw a few numbers back at you when we return for the run chase. But what a chase it's going to be, because it was Staniksai lighting the place up with 81 from 23 before he was caught on the boundary rope by Khan. And then obviously Khan picked up an early wicket, getting rid of Ahmedzai being caught by Pradhan off for 32. But that last little bit of carnage there took the score from 145 for 2 up to 209 for 2. So what's that? That's a 64-run partnership in 2.4 overs. How about that for exhilaration? And you have a look at the run rate graph. It tells a tale as well. That's a very thick-looking graph. So that's it from here for now. The run chase is going to be back on your screens very, very shortly indeed. Don't go too far away. Swiss Dragons have got a lot to do. Need 210 off their 10 overs. Can they do it? We're going to find out. It wasn't a rhetorical question. We're going to find out when we come back. And hopefully you can join us for that as well. Phil G here for the European Cricket Network saying, see you back in 10 minutes. Welcome back to the MBRAC Cricket Ground. It's wonderful to have you back here for the run chase with the Swiss Dragons with a mountain in front of them. Phil G here for the European Cricket Network. Welcome you all back to this game number 9 of this ECS Zurich series. What a series has been so far. There's been a lot of runs, a lot of maximos. There's been a lot happening. And I can say with a lot of pride that the maximo rate is climbing ever so more and more. I had a sneaky little look over and had a look at the numbers there for Hornchurch, and I can tell you quite proudly that ECS Zurich in the maximos per innings is obliterating the competition. It's probably the highest for all the series of the year, to be honest. There has been some incredible striking here, fantastic batting, and probably also got to say probably the bowling hasn't exactly been setting the world on fire. But anyway, there's been a lot of runs scored, which is absolutely fantastic. So Swiss Dragons with a huge total in front of them, 210 is what they need to climb over in order to get the win here. They're currently sitting mid-table in the standings with 1-1. So of the 2 games they played, they've got a win and a loss. And they would love to get a win here, but it's going to take a lot of an effort to do this because not just the big score on the board by the Zurich Maverick Garwal team, they are very good in the field. They're expertly led by Ankush Parwar, who's just moving his team around now. I think he's been the pick of the captains. His field placings has been very good. He's also been an excellent fielder himself too, and he's a very desperate fielder, very good outfielder, good ground fielder. And what I mean by desperate is he was throwing himself at everything in the previous game to get the win. Here we go with the run chase. And that lovely pace delivery to start things off. Ibrahim Gill has got the ball, and he is a talent, big talent he is. Enjoyed his bowling, really generates a lot of pace. Isaac Stewart currently at the non-striker's end. He's the regular opening batter, as well as Lasser Akdon. He's at the top there facing. First time we've seen him for the Swiss Dragons. He's available now. Wasn't available over the weekend, but available today. Hit nicely into the covers. Doesn't pick it up cleanly. A lot of people were shouting for the ball to be hustled into the keeper before he'd even picked it up. Might have thrown him off a little bit there. There you go. Good morning, or good afternoon, or good evening to everyone in the chat, wherever you're watching from around the world. Wonderful to have your company. Thank you for joining us here today. I saw a really good friend of ours, Monica Ramos, jumped into the chat as well. So hello, Moni. It's wonderful to see you. I feel like I haven't seen you for a little while. Hope you're well. Always good to see Moni in the chat. Pushed up in the air, chance for catch, taken. Well, Isaac Stewart's got his hand on his head. He cannot believe he hasn't hooked that with aggression and power, which is what he normally does. And that has been a pretty simple catch in the end. It was more of a defensive shot as it just gets too big on him. And he's completely mistimed that, and he's coughed up his wicket in the first over. In the third ball of the over. And Sahak has accepted a pretty straightforward catch. That's going to hurt. That really does hurt. Bashir Sahak. We haven't seen much of him. He hasn't done much with. He hasn't had anything to do with it with the bat. Might see him bowl a bit now. Actually, his captain probably thrown a couple of overs because he's taken the catch then. But the very dangerous Isaac Stewart has been removed for Swiss Dragons, and suddenly this north face of Everest chase has just been made even steeper now for the Swiss Dragons. Actually, I probably shouldn't say Everest. I probably should say Matterhorn, shouldn't I? We're in Switzerland after all. Tough. Going to be very, very tough. Hello to John Gray and Wayne in the chat as well. Great to have you all with us. Obviously, maybe a bit of a break over there in Hornchurch, and everyone's coming across for some T10 action here. Come to you live from Switzerland. Crashed. Well, that's a great response from the batting team. Just to lean back on the next delivery and pop that out of the ground. Rahid Khan, who is an absolute athlete. He is very good with the ball. He was wonderful in the field as well in the previous innings. And now he steps up and puts the first ball he faced out of the ground. What a strike that is. And hello to Monty as well. Noting that Stewart dismissed the same way as yesterday. Yep, he's definitely got to work on that. And Swiss Dragons in real danger here of going 1-2. They will get another chance today. They will be back in action after this match. They have to play Alton, but right now they've got to get through this game. They've got to try to find a way to get 20-plus runs per over. This has been hit inside out. It's going to bounce just inside the rope, and it goes across the line for 4 runs. Just inside the rope, about a couple of meters actually in the end, that just for 4. So looking for the banjo rope again and then some, finds it, but it does bounce first. You can see there, good vision there from Nivi with the camera. Doing a great job too, our camera operator with us today. Monty in the chat offering some coaching tips there to Isaac Stewart. You're correct though, props on the front leg and then chokes the swing. That's exactly what he's done. No choke on that one. That is proper aggression. That has gone a long way out there towards that big brown building that will not move. Look at it. It looks like he's playing a hook shot. It's definitely been hit in front of square. It's gone all the way. So Khan getting into the action there. Acton himself, just the one run, just that single at the second ball of the innings. And so 17 for 1, chasing a big total of 210. And they're off to a pretty good start, but they need to be going at 20 runs and over all the way through. Well, actually now need to be going at 21 runs, 21.4 if you want to be perfectly exactly correct. Which why don't we be perfectly correct? That's exactly what they've got to do. So Ibrahim Kill goes for 17. He does get a wicket though. Big wicket he gets on the third ball. And after that, it was 6-4-6 from Rahid Khan. Acton now facing. It's going to be Malias Stanikzai to come on a bowl. Proves himself to be a very handy all-rounder for this team. Obviously quite amazing with the bat. Top scored in the previous innings. Now let's see if he can do something with the ball. Bowling now to that man Acton. He's just got the single from the 2 balls faced. He tries to exercise his tee shot off the 4th on the par 4. Looking to put that one up high in the air and down somewhere on the green, way behind the fence, and misses completely. Khan gets up there and gives a little encouraging fist bump. Says, come on, let's keep the score going. If you can't hit the 4s, we need to turn the strike over. I'm guessing that's what he's saying. I think it would be the right conversation. Not much footwork there at all. That's a good, quick call there from Rahid Khan. Switched on he was, immediately called the play through. He said to Acton, he said, go, go, go. Just got away slightly from the keeper and a good, quick run. He was well home by the time the keeper picked up the ball. And the strike, the stumps was not really on. So tough run chase this one for Swiss Dragons. Really tough. Needed to go right from the outset. They need to start accelerating straight away. They're currently going at 13.5. It's early days, but they need to start picking that up. They're going to get caught out behind the run rate if they're not careful. Khan's trying his best, and he's hit it straight towards that player. The lone player, there's nobody within, cooee of him is something I'm fond of saying. There's no one even close to that play. He's picked him out perfectly, who's rushed in off the long on boundary and taken a very good catch. Just doesn't quite get enough on that one, rocking backwards, trying to elevate this one down the ground. Doesn't get enough of it. And Stanikzai has had a breakthrough. And with the cap on slightly sideways to keep most of the sun off of his face. Good catch completed there. Looks like that's Ahmadi down there. It is indeed. Nice catch by Ahmadi too. Really good catch. Down low. Good replay. Good vision there with the camera as well. And Ahmadi didn't get a chance with the bat in the previous innings. He was probably scheduled to come in if the wicket had fallen towards the end there, but the wicket didn't fall, so he didn't get a chance to have a chance with the bat. But he is an accomplished batter nonetheless. Bit of a fan, to be honest. But Norkan Ahmadi completes the catch. Wicket falls. Alarm bells ringing for Swiss Dragons. Oh, again, just mishit. The shy was definitely on, and there was no one at the stumps. Bowler should have not walked back, run back and take the ball, man. You would have broken the stumps and would have been a run out. It would have been as simple as that. Look at this. Look where his bowler's standing. He's just watching the ball miss the stumps. Get behind the stumps, man. Take it and break the stumps. Would have had a third. In the end, they get a single. Nervous moments here for Swiss Dragons. Pradhan comes in. He's an accomplished batter, but just a nervous shot. Almost coughed it up. Again, up in the air. It could have landed anywhere. No control whatsoever. And the Zurich Mavericks have got the Swiss Dragons right on the back foot here. Right up against the ropes. Tough out there for the Swiss Dragons. Really, really difficult right now. 20 for 2, getting towards the end of the second. They still need 190 of 49. That run rate required is now up to 23. Watch it jump if there's a dot ball here. Straight down the ground. Going to be just the one. The player just charging in, takes his eyes off the ball for a split second and just gets away from him, just bobbles away. But it's just a single. They won't be upset about the singles, that's for sure. It's 21 for 2. 2 overs gone as well. 189 still required of 48. Their run rate is 10.5. The asking rate from here on in is just a shade under 24. And any way you cut it, they need at least a boundary almost every ball. So they're going to need plenty of maximums to try to push themselves ahead of what's required. It's going to be tough. It's going to be really tough. Lost 2 wickets already as well. Lasse Acton still out there, but he's chewed up a couple of dot balls. He's 2 runs from 5 faced. And Kabir Pradhan has only just joined him a few moments ago. He's 2 from 2. And Pradhan, good fielder, good bowler. Needs to step up here in the top order. Tries to pull out the ramp. There's no ramp. There is no ramp. Isn't that a line from the Matrix? There's no ramp. It goes straight into the stumps. Stumps akimbo. And this is a proper get around. They are celebrating as Kadakel gets himself a wicket. They're getting around the youngster as well. That is a proper mobbing. Fantastic. When I see get-arounds like that, I sometimes just want to throw the headset off and charge out there myself and get in on the hugging. It's a fantastic sight to see. Well, that is wonderful stuff. Well, not if you're Swiss Dragons. Apologies for the Swiss Dragons fans, but you wouldn't want to watch this again. Here it is. There's the ramp. There are the stumps. And gone. And there's a very, very happy bowler out there who gets mobbed. Absolutely mobbed. Akram Kadakel gets absolutely surrounded by his team and gets a proper hug from everybody. Well done, young man. Gets himself an ECN wicket. Well, Omar Shinwari, the captain, has to come out and see what he can do. Can he do something? Kadakel got very close attention from his players there. Obviously, he's a bit of a favourite amongst the team, the youngster. And a little bit keen there. Just captain making sure he's got his field where he wants it. It's the last over of the power play. This is the 3rd over. Just loses the radar a bit there, down leg side for a wide. Fantastic stuff here at the ground. Great spirit. These games have been played in great spirit. I got to say, the Zurich Mavericks Garwell, I think they've been probably the spirited out of all the teams. That's really, really good to see. I mean, they're top of the standings. They're looking like they're going to get a win here as well, and they have to be the favourites. That's played really well. It's too short down leg side and just helped on its way over the shoulder. That has gone quite a way back as well. And captain getting across to his young fast bowler and just saying to him, all right, we've had the wicket. We just need to just cool it a little bit here. So help me out and we can just help each other out. Maybe just a quick sort of, slow it down. It's okay. Bowler in again. See if those wise words helped. He does. He slows it down and it's full. And that was very, very close to an injury there in mid-wicket. Again, just a bit of a Tortuga bounce in front of the fielder there. I think he might have just clipped his arm on the way through. He's waving and saying he's okay. But that could have been disastrous. Some of the bounces here can be a little bit scary. Hit nicely for a big 6. Well, that's a bit more like it for Swiss Dragons. They put down the horror of the first ball of this over, of the ramp that wasn't to be ramped. And Shinwari has helped himself for a big 6 there. So, ever since he came in, he faced a wide first ball, then he's gone 4, 2 and 6, trying to get something happening back on the scoreboard for his side. Still got 2 balls to come in the over, though. So is everyone keeping track of the millionth ball? I believe I saw this about 976,000, some high number of balls. Sorry about that, because that's another ball that's been hit straight to the player. And how about that? Kadakel gets himself a 2nd wicket, and once again, he's going to get mobbed by his teammates. That's been hit around the corner, but straight into the waiting hands of the fielder there at just backward of square. And happy, you couldn't be any happier if you're the bowler. He's going for the high 10 celebrations. as all of the infield get across to him. Only the outfielders were unable to get to him because they're so far away, and obviously time's a factor, but they'll get around him. Don't you worry about that. He's picked up 2. He's got 2 for 13. Still got one more ball to come as well. And now the middle order of Swiss Dragons, you've got to stand tall here. This could be a really big capitulation if they lose another wicket in the next over or two. John Gray saying the car keys at the ready. You know what? I will go a step further. I would go a little step further on that one. I think it's all done. I can't see them bouncing back from this one, not one bit. 176 required from 43. Kadarkel with one more to come. I tell you what, if he gets another wicket here, it's going to be stacks on, and I may have to throw the comms headset down and join in. Here he comes. Oh, that was so close. Oh, Mohammadi just tentatively puts the bat up to try to just push it away on the offside. Almost gets something on it, but doesn't get anything on it. Successful over a double strike there for that man, Kadarkel. He's got 2 for 13, returning the faith put into him by his captain with a couple of wickets. Well bowled. Well done. 34 for 4. Yeah, I see people talking about the car and things like that. My car's already halfway down the street towards the drive-through. It's seen enough. Not sure it's going to be able to come back from that one. There's a lot of work for this middle order to do. These two especially. Acton, who's only faced 5 balls, who opened the batting, just feel that as an opening batter in 4 overs, only faced 5 deliveries. He's missing out a little bit here. It's probably a good reason why he's opening the batting, and he's just not being able to show that to us. But the bowling and the fielding has been on, really on. Catching everything, stopping everything. And Sahak is going to come on to bowl now, who took the good catch to get rid of Isaac Stewart earlier. So he's been rewarded with an over now. His captain says, come on then, you're in the side for something. Get over here and have a bowl. Didn't get a chance to have a bat. Let's see what you can do here against the Swiss Dragons middle order. Trying to give that ball a bit of a rip. Trots in. Goes inside out, and that can be caught. It is caught. It's a wicket. There's a loud roar. There's some very happy people out there for the Zurich Mavericks as they get themselves a 5th wicket, and the Swiss Dragons are being put to the sword. That was an intentional comment from me. They are properly being slain here, and this is a dragon slaying moment for the Zurich Mavericks. Garwell are really absolutely just trundling on their way to a big win here. It'll be their 5th win in 5 games, and they have basically shouted out to the rest of the competition, you can't catch us. We've got 5 from 5. You can't catch us. Or as John Cena might say, you can't see me. Not really a big fan of that comment, but anyway, you know what I mean. The Zurich Mavericks looking really good here. Nice, well-judged catch. Didn't have to move too far. Hits it straight down his throat. And this is, well, I said it before about alarm bells ringing. Properly, alarm bells ringing. So we just set ourselves now when the new batter comes to the crease. Is that Rostam Waffer, I think, who's come out there now? I'm just waiting for confirmation of that. No, it's Hotak. Apologies. It's Hotak who's come out there. And he's going to start things off with a boundary. Oh, no, he's not. Sorry, it's Byes. I thought he got a little something on that one. Unfortunately for him, he does not get something on it. Sahu Hotak, who's pretty handy with the bowling. Saw him bowling yesterday a couple of times with Swiss Dragons, coming on as the second, to bowl the second over. And quite impressive, actually, against some very strong batting sides as well. Very impressive. This one's been hit down the ground, so it's a nice strike from him. And turn back for the second. Probably quite rightly so as well. Never going to be a second one there. Mohammadi saying nope. So he's off the strike. Mohammadi yet to get off the strike. He's only faced 1 delivery, just dotted up. John Gray with a very good comment there. That's exactly the problem with the 200-run chase. You're absolutely right, John. I completely agree with that. It's the consistency through the overs, isn't it? You can get off to a flyer with maybe 21, 22 off the first or second over, but just to maintain it's tough, really tough. Sliced, gets a bit of airtime, And the dive, the desperate dive, is unfortunately not going to stop the ball crossing the line. So for Swiss Dragons, though, something to cheer about as they find a boundary. So this game has unfolded thus. What's happened is the start of the game, it was the Zurich Mavericks who won the toss, selected to bat first, piled on a huge score of 209 runs. Not the biggest score of the tournament for them, believe it or not, but it's the second time they've crossed the 200 line. I was lucky not to be a stumping there. Missed there by the wicket keeper against almost a run of play. Monty asking if Hotak likes hot sauces. Who doesn't? Did I tell you guys I picked up a hot sauce from the local supermarket? I think I did, didn't I? Pretty sure I have. I think we've been down that road. I won't go down there again. I'm trying to look for some more as well. If anyone's got any hot tips for hot sauces here in Zurich, let me know. I will go hunting for them the next time myself and Danny Hudacek do a hot sauce event. We did one a couple of weeks ago at Phillies there in Žižkov in Prague. Fantastic afternoon of watching people in pain. Actually, no, they weren't in pain. They really enjoyed it. So, yeah, always on the lookout for something else. Kadarkel looking to bowl second over now. Swing and a miss. Shout of well bowled. Throw at the stumps. Well, throw at the stumps by the keeper was clever. And he's been given out. So, keeper tries to throw down the stumps. Let's walk through this one. He tries to throw the stumps down, and the batter was definitely home. And now they're having a conversation now about how the out is given. And what's happened there is the keeper has picked up the ball and he's picked up the stumps and he's put them together. And the umpire has agreed and said, yep, that's what I saw. So he's given it as out. So he's trying to sneak that run there. It's unfortunately not going to happen. So Mohammadi has to go, make way for Hussein. Clever there from the keeper. Clever from the keeper, firstly, to try to throw down the stumps. However, the batter was already home. But then when they try to sneak that second, very clever of him. Presence of mind to understand the rules, to know to pick up the ball and pick up the stumps and hold the ball to the stumps at the same time to affect the run out with the stumps already broken. So very well done. And of course, by the umpires as well, to acknowledge that that's exactly what had to do. Monty asking if he dropped the ball. The umpires seemed satisfied that it was put together at the same time. So new batter in, Hussein swings hard, and he's going to find the boundary rope and then some for a Maximo straight afterwards. So here we go. Swings hard. What else can you do? Mustafa Hussein, he's hit 6 off the first ball. Kadarkil, 2 for 19. He would love to get a third wicket here. Get mobbed once again by his teammates. Well, that is out of the ground, I reckon. That's not going to fall in the field of play. It only covers probably about 5 or 6 meters beyond the rope, but it gets enough behind it as well, though. Yeah, John Gray just expressing what I was going to say as well without labouring the point, but I kind of felt that that's kind of what I saw as well. And I think the umpire had indicated that he felt that the ball was touching stumps when they were picked up, then the ball was dropped. But it happened very quickly and happened in one action, but the umpire was convinced that the ball was held to the stumps the moment it was picked up. And that's what I got from the way he was indicating what had happened. I think the batter had asked the question as he was walking off as well, given out, and the umpire sort of showed him in sign language, if you like. And being as someone who uses sign language and taught sign language at one point, I'm pretty sure that's what he was saying. Anyway, it's academics in the book as out. So a couple of sixes straight after that wicket falls from Hussein, and then a wide ball he can't quite get on top of. As he backs away to leg side, makes it really difficult for himself. At the same time, Kadarkil pushes that a bit too far outside the off. Thanks. Thanks, Monty. Swings hard, flies away. Edges tend to fly away on a fast ball like that one. One bounce, 4 runs. So Kadarkil not having the same bit of run of luck as he had in his first over. It's getting a little bit expensive now. So that's 17 off the over. And got one more to come. He's got 2 for 30, picked up 2 wickets in his first over, looked pretty good. It's 64 for 6, and we're just getting towards the end of the 5th. Comes in again. Last ball of his spell. Full. Picked up on the full and hit down the ground just for the single. And that's, ooh, wait for it. No, backed up. So that's how the over will finish, just with that single. 65 for 6 after 5, chasing a mammoth total where they're currently needing to go at over 29 runs, well, 29 runs per over exactly to try to haul this target in. It's a 145 required off 30 deliveries. And any way you cut it, 18 runs off that over is good, but they need to go at 29, which is going to be pretty tough. So you kind of feel that at this point in the game, we're probably looking for battles within the game within a game, because I kind of feel that the overall game is just going to be way too difficult for the Swiss Dragons here. Need to find something, though. Need to find some character here. Can't afford to drop their bundle completely, because the Swiss Dragons have to face up against Alton in the game after this one. That's scheduled to start in about 32 minutes' time. We'll start probably a bit later than that, because I think players need a little bit of extra time, a little bit of extra respite after the games. And this has still got 5 whole overs to go. But we'll keep an eye on the start time there and I'll let you know if there's any changes. I think there will be, as that gets edged away for 4 runs. So runs still flowing, and that's what Swiss Dragons have to do. Obviously, in their minds, make sure they understand that just remember, you've got a game up against Alton next. So let's make sure these middle orders and the lower middle orders start to get a bit of batting practice in these conditions, because they're going to have to do it all over again against Alton. And Alton, from what they showed us this morning in that match against the Zurich Mavericks, where it took until the last delivery for the Zurich Mavericks to get the win, just shows that Alton, they're an absolute quality, talented team. The other thing that needs to be considered for the Swiss Dragons is they've got 1 win, 1 loss. Looks like they're going to lose this one as well. They wouldn't want to lose another one. It could jeopardize their chances of playing in the finals on Wednesday. So of 6 teams, 4 teams will play in the finals. 2 teams will drop off on Wednesday. We'll know that on Tuesday night, which 2 teams are not going to make it. Swiss Dragons want to be there on finals day. In fact, why don't we sneak over to the standings right now, and I'll talk to you through the standings and say what's happening there. So Zurich Mavericks, no surprise, top of the table with 13 points, with 4 wins from 4 matches. Basel Afghan in second place on 9 points. They have got, 2 wins from 4 matches. So both these 2 teams are going to finish their group games today. Just keep that in mind. They're going to finish their group games today. That's important to note. Bowler in again. Lofted, going to fall safe. Should be cut off. Is cut off. Just in front of us here in the long off area. So Basel Afghan have played 4 games. They're 2-2. They're on 9 points in second place. Swiss Dragons played 2 games. They are 1-1 on 5 points in mid-table. And all this information is at ecn.cricket, and go to events and have a look at the standings. Big 6. Nice strike, that one. Hussein is doing the business here for his team, doing really well here, continuing, almost in a bit of a lost cause, but he's saying, no, I'm still going to go. And he's doing exactly what would be wanted by his skipper, and that is getting some much-needed hitting practice in as he belts that one over the fence for a big 6. What was that? So, excuse me, it's Hotak who's hit that one. There was a no-ball one before, that's why. Couldn't tell who was under the lid. Straight down the ground, the race is on, the ball wins the race. Finds a boundary. So a bit of a flurry of runs here towards the end of the over. And nice stuff from Hotak. Hussein as well. Hotak and Hussein putting together a good partnership here. In fact, that partnership now, they came together to score on 47 for 6. They've managed to muscle that score up. It's a 37, 37-run partnership. 36-run partnership in less than 2 overs. So really good scoring here. Another 18-run over. Hello to Terry Richmond, who joins us in the chat as well. Good to see you. A few people's taxis have already left the garage. Interesting to note that. PK is one of them. So before we start the next over, it looks like it's going to be Shambat's going to come on to bowl. Srikant Shambat. So Swiss Dragons in third place on 5 points on the standings. Zurich Alpine Warriors played 2. They are 1-1. They are also mid-table, but on 4 points. Swing and a miss there. And Alton in fifth place with just that one game and that one loss that they've had firstly this morning. And Sports Club Rocher have played 3 games and they've had 3 losses, currently at the bottom of the table with a net run rate that definitely needs a little bit of love and attention. Swung hard, out of the park. That hit something hard as well. I just waited for the clatter there. That's definitely smacked into something that had no give. So you can find the standings at ecn.cricket. Go to the events. You'll find the ECS Zurich heading. Hit that number, and it'll take you to all the info, scores, stats, standings, and all the news that's fit to print about this particular event. But they're the standings so far. Zurich Mavericks looks like they're going to pick up a win here, so they're going to lock in top spot on the standings, and they're going to have a very healthy net run rate as well. Be interested to see if they can try to knock off a few more wickets along the way as well. Dot ball after that dot and 6. Shambat comes back with a good fast delivery. Hussain on 29, Hotak on 12. These two trying to put a good partnership together. So far, it's been a good partnership. Slower ball, looping delivery, gives a bit of air and gets through a dot ball. Good delivery. You see the batter's eyes lit up when he saw that one. He thought, oh, I can have some of that. Hotak just walking down and just saying, come on, they're the ones we need to be able to hit. Have a look outside into the covers. If you get it past cover, you've got an absolute paddock to try to get it to the boundary. If it's leg side like that, you're going to let it go for a wide, which is exactly what they do. Score up to 90 now. 2 to come in the over. People in the chat asking for Captain Panwa. I'd like to see him have a bowl, actually. I think it's a pretty good call. It's going to be another wide, I believe. Yes, indeed, another wide. They're just losing his way here a bit here, Shambat. Yeah, Ankush Panwa bowled a couple of times over the weekend. I thought he was pretty impressive with the ball. I'd like to see him have a bowl as well. That's Nihar Prasad with the comment. Want to see Captain Panwa? I agree with you. I'd like to see him have a bowl. So, Shambat, couple of wides in a row. Just needs to readjust and reassess. Still got 2 to finish the over. Clips this one. It's going to fly away off a thick edge, and that's bounced just inside the line. Got away with that, the bowler, but it still goes for 4. Bro should have travelled the distance. He's kind of lost his way now. Started really well, but it's completely lost his way now. That's what pressure does to you, even though he shouldn't be feeling pressure because his team are well and truly in the box seat. Run rate required from here on in is 36.3 runs per over, which, as you can all work out, is better than 6 runs a ball. So, last ball of the over coming up. Let's see if you can get this one in. Already a couple of wides so far. Oh, it's leg side again for another wide. So always the problem with this kind of bowling coming on this kind of angle. If you don't get it, you try to bowl it across the batter. I mean, he's a right arm coming around the wicket. There's always that danger. And that's also the other danger that he's got too, of that kind of shot being played. I know that because of most of my career as a cricket player, that's how I would bowl. I'd bowl right arm around the wicket like that, and it took me many, many years to try to perfect it and know exactly the right spot to put it for different right-hand players. It's tough. It's not easy. That's why coming over the wicket's usually a little bit better. And also the fact that it's just all about the angles, isn't it? It's all about the angles. So he pushes it too far past the batter, it opens up the offside for a big swipe. You put it too much on the pads, they can pretty much go anywhere, down the ground or even to leg side. And if you go leg side, it's going to be a wide. So you're in trouble with that one. 100 up with that strike as well. 102 for 6 after 7. And Shambat goes for 19 off his over. Sort of goes a bit against the run of play there for the team, the Zurich Mavericks. But they need to be going, and the Swiss Dragons talk about, and they need to be going at 36 runs per over. So for the next 3 overs, if they can put together nothing but 6s, they're in with a chance. and Ankush Panwar. So who was it in the chat who asked for Ankush Panwar? We want Captain Panwar. Oh, it was Neha Prasad, 1,000. Well, you got your wish. Captain's going to bring himself onto bowl. He's going to bowl the 8th. Had success over the weekend. Let's see if he's going to have success now. 102 for 6, 8th over starts. And it's going to start with a dot with Hussein keen to get on strike. Well, Hussein's muscled himself up to 39 or 15. You can understand why he wants to get on strike. He's hitting the ball lovely, really, really well. Hello, Chris Edison back in the chat as well. Oh, no. Got him. That's a really good throw. A fantastic throw from out of nowhere, and had no right for that. No one got to the stumps. It was all about the ball had to hit the stumps, and Hotak set off. Have a look at this again. He sets off, and then he looks at his counterpart. He turns only to see the stumps lying down, bails everywhere. That's a very good direct throw from what was a fine leg inside the circle. And the 7th wicket falls in the over. Ouch. Good throw. Really good throw. One more time. Gets a little bit feather bottom edge, inside edge there. The pick up and throw, really, really quick actions there. Just didn't hesitate. Got the throw in there. And that is the end of Hotak. Well done. Really good little ping at the stumps there. That's and of course that was Kadarkel as well, the youngster who's fielding there. Probably his captain put him there thinking, well, it's not a 2-tax position. Haven't seen too many runs there. He's gone and done an amazing bit of fielding. 102 for 7 now, Swiss Dragons in the 8th. Monty saying never a run there. 100% agree on that one. Never anything there. Go straight to the player. There's runs there though, as that is helped around the corner. Not a good ball, but a really good strike there from Shinwari, who helps himself to a Maximo off the first ball faced. Kind of nice when you come in fresh and new in a very difficult position. They bowl it like that, short on the pads, and you can just help around the corner like that. That's always going to be a bit of a gimme. Mind you, though, barring any extras, wides, no balls, it should be pretty academic from here on in for Zurich Mavericks to lock in this win. Swiss Dragons, honestly, from the very first over, never really looked like there was a chance of trying to really score it. It was always going to be tough. It was always tough. Even from the moment when they walked off the field after the previous innings finished, it was always going to be a tough proposition for them to try to come and make something out of this one. I mean, 200 plus score to chase down, always tough. It's a bit of a tangle there. Gestures to deep mid-wicket and says, well, that's where I wanted to hit it. I always wonder when players do that. Is that because maybe the wicketkeeper says, where are you trying to hit it? Just straight away gestures towards deep mid-wicket to his dugout and says, well, I wanted to put it over there. Palmer in again. And hits a little bit of something, and well fielded by, again, Kadarkal there in that fine leg position. He's had a bit of work to do this over. A little bit of wispy clouds starting to form around the ground now. There's a very big cloud sort of way over the top towards the right-hand side, but it's going to miss us. Don't worry about that. It's nothing to do with us. But it's more wispy white than anything. Goes to play a bit of a manufactured ramp here. Just manages to pop up in the air back at a square. Won't find the boundary. And they'll get back for 2. They want a buzzer. Not going to happen. Wicketkeeper just spilled it slightly. But nothing more than just a couple of runs there. End of the over. 8 overs gone. 110 for 7 on the board. So they need 100 runs off the next 2 overs. For those people still tracking the run rate required, there it is for you. 100 required off 12. And that, of course, is a 50 run per over requirement. Yeah, I double-checked the forecast just to be sure. No, there's no chance of any rain or storms coming to the ground today. There was a brief opportunity that maybe a storm was going to hit Zurich later on tonight, but much later on tonight, well after we finish here. And just looking at some of the clouds forming to the north, But they're looking like they're going to miss everything. In fact, I think they're heading towards Italy, so we're going to be quite safe here. Collected up in the air, and that has gone over the top of Nivi, doing a fantastic job with the camera there, and that's gone all the way for a Maximo. Strike that one as well. So, bit of rush of blood here just towards the end. We're in the 9th. And there's, well, I said before about needing 50 runs per over, so the game is gone. The Zurich Mavericks are going to pick up a very good win here. Don't worry about that. You're going to get a very good win. I mentioned before those clouds heading towards Italy. They're not heading towards Italy, Phil. They're heading towards Liechtenstein. That small little sovereign country. It's going to cop a bit of weather, I think. Well, luckily Liechtenstein's not too close to Zurich. Otherwise, a couple of these Grizzlies might land over there as well. That's another big strike. Really big hit, that one. So back-to-back Maximos, just to give a little bit of push towards the score. So Swiss Dragons are not going to disgrace themselves here with on the scoreboard. It goes up to 122 for 7. There's still 10 legal deliveries to come. Sure, just saw Ankush Panwar just get across to his bowler and just give him a bit of encouragement to Shambat and say, come on. That's another one. That's going to land just to the side of us, just in front of our Starlink. Wasn't far away from it, to be honest. And that has bounced all the way back for another Maximo. So 3 in a row. And Hussein brings up a half century, a well-deserved half century as well. He got it off the previous Maximo. Apologies to Hussein for not giving him a proper shout out there. He's now marched up to 57. So he got 51 off 17. That's a 17-ball half century to Mustafa Hussein. He now marches onwards to 57 with 18 deliveries only. That's 7 Maximos and 3 4s in that total. Tries it again. And catch is taken by the captain. And I said before, he's got a great pair of hands. He holds the catches. His ground fielding is impeccable. He's barely put a foot wrong as captain as well. And he holds on to a rocket. Looking for another catch. Might have, if he'd missed it or he wasn't there, it might have gone across the rope. I think it would have gone across the rope, and myself and Alistair would have to field that one. And in the end, it's a catch taken nonetheless. So Mustafa Hussein, his watch comes to an end. Panwar completes the catch. Shambat gets himself a wicket. Albeit, though, it was quite an expensive way of getting the wicket, and the 8th wicket falls. 128 for 8, still 8 deliveries to go. See, it feels like I'm saying the word 8 many times. Terry Richmond giving his adjudication on the run out. Thanks for that, Terry. I know Monty was asking you to have a look at that just to get your views as well. I think for mine, on the first time I saw it, at the same time as the umpires, I felt that the ball was dropped after the stumps were successfully broken the second time, but the ball drop did indeed happen. But it was close, but it was, of course, I believe it was out as well. So thank you, Terry, and thank you, Monty, and thank you, everyone. And Shambat's thank you, everyone, as well, because he's got himself a wicket. Mind you, though, probably should have gone for 6. Should have been gotten under that a bit better. 128 for 8. It's the last ball of the 9th. And a bit of a slow, sort of caught in slow motion swing towards deep mid-wicket across the line there. And unfortunately for Wafa, he can't connect. 128 for 8 after 9 is the score on the board. So it's 82 runs astray of where they need to be, the Swiss Dragons. On a hiding to nothing they were when they came out to chase this score after 209 was posted. So a huge, massive score of 210 was the target. And that is why they're lamenting here. They're currently going along at a pretty nice rate, going at, what's that, 14.2 at the moment. So they're going on at a pretty good rate. But against this side, need to do much better than that. Final over starts. Clubbed towards deep mid-wicket. Catch taken. Good, really good, well-judged running catch there. And this is some good fielding practice for a side who is going to be the firm favourites to lift the trophy on Wednesday. The Mavericks are looking really good now. Zurich Mavericks, Garwal, have really put the foot down, and they've left the opposition in the dust again. They had a close call in the previous match against Alton, but in this game against Swiss Dragons, they have slain the Dragons and then some, and they have really gone up a notch. So, are we going to see an all-out? Will Swiss Dragons be able to fight it out to the end of the over, or are they going to be all bowled out in the 10th? We're going to find out in a few seconds' time. So number 11 comes in, doesn't take his guard, just puts down the bat and says, come on then, what have you got? Show me what you got. Oh, he's hit that nicely. It should be caught though. Is caught. So 2-2 for the skipper, but he won't be able to go for his hat-trick because that is, as they say in volleyball, side away as the last wicket tumbles. And that is a nicely judged catch on the boundary rope there. And it's not his first rodeo. It's not his first catch either. And that's a really good catch, actually. With the cap on slightly sideways to protect himself from the very hot sun there. But shout out to Panwa, who's helped himself for a second wicket. So he's got 2 for 8 from his 1.2 overs. Swiss Dragons all out for 128 with 4 deliveries left on the table. Looks like that's it's Push Paranjan who's been fielding down there. So Swiss Dragons are going to come out and shake hands with the opposition, say, look, well played, as the Zurich Mavericks Garwell notch up their 5th win from 5 games. They're being led off by their skipper. They're going to be a very happy team with that result. They should be as well. They've done everything right so far in this series. They've barely put a foot wrong. I think the fielding changes and the fielding placements have been perfect by the captain. Ankash has been brilliant. The batting has been astonishing. They've got such a firepower as well. And they are, without seeing too much of Alton and knowing that the Zurich Alpine Warriors have still got a bit to do as well, I'll tell you right now, just feel that the Zurich Mavericks red-hot favourites for Wednesday action here for the finals. That's it for them. We're not going to see them again till Wednesday. And at the moment, sitting top of the table with 5 wins, they have locked in a Q1 performance. I can't see anyone else catching them at this stage. They will play in Qualify 1 on Wednesday. Who's going to be their opponent? Well, I'll know that tomorrow night some stage, but for now, we have to just see what happens with the next 6 games. We've still got 6 group games to play to battle that out. We're going to see how we're going to go. Quick look at the scorecard there for the Swiss Dragons. Let me see who there's worth talking about here. I don't mean that in a negative way, but let's give a real shout out to Mustafa, who's saying for that 57 from 19, what a fantastic rearguard action he performed for his squad. Got stuck into the bowling and just didn't batter an eyelid. He said, so what? You're the best in the competition so far. I'll get after you. Rahid Khan with a quick fire 16 at the top as well. But apart from that, it was all down to the bowlers. Every bowler helped themselves to a wicket. Kadarkel gets 2 for 31 and Panwa with 2 for 8 at the end there. So a slightly early finish here, which the teams will enjoy. A chance for a bit of respite out of the heat. And we're going to be back here very shortly for the next match. Alton return, taking on the Swiss Dragons, who have to find a way to remove the sword from their bellies as they've been slain by Zurich Mavericks there. And they need to bounce back against Alton. Find out how it goes very soon in that match. That's game number 10 coming your way on the European Cricket Network very shortly. This is Phil G signing off from MBRAC just for now. I'll be back shortly with match number 10. Don't go too far. Welcome back, everybody, to the MBRAC Cricket Game for the continuation of ECS Zurich 2026 edition. Phil G here for the European Cricket Network, welcoming you back for what I call the lunchtime game. And this is the game between Alton and Swiss Dragons. It's match number 10 here. And Swiss Dragons fresh off being slain by the Zurich Mavericks Garwell, who notched up their 5th win on the trot in this series. They're now off for a well-earned break. They're still here at the ground, but they now get to have a break until Wednesday's action. Then they will play in Q1. Pretty sure of that now. They should play in the first qualifier. The only team so far who haven't dropped a game. Every other team so far, I think, has at least lost one game. So that pretty much put paid to that idea that they will be in Q1. Can't wait to see who they're going to face up, though, as we start match number 10. Goes inside out this time. One bounce and across the boundary rope for 4 runs. Nice start there to Stanikzai as he finds the boundary straight down the ground off the bowling of Mohammadi. Lovely crunch, lovely strike. So, important match for both of these two teams. Swiss Dragons now, this is their 4th game, and they are currently, after 3 games, they are 1-2. Alton, they lost the first match this morning against the Zurich Mavericks Garwell, but they lost it on the last ball of the match. The very last ball. Almost won it. Came very close. Good bit of fielding. Takes it cleanly. Off balance throwing it, but caused enough pressure though. Well done. And thanks to Rado for the coin toss information here that Alton won the toss, elected to bat first. Very keen to do what they did this morning, put a score on the board and then try to defend it. They put 142 on this morning, and it came down to the last ball, needing 4 runs for the win, and the winning runs were struck. Match this morning, an absolute pot boiler. Terrific stuff. Miss hit, caught and bowled, is done. Well, Mohammadi is very happy. They got rid of the very dangerous, big hitting Stanikzai, and he has to go. Never looked like he was comfortable with that one. Never at any point did he look comfortable. As soon as he swung at this one, it sounded bad, straight up in the air. And one of the easiest caught and bowls you'll see. Have a look at this. Barely even gets out a shot on the replay there. And a nice catch. So, Swiss Dragons draw first blood. How important is this match for Swiss Dragons? Well, let me tell you this. If they do drop this match, that means they would be 1 win, 3 losses, and staring at the potential problem of ending up 5th or even 6th on the table. And out of 6 teams, come Wednesday, 4 teams will advance to finals action. 2 teams will not be playing on Wednesday. Swiss Dragons need to make sure they stay mid-table and that they form part of the group on Wednesday. You have to say the Zurich Mavericks already locked in for Wednesday action. I think Basil Afghan with 2 wins have probably just need to get another win just to make sure they are definitely going to play on Wednesday. They wouldn't want to lose another one. Could come down to net run rate then. Good ball. Anasekaram is the new batter in. Gets greedy with a short ball that he can't negotiate. Early days, I know, but already big pressure on Alton. So, Yasser Thuran, he's at the non-striker's end. In the previous match this morning, he was run out for a diamond duck at the non-striker's end. Up in the air, running backwards. They're not going to catch that one, though, because that's going to cross the boundary rope for a big 6. Swings hard, and if you swing hard and you connect like that, you're definitely going to get reward. It's just one of those things that happens on a very small pitch like this. And I say small ground, but it's a standard ECS measurements at the ground, 50-meter boundary rope. In case anyone's new to the channel, wondering why is it so short, that's what it is. Hello to Julian Dawson as well in the chat. Sorry, Julian, didn't see you there for a second. Wonderful to have your company as always. Tries to slow that one down, and it's picked up 1 bounce, 4 runs. You see there, Mohammadi was trying to change up the pace a little bit there, and he's coughed up another boundary. But it's 14 off that first over. There is a wicket, though, and it's a big, big wicket indeed. So, Rayhan Stanikzai, he is caught and bowled for only 4. That was just the one boundary he hit. So, Mohammadi's done the job here. 14 off the over. I wouldn't be upset about that, but I'd be very happy about the wicket, though, for sure. So, a good over from him. Swiss Dragons off to a good start. Consider that they didn't win the toss. They lost the toss and been put into the field. And Alton won the toss, elected to bat first, 1 down in the first over. And this is going to be a big sigh of relief for Yasotharan because he's going to get to face the first ball of his ECS because he didn't get to face anything this morning when he was out. He's almost got an edge on that one. Yeah, it was unfortunately, and you got a feel for batters who this happens to when they get out for a diamond duck. He was run out at the non-striker's end by, well, I'm not going to say by Stanikzai. It wasn't really fair to say it like that, to a single that was never really on. And he was run out with a very good throw, and the bowler broke the wickets, and he went for a diamond duck. A diamond in the rough, as Vinny called it. It's quite funny. Vinny was just jumped into the chat just at the moment that the diamond duck happened, and he pitched us up that one, which was quite interesting. PK there, tuning in from a sunny 26 degrees in Corby in Northampton, UK. Jay Richmond, 11 degrees, the south coast of New South Wales. Okay, let me see if I can beat you guys with that in just a moment. I'll look up my little special weather wall app here. I do have the Tony Gregg weather wall. I should patent that name, actually. That should be a Phil G special. Let me tell you what the Tony Gregg weather wall says about where I am in the world right now. I'll give you a player's comfort score in just a moment. It's going to be a no ball. Free hit coming. So the ground temperature here in the shade currently is 30 degrees. It's just after 1:30 in the afternoon. It's almost actually 1:40 in the afternoon. The real feel is actually 35 degrees. So add 5 degrees to that. It really does feel like 35 degrees. It is so warm, and I'm sitting in the shade. Swinging a miss to a wide ball there. So no ball on a wide. That means the free hit's still in play, as indicated by the umpire just now. But I would say in terms of players' comfort, I'm going to put that at 87 because that number doesn't have any relevance to anything. That's the thing I used to love about the Tony Gregg weather wall. He would just suddenly come out with the weather, the wind, the barometer reading, and then hit you with a number that had nothing you could match it against apart from the previous one he said earlier on in the day. Astonishing stuff. But yeah, it's quite warm here. 30 degrees, feels like 35. In the centre, probably feels a bit more as well. Good over this too. Khan bowling with some real proper aggression and energy here. Lovely stuff. He's still got a bit of a wider no ball problem, but his fourth ball the over is good. It's a dot. So apart from those extras, it's just been nothing but dots. That's why he's getting a bit of a cheer from his teammates here. And his skipper, Omar Shinwari, just calling out a few little bits of advice from next to him. Oh, shouts a catch, and that is going to be taken. That is taken, and there's a little fist bump as well. That is a very important wicket. So how disappointing is that then for Yasotharan? He was diamond ducked this morning, and now it's going to be a 6-ball duck. He has to go as he just mishits this one. It climbs on him, and he can't hook it high enough or far enough, and it's taken as easy as like mid-wicket, just steps up, just a squarish mid-wicket. He's a bit closer towards square leg, but he's in the mid-wicket area. Holds onto the catch. Second wicket falls. Alton in all sorts of trouble against the Swiss Dragons here. Good catch there from Hussain. But yeah, that is a 6-ball duck, and that's going to sting. There he comes into play there. Yeah, anyway, you cut it. Ouch. And poor old Shahid Waradu, he has to come out way earlier than he would want to, inside the second over as well. Yeah, that's going to sting. As a captain to come out that early, that's really going to hurt. So 17 for 2. Pelican P asking if you have a temperature gauge for hot sauce, Phil G. There is a temperature gauge. It's called the Scoville units. But the Scoville units doesn't actually measure physical heat in the sense that we're talking about, like the air temperature. It measures the heat of the capsaicin of the chemical inside the chilies. But thank you, PK, for asking that question. Cuts away beautifully. And that's what he had to do in the previous match. The skipper, he had to come in at a very perilous time for Alton. Stood tall, belted a quick fire 48. He did, no, excuse me, 46 of 15 deliveries, and got his team back into the game with that innings. And if they'd had a one, despite the fact that Stanicsai got a 62, I'd almost would have said that the captain, Waridu, with that 46 and 15 at a really, really difficult time for the team, he would have earned himself, I reckon, player of the match, because it was such a vital innings he played. Steadied the ship, got runs quickly, put the bowling attack from the Zurich Mavericks on the back foot, so they started asking questions about themselves as well. It was a really, really good innings from him. And he's going to have to do the same thing here. Speaking of hot sauces, I'm not going to go down that path again. I know you guys are probably pretty tired of me talking about hot sauces all the time. But just a reminder to everyone, if we get to 500,000 subscribers, and I know the numbers are ticking up every few days, we're getting another little uptick. I haven't looked at it in the last couple of days. I need to check and see what it is. I'll tell you in a moment what's going to happen. It's a slower ball. I sounded like a little bit of a mishit. And Isaac Stewart has gone for the AFL-style mark, the big grab, the big leap. His momentum probably would have just carried him across the line anyway, but he's managed to knock it into touch. A bit soccer, football goalie style here. And lands on the ground on the other side of the rope. So even if it had been held, I think maybe he was trying to give the old flick back in, but it has gone all the way for a 6. 27 for 2 on the board. Head not still at all, swinging as well there. Multherin just getting a little bit unsteady, getting ahead of himself there. Hits 1-6, and then he thought, I could just go for another one, but it's a good delivery. Ends up dotting up. So, yeah, I'll talk about that hot sauce Scoville unit in a moment with regards to our subscribers, because I think it's an important one. Hit to point, straight to point. And good work from the keeper to try to get something on that so it doesn't fly away for buzzers. So when we hit 500,000 subscribers, what I've told Vinny and told all of the other commentary team, including Tina, and anyone else who's going to be commentating with me, which it actually could be Tina, you never know. Tina, Rico, Vinny, anyone else, when we hit 500,000 subscribers, the day we do it, tucked up there for a dot ball, the day we do it, I have got a special, very special hot sauce that is 500,000 Scoville units in heat. And that needs to be consumed on camera when we hit 500,000 subscribers. Marzi, you want to do it? Oh, you're a champion. You will love it. Absolutely love it. I've got some hot sauces which are so tasty, but they're very, very hot. But because we hit 500,000 subscribers, we should have a hot sauce that's 500,000 Scoville units. It makes good sense. Marzi's just signed up for it. I'm signed up for it. And whoever I'm commentating with, if I'm commentating by myself, well, it's just going to be me doing it. Hopefully I'll be on with you, Marzi, and we can do that together. That would be amazing. Lovely shot that. Gets runs. Alton need runs here. They've steadied the ship a little bit now, but they need to start putting the foot down. They came together to score on 17 and just need to start moving things along now. So 17 for 2 becomes 31 for 2. Got one more to go to finish the power play. This power play has been all Swiss Dragons. Julian Dawson says, sounds like rocket fuel. There's a couple out there which they're really, really hot. And 500,000, how can I put this in context? 500,000 Scoville units is the equivalent to taking, I think, 4 ripe habanero chilies and chewing them at the same time. And I mean chewing them until they're completely gone, eaten, and nothing left. It's a very high temperature when it comes to sauces. That's more than your common garden variety sauce. Probably about 20 times more hotter than any kind of basic supermarket hot sauce you can buy. So, end of the over. 3 overs gone, 32 for 2 after the power play. Alton in a bit of trouble here. Swiss Dragons have bounced back nicely from the loss that they've suffered in the previous game against the Zurich Mavericks. After the Zurich Mavericks pretty much battered them out of the game with a score of 209 for 2 after 10. It was always going to be tough. He'll send Phil into orbit. Well, actually, I'm not too bad with hot sauces. I'd be more worried about if I have to do this with Vinny or Tina. Marzy's sitting next to me here pushing the buttons. He's our director for this game. I think for the rest of the day working the production. He's already given the thumbs up and said he wants to try it. So I'm hoping that I'll be working with Marzy the day that happens so we can both do it. And whoever I'm commentating with, if I'm commentating with someone, I would love to do that. Ash doesn't even like pepper. Well, there's a problem. Fair enough. It's not for everybody. I know that. I understand that as well. But yeah, I do have a very special sauce that I've picked up, which is very, very hot. Anyway, back to the action here, which is also very hot too. 3 overs gone, 32 for 2 on the board. We start the fourth. Short ball tucks up the player there. That's Mathurian. He's done well, though. Has Ganesh Sakaram. He's up to 21 from 10 deliveries faced. A couple of big sixes there, a couple of boundaries as well. His skipper started well, just faced that one ball, belted it away for 4 runs. Looks like there's a few spectators just walking behind the keeper there. That's okay, as long as it's not walking behind the bowler. That's the thing I get really a bit hot on the collar about. That's okay. They're going to go to the shady part of the ground and spectate the rest of the afternoon. And that looks like it's made up of some of the Zurich Maverick team who are just making their way over to the a very lovely, cool part of the ground to watch the action. So, Captain Waridu gets a chance to face a delivery. He's only faced 1 ball for his 4. He gets to get into it now. He loves a little bit of offside hit there, and he misses out on a wide ball, indicated as a wide, so we'll have to have that one again. Oh, Julian, you got some cayennes growing in a pot. Oh, yeah, keep a close eye on those. The news I've heard about cayenne peppers, and I learnt this also from a friend of mine who came to the Hot Nugs that Danny and I hosted a couple of weeks ago. Cayennes, they don't like it when it's too hot. The direct sunlight, really hot direct sunlight isn't good for them apparently. But they do like temperatures sort of in the high 20s, mid to high 20s, maybe low 30s, but don't expose them to too much heat. Oh, Terry Richmond pulling out the California Reaper. My goodness. At one stage, the hottest pepper on the planet was the California Reaper. Pradhan continues. Short ball, slower. Oh, just away from an outstretched hand. That could have easily gone straight into the cover fielder's hand there. That would have been disastrous if Waridu had have found himself caught there in the covers. He's almost hit it straight to him. Close, really close, but not close enough. Finds the boundary, though. Great bit of camera work too there by Nivi, our camera operator for today, and hopefully for the rest of the week as well. Followed that all the way through. You could see very clear there how close that was to being caught. Ooh, there was a shout of catch there. Maybe they feel there was a feather edge. There was indeed, because the umpire's saying, yep. And that's gone for another boundary. So... And what I'm seeing here is Waridu is quite scores a lot of runs outside the off. Doesn't mind going after anything outside the off. He swings hard. If he gets a feather edge, he gets a thick edge. Doesn't matter. He will get runs. So 2 to come. 43 for 2 on the board. Punched into the covers. He's found the gap beautifully. All the way along the deck, doesn't chance himself to elevate, just punches it right through the gap. So Waridu here dealing in boundaries, and that's the way he likes to deal with it. So he's hit 4 boundaries in a row, and that moves him on to 16, and the score ticks upwards again. It's 3 4s in a row so far this over, 47 for 2 on the board. Captain is playing a good knock again. Lutheran is also doing well. He's got 22 from 11. But the top order, the opening bats back in the shed very early for Alton. And a good follow-up delivery there from the bowler to make sure he pushes a dot ball through to finish his over. It's already gone for 15. Didn't want to have more than that. A couple of wides in there as well. So 47 for 2 after 4. Have a look at, we've got the wind predictor back on the graph as well. Good to see that one back. I seem to have missed that a few times in the last couple of series. So it's currently in the Goldilocks zone, as you'd expect in the first innings. That's pretty much fair enough. Expected score around 118. Well, I would expect that score from Alton to climb beyond 118. I think there'll be some acceleration at some point in the second half of this innings. Just settling things down, making sure that the partnership stayed together. They came together with a score on 17 for 2. So they've managed to put on 30 runs in a couple of overs. But they're going to have to keep doing that and then some. A bit of fielding off their own bowling there. Rahid Khan, who bowls and bats and fields with a bit of ferocity, gets his hand down and manages to keep the one from getting for any more runs. Got ball. Nice way to start the over. Start of the 5th. And then he goes and bowls a beautiful short ball that is not touched. I think that batter turns to square leg and says, how about that one? Well, I can tell you now that has gone past him. It probably sound like a tracer bullet going past the helmet there. That has gone so close. You would have definitely heard every little bit of that ball going past his head. Shouts a catch in the air. Shinwari, he'll catch this. Of course he will, because he's the captain. Omar Shinwari, captains don't drop catches, and he holds it right on the banji rope, and that is the end of Ganana Sekaram. He has to go, and that is disappointing for him. He was looking really good there, 22 from 14 before his hold out there, looking for the boundary down the ground, and that is the end of that. So well caught there by Khan. Sorry, excuse me, well bowled there by Khan. And that is a good catch. As I said, Omar Shinwari with a very good catch here just in front of us. The scorebook's put down, I think they put down Mohammadi as the catcher, but I can tell you now that is definitely Omar Shinwari with a good catch. Captain's keeping, actually. Okay, so it's just a jumper situation there. So Mahadi's actually wearing number 45. That's what confused me, because you're right. Thanks, Marzi. It's just a jumper-related thing there that I thought it's, apologies, everyone. It wasn't Shinwari who took the catch. It was indeed Mahadi. He's not wearing the 180 shirt. He's wearing the 45 shirt. 145 is much easier than a 180. 180 is too many numbers, just too many. You know, you got the 8, you got the 0. It's all happening. But 45, so much better. Good catch, nonetheless, on the boundary. That's the most important thing. Can't keep him out of the game. Hooked around the corner, despite close attention there from a fielder on the 45, but you hit over his head for 6, then there's nothing to worry about. As Amjad comes in and goes crash 4, crash 6, and restores a bit of normality to the Alton bowling there. Noman Amjad, real talent with the bat, talent with the ball as well. Was pretty decent in the field for Alton too in the previous game this morning against the Zurich Maverick Garwal team. I guess you could say based on that, he's a very good all-rounder indeed. 57 for 3. One more to come to complete the 5th. Rahid Khan's got 2 for 17 plus this. Chop down. Gonna probably just get the one to deep mid-wicket. Comes off the boundary rope and fields. It is just the one. So Rahid Khan finishes his 2 overs with 2 wickets and 18 runs. Nice return from him. As the score is, after 5 overs, 58 for 3. Still kind of feel they're a bit behind the where they want to be at the moment. They did have a rush of blood earlier today, Alton. They were sort of languishing around a sort of score like this, going about sort of 12 runs and over for most of their innings. Had a really good acceleration. The last 2 overs in the first match this morning brought up 42 runs. Thanks pretty much to Pushparanjan, who got stuck into it, and Pushparanjan. It was Staniksai who managed to find his form. Pushparanjan was the one who then dealt all the trouble on behalf of the Zurich Mavericks when it came out to bat, and he stood tall with a good 48 off 18, and Ahmadi support there with a 38 off 18. They got the win over Alton in that first match this morning. But for Alton, a couple of good signs they showed us this morning. They pushed the favourites all the way to the final ball of that game as well before they could get the win. So still good hope from here. For Swiss Dragons, though, they're playing a really good game too. That's a good drive, and long off and long on, almost have a meeting of minds, but they can't manage to get the ball back into play, and it bounces across the rope for 4 runs. 58 for 3 turns into 62 for 3. As Pradhan gets put over the rope. Talking about Amjad, another French import, he certainly is. There's a few of those here, a few from Zurich as well. You're right, absolutely right there. Cameron Ahmadzai as well is another one, playing for the Zurich Mavericks. And that is a terrific ground catch there by Isaac Stewart. That is a really good catch. Probably catch of the day, that one from Isaac. Really well caught. They are so hard to take. They're running forward and jumping forward like that. The judgment was perfect. And it's such an important wicket as well, as Amjad has to go. He's looking to accelerate. It's a flat shot, but equal to the task. No, I'll take that back. He wasn't equal to the task. He was better than what the task was put before him. And that is easily my catch of the day. What a great effort that was. Let's have a look at this one more time. These are not easy to take. Not one bit. It's so hard to judge those catches, coming forward like that, trying to find where's the ball dipping. Have I timed my leap perfectly? Am I going to dislodge the ball when my elbows hit the ground? Is it going to go underneath me? The answer to all that was pretty much, well, I've caught it. Done. Good catch. Really good catch. Continue now. Flies off an edge, but lucky to get away with that one. There is a fielder down there at third on the boundary who throws the ball back hurriedly. Keeper was nowhere near the stumps, hadn't even moved from his position. It all happened very, very quickly indeed. So Hamid Sadat is out there in the centre now in his light blue helmet. It's a nice light blue helmet. Captain Shahid Waridu in his distinctive reddish helmet. I say reddish because I can't tell it's a fully blown red. And that has been hit for, I think it's bounced just inside the rope. Just waiting for the umpire. Yes, indeed, just inside the rope for 4 runs. See that replay one more time. You can see it just bounced just inside the rope there. Just wait for the umpire to get the nod from a few people who are a bit closer. It's good to see the umpires doing that. We don't have the benefit of a heavy amount of replays to help the umpires. So umpire's call is always the one we go with these days. This is what it is with the new ECN. In the previous years, we've had more cameras at the ground. We've had more opportunities to try to, get in close, use a third umpire, all that sort of business. Not this year. This year's a little bit different, and we have asked the standing umpires make their decisions and have confidence in making their decisions as well, which is why we heap a lot of praise on the umpires for the work they do here. 73 for 4. Get towards the end of the 6th now. And that's going to get out towards the leg side boundary rope, but fielded nicely in a rocket throw. Just the one. Waridu pushes his score upwards. He gets up to 27. He's got in quick time as well, just off 7 deliveries. So he is going to face the start of the next over as we finish the 6th over. 74 for 4 after 6. So going along at 12s. This is what happened this morning. They were going along around about 12s, got to 100 after 8 overs, and then they had a final flurry, if you like, in the last 2 overs. Really got stuck into the bowling. And the Zurich Mavericks were caught a little bit on the hop, to be honest. I felt that they weren't expecting that. And it was just absolute carnage those last 2 overs. All right, 74 for 4, 6 overs gone. Up until now, they've used 3 bowlers who've bowled themselves out. Each bowler has picked up a wicket. So we're going to get a change in the bowling now. It's going to be Cassie. And almost. Oh, that was so close. It went along the deck, very, very low to the ground, and almost pulls off a miraculous catch. That looks like it's Pradhan out there who's spilled it. I think it's gone in and out. Look at this one more time. Oh, really good vision there. Thank you very much to Nizzy for the great camera work there. Sorry, Nivi. Great work, Nivy. Almost. And this has been hit, slapped back. Isaac Stewart has saved runs there. He saved 3 of them. Desperation. Excuse me, that's not Isaac. That's his counterpart down there. That is a lot of runs has been saved there. Some desperate fielding. Good to see. Makes a bit of room. That's a little bit easy. It's short and it sits up. And the batter just makes a little bit of room, steps right across to the offside and hits it to where he knows there's nobody anywhere near it. And that's clever. Clever batting from Warridu. Gets 6 of them as well. Yeah, not clever bowling from Kasi. Just sets it up and he gets put out of the ground. So 82 for 4 now. $82 for 4. Continuing now. Oh, swings and just misses that one. But that's going to run away down the hill all the way for 4 byes. Well, fortune favours the brave, and he is very brave, is Warridu. Doesn't get anything on it, but they'll take the byes happily. PK is calling a virtual beer for anyone who wants it. I'll have one. Thank you very much, PK. Send one my way. Actually, send 2 my way. Just saves me coming back and asking again later. Thank you, sir. 86 for 4. 2 to come. And that is shown as a wide. Carsey's a bit upset. He feels that was probably where it should be, but the umpire says it was not where it should be. I'm very sorry, my friend. Driven and nicely fielded. Gets a generous applause from his teammates as well. Nicely fielded. So 1 to come to complete the 7th. 87 for 4. This and then 3 overs after that. Expected score around about the 127, 130 mark. Well, that's been smoked out of the ground. That'll lift up the projected score as well with that big Maximo. We're going to go to 93 for 4 after 7. And so the last 3 overs are now beckoning as Kasi gets sent out of the ground. And this over is worth, add it up for me, folks, 19 runs. Doesn't go magical, but still expensive nonetheless. So 3 overs to come. Big score beckoning. Projected score just jumped up then to 133. So something in the 140s might be on here. And as I said before, this is literally what happened in match number 8 today with Alton getting to 100 after 8 overs, then putting the foot down and just leaving the opposition in the dust. Well, they're up to 93 for 4 after 7. You kind of expect the acceleration to come now. If they can power themselves up to the 140, even a 150 mark, that would be a very tough chase for Swiss Dragons. So just setting ourselves here. New over to start. It's going to be Janzeb Shinwari who's got the ball. He's got a longer run up than most of his teammates. In fact, you could say he's from the distance from the stumps to the boundary rope, he's probably about halfway. And he's organising his field. Long on, long off, deep mid wicket. Very straight drive protector as well. Doesn't matter what field you set. I won't go on about the field placings because the only thing you should be worried about is the building placements at the ground, really. That's the only thing that matters on strikes like that. Absolutely got every bit of that out of the middle. Couldn't put it in the slot any better, to be fair. The bowler put it right where it had to be hit. And Sadat just says, thank you. Crunched out of the ground. Well done. Hey, PK, thank you very much for that. I appreciate the 2 coming my way. You're a good man. It's now made me thirsty, actually. I've actually drunk, I think, about 2.5 litres of water already since I've been at the ground, and now I'm out. I've got none. I have to get something during the break. So I've still got, 3 innings to go after this one. Bowler in again. He's got to do better than that first ball. Does do better than the first ball. Well bowled. Bit extra hot sauce on that one. 99 for 4, stays on 99 for 4 for Alton. Now his captain comes down and says, let's not have any dots. Let's keep this going. See the top performers data there on the right-hand side of your screen. There's a lot of good information there. 59 Maximos have been hit by Standing Eye. That is a stat that needs to be remembered. He's hit 59 to date. That is going to be a wide ball there. So never let it be said that we don't know our statistics. We've got some great stats on the European Cricket Network, and that's what cricket is. Cricket is a game of stats as well. Bowler in again. Whoa, that sounded good. It looked even better. I think it's just landed now. It is absolutely smacked out of here. Well, the 100 came up with the wide, and then the score trips up by another 6 more runs. Sadat has put that into Liechtenstein. That has gone so far back, it's not funny. Wow, that was a good hit. Here's me talking about Maliar Stanik's 59 Maximos that he struck. And Sadat just goes like that. Literally. Wonderful hitting. Speaking of that, I can confirm that Maliar Stanik's, as you'd expect, the top run scorer so far in the tournament, but he has played all 5 games. Short ball, well, that's one way to make sure he doesn't hit you for another 6, but it is going to be shown as a wide, so I have to bowl that one again. Yeah, just having a quick look at the stats at ecn.cricket. Have a look at all the stats there. Great information there if you want to have a look at some numbers, crunch few things. Maliar Stanik's has got 452 runs, high score of 175, not out of 39 deliveries, and that is the 3rd best in ECS history. He's striking at 373 as well. He's hit 21 boundaries in those 5 innings. And he's hit 59, I said it right, 59 Maximos as well. How about that? So plenty of stats there. Don't hesitate to go and tune in to ecn.cricket. Have a look at those stats. Great data. And, well, so that's not finished. He's probably thinking, why's Phil talking about Stanik's when I'm here doing this? That is an astonishing shot yet again. He really has got a big club, and he is getting after Shinwari here. 113 now. This is the acceleration we talked about with Alton. Exactly what they did earlier today. Just this last minute sort of, all right, well, we've got to a point where we need to chance ourselves, and maybe some loose bowling as well, slightly by the Swiss Dragons. Shinwari's having a bit of a chinwag with his teammate there. That's Mohammadi coming over and having a chat. Him being fast bowler himself. He got 1 for 25 from his 2 overs, so he's probably the right person. He has to run all the way back to deep extra cover to his fielding position, which he does. And whatever he said worked because it's a dot ball to finish the over with, so well done. I'll give the assist there to that dot ball to Navidullah. Well done. 8 overs gone, 130 for 4 on the board. That over worth 20. It does go magical. It's worth 20. Ash has disappeared to the kitchen to get some ice cream. Well, if you've got them, I don't blame you. If I could find a kitchen nearby that's got ice cream, I'd probably disappear off to that one as well, to be honest. It's very warm here today. I said before, it was 30 degrees. Well, the air temperature is 30 degrees in the shade, but the real feel is 35. Out in the centre, I'd add a few more degrees to that. It's very hot outside from underneath this awning we're at. There was a couple of clouds starting to form about an hour ago. There's a few more bigger ones starting to form, but they're way off in the distance. They're currently probably hanging over Germany at the moment, but I can still see them. We're not too far from the German border here in Zurich, in the north part of the country. And Liechtenstein's just over there. Well, the ball's been passed around a little bit, like pass the parcel, and in the end, I think it's just the single with Hotak bowling. So this is a real danger here for Hotak to come on to bowl his little dinky right arms. But he's going to ask the question of the batters to say, well, you're going to make the pace here if you can. It's been clubbed out. It was trying to hit it in short. Good bit of fielding, that one. Isaac Stewart once again with a very good bit of fielding, desperate fielding, and a good arm as well. Wearing the floppy red hat. I'm a fan of the floppy red hat. I like the floppy hats. I don't like the caps. I like the all-round 360 degrees of sun protection, only because I burn so quickly. Oh, tries to get under it, doesn't get under it. And can you believe it? That Warrior goes out in the 40s again for the second time today, hits it straight to mid-wicket and accepts the catch, no problem at all. There's not much celebration from Swiss Dragons. I'm sure they're happy about the wicket that falls, but it's not a lot of celebration. Not a big get around with the bowler, but the wicket does fall. There you go, and straight into the hands, easily taken. And it's a slow walk off from the captain, but he's done what he had to do. He's come in at a time when they were in trouble. He did come in at a time when they were 2 down for 17. So he's done so well to stick around with a couple of different batters, put on good partnerships, but unfortunately his time in the centre has finished at 115 for 5. So still got, 9 legal deliveries to come. They still want to try to power this up. This score needs to be looking at a 140s target to try to keep the Swiss Dragons at bay. Have a look at the couple of overs prior to this. Well, we had a magical over prior to this one for 20, and then it was a 19 run over prior to that one. So a couple of big overs there. Unfortunately, they can't replicate it here. Well, they still can, I guess. There's still 3 balls to come, but they want to power this one around. Let's see what they can do. So far, 2 runs and a wicket off this over. Tries to hit this one out of the ground and through. The desperate attempt there from Acton. Almost pulls in a terrific catch, channeling his inner Isaac Stewart there. Unable to get it though. Close to it though, but unable to reel that one in. So Acton misses it. He has to go finding it in the undergrowth. Oh, well done, Nivi. That's assist from our camera operator there to say, well, there it is. There's the ball. Acton's walking a bit gingerly here. I reckon he's probably landed pretty heavily. This ground is a little bit unforgiving. Anyway, 4 to the score, 119 for 5. 2 to come in Hotak's over. Mistimes this one. And that is going to just go for a single, just backward a square. Just rolled backward a square, so had all the time in the world to get through for a single there. So 1 more to come, 120 on the board, 5 wickets down. Good night to Chris Addison. Thanks for joining us again, Chris. Good to have seen you. Thanks for joining us as always. Hope to see you tomorrow. Club down the ground and just going to be one. Isaac Stewart, safe pair of hands. Just one. And a good over from Hotak. Really good over that one. Takes pace off. Really throws the gauntlet down to the batter. Picks up a wicket. 8 runs only from his over. Well bowled. Really well bowled. It's a shame he's not got a chance to maybe bowl another one. Just maybe I think about maybe if he bowled the 8th rather than the 9th, possibly. Something to think about, but he's bowled really good over there. So we are 9 overs gone. It's 121 for 5. Sadat, he's going to get a chance to get stuck into the batting once again. Sorry, excuse me, stuck into the bowling. Swings. There was all sorts of things. There was a yeah for the dot ball. There was a cry as a stumping chance might have been missed, and then a few other shouts as well. The point is, it's a dot ball. Kasi would love to finish this over nice and tight. He had a bit of an interesting over a few moments ago. Slow ball takes pace off, and it's clubbed. All the way for 6 runs. And Acton has to jump the fence. Don't jump on our table. Use the step ladder, please. And he does exactly that. So thank you for that. Have a look at this one again. He loves that shot. Doesn't matter if it's outside the off or it's on leg or it's on middle. He loves hitting it straight. And Sadat has been hitting it straight to perfection today. Races up to 28 from 12. Varathayan is out there to lend good support to him wherever he can. And Kasi, he's just trying to bowl. He's trying to keep this in some sort of respectable score they can chase. Swiss Dragons this is definitely within their arc. They can definitely chase this score at the moment. But Alton bowlers, they're going to have to be right on here. I know Alton are missing a number of their big names, but you're only as good as the team you can put on the field. Swung. And one bounce. Oh, I thought he was going to back away to try to protect the boundary. The right idea was there, but the execution leaves a bit to be desired there. Unfortunately, it explodes through the hands and goes across the boundary rope for 4 runs. Darcy won't be happy about that one. He'll be saying, well, that's what you're there for. It went straight to you. Have a look at this. And Bosch, straight through. So that says no. Everybody misses that one. It's a wide ball. They don't take an extra on the wide, and that's sensible from Sadat. Don't chance the run out. Barothayan can stay at the non-striker's end. That's fine. I think Sadat should farm the strike personally, and I think that's right for him to do it. 3 balls to come. And this time, they're not going to scamper through for 2 here. Well, they probably can if they want. Well, they took their eyes off that one. They were resigned to the fact that they were just going to take the single. Didn't see that there was a spill. The ball almost hit the rope on the spill as well, and they could have probably muscled through for 2 if they'd run hard. They don't, and it's just the 1. So Barothayan gets to face. Well, here goes Ariel. Has that got enough? Isaac says, no. Oh, watch your step back there. He takes 1 step back and he's still a few inches inside the rope and holds the catch aloft. And that is a nice catch, nice wicket to fall as well. And for Kasi, he gets some reward there. He's endured a fair bit, but he's picks up a wicket on the penultimate ball of the innings. Alton lose another one. So they're not going to get to that 142 for 6. Barring any no ball interferences here. I think Carsey's bowling pretty well. We haven't seen too many no balls, actually. So we've had 1 in this innings. I don't remember calling too many throughout the day so far. So just 1 in this innings. So new batter comes in. It's going to be Bilal Muhammad. He's going to take his strike and say, all right, 1 delivery. I've got 1 ball to negotiate. 133 for 6 plus this. Swings out towards the deep mid wicket. This time, Isaac Stewart runs across in front of his compatriot. They're going to go through for a second. You might as well. There's a buzzer. As the throw was a little bit wide. And they're going to go back for a couple. So good running. Watch this again. They take off straight away. Immediately run there. So 1, touchdown, turn, go back for the second. And touchdown again. And then they're going to go for the third. And that's very clever running. So that going to the danger end. Good running. Run all 3 there. Excellent stuff. 136 for 6 after 10. So Bilal Muhammad comes in and gets 3 runs. Sadat there. His 33 from 14 is a nice little cameo for Alton. Gets this score up to a really good, respectable target after the openers both failed. 4 and 0 for the 2 openers. And then the middle order had to stand tall. I was really happy with the skipper again, Waridu, come out with a 41 from 15. Similar innings to what he played earlier this morning where he hit 46 off 15. Well, he got 41 off 15. So there you go. He sticks around for 15 deliveries, and that's all he does. Hamid, Sadat, that cameo, I think that's going to be really important. That could separate the 2 teams when it comes down. We're going to find out how that goes with the run chase that's going to come your way here on the European Cricket Network in about 12 minutes' time. Don't go too far. This is Phil G for the European Cricket Network saying to Terry Richmond, see you later. He's off to bed. But to everyone else, thanks for staying with us. We'll see you back here for the run chase shortly. Swiss Dragons need 137 for the win. Can they do it? Join me. We'll find out. Welcome back to the ECS Cricket Ground here. I just put my headset on and realised that they were a bit warm, so I had to just take them off again. Anyway, welcome back, everybody. It's Phil G here for the European Cricket Network in the heat here in Switzerland for the continuation of match number 10. Speaking of heat, it's Swiss Dragons. Again, a bit of heat under their bellies as they look to score 137, having seen 136 just been belted off their bowling attack by Olsen, who sort of had fits and starts. They didn't have it all their own way at all. And Olsen managed to get the score up to 136 for 6, which I think is still a pretty good target, actually. Still a really good target and causing a few issues for the Swiss Dragons bowlers and fielders. But a good effort still by both teams. This game for me, this is a real 50-50 match so far for me, I reckon. This is going to be, I'm going to put it out there. This is definitely GB candidate stuff. It's that kind of score. That's kind of what I'm saying. We're going to find out very shortly, though. So 136 for 6 by Olsen. Shahid Waridu did really well there with a 41. A good captain's knock from him. And I like this change up of the opening batters to get Khan out there nice and early. I think that makes a lot of sense. And put Acton a little bit further down the order. He seemed to struggle with in the position of opener in the previous match. Took a long time to sort of get moving and didn't really bother the scores too much. So this would be a good move for him as well. I'm sure his time will come if a wicket falls. But for now, it's going to be Isaac Stewart at the non-striker's end and Rahid Khan facing. It's almost set to go. Umpires are almost at the ready. Hope you're ready as well. Thanks for joining us wherever you're watching from around the world. This is the run chase. This is match number 10, hanging in the balance of ECS Zurich after Olsen posted a pretty good score of 136 on the board after their 10. As we start the run chase, Mandazai is going to kick us off. Fast left-hander cannons into the midriff of the player, of Arahid. He doesn't show too much emotion or too much sign. He did definitely say something which was, ouch. Don't blame him for that. That would have really woken him up, maybe disturbed the lunch as well. So, chase or defend, you decide. We're going to find out very shortly. In 40 minutes' time, we'll know what happened. Could be a good, tight finish here in this match. Slams into leg pad. Shite the stumps at the bowler's end is not on. Well backed up, though. And the team score is going to move up to 1. That very sharp single there. So Swiss Dragons with a lot to do. They've currently got 1 on the board just for that leg bye. They've got a lot of work to do, though. And Olsen bowlers, you get the feel Olsen bowlers, I don't know, I just feel that their bowling attack's probably a little bit stronger than the Swiss Dragons, so that's kind of where I'm coming from. We'll find out, though. It's like the spectators from the back walking across the back of the screen. In the corner, really well. Not a shot. Zach Stewart loves to play. Come up a few times on that shot to chest. I know that Monty in the chat was talking about that. And he said, and he even posted the video from yesterday. He got out the same way that he did this morning. Just tries to play a shot that he just doesn't get quite control over. But this one, the balance was much better, and he's middled that one perfectly. So 6 runs opens his account. Here we go again. Ooh, this time he feathers one, almost feathers one outside the off. So there is a little bit of cloud gathering in the background, but a long way in the background. It's taken a long time to sort of gather and to get past us. I think it's heading across the top of the ground towards Liechtenstein, so I don't think there's anything to worry about here. This game's still very much in the Goldilocks zone. There's a little creepy crawl. He gets onto my hand there. How'd he get there? I don't know. Shot. Absolutely fantastic shot. That one leans back. It's a glorious drive through the covers, and that looked good. It sounded good, and it goes all the way along the deck for 4 runs. What a wonderful strike. Mandazite just puts that in the slot. Not a lot of footwork, not a lot required. The balance was perfect, and he has crashed that one, has Isaac Stewart. Nice shot for him. 2 big scoring shots from his blade. He's marched up to 10 from 3 deliveries. Can't yet to open his account. Just faced those 2 balls. Got off strike with a leg bye earlier. Mandazai in again. Tries the slower full toss. Gets tucked around the corner. and it gets, oh, I think it's gotten through the fielder. I thought for a minute there he was all over that. Well, technically he was all over it, and in that he fell all over it, and it's gone skittering underneath the player all the way to the boundary. 15 for no loss in the first over, chasing down a total of 136. So they're right where they want to be, and then some. It is going 13.6 per over to start things off with, so they're right on target. So Alton, desperate for an early breakthrough here. Just need to sort of shake things up a bit. Need to make sure that Swiss Dragons don't get too far ahead of them. But so far, with 15 off the over, they're looking pretty good. Just a bit of a recap of that over. See, good running between the wicket, good communication between these two as well. That lovely cover drive, very straightish cover drive too. It wasn't exactly through the covers, but we'll call it a cover drive because it looked really good as well. Well, that's a similar sort of shot, but this one goes a bit straighter through that that mid-off area to long off, and that's a boundary there to Khan. So he's off the mark with a boundary. Swiss Dragons here, they know what's at stake. They need to make sure that they don't go 1 and 3 here. They need to make sure they get another win, and that will put them 2 wins, 2 losses from 4 games if they can beat Alton here. And Alton, before we started this series, Alton would have favoured themselves to definitely play on Wednesday, but they've lost the first match this morning. This is their second game of the day. If they lose this one, then they'll be zip and 2, and they'll have to play the last game today against Basel Afghan, who are coming off 2 big wins yesterday. So a bit of a danger day, this one for Alton. They really need to make sure they don't leave today 0 and 3. Otherwise, it could be a real red-hot battle tomorrow for who gets into 4th place in the standings. Because on current form in the standings, you've got Zurich Mavericks Garwell top of the table. You've got Basel Afghan in 2nd place. And right now, on current form, you'd say that those two would probably play in Qualifier 1, depending on what happens with Alton and the Alpine Warriors, who've still got plenty of games to play. Swiss Dragons could also feature in that conversation, but there's a lot of work to be done for them as well. Sports Club Rocher are probably the one team who are currently no wins from 3 matches. They're the ones who probably aren't going to be part of that equation. That's been pulled. It goes very straight, though. It lands and plugs, which gives an opportunity for the fielders to get a good throw in, which they do. Well, is anyone backing up the backup? Because the backup missed it. And he just kept walking across as though he wasn't even involved in the backup. And he lets the player at 3rd back it up. So a bit of a flurry of runs there. Just comes to a bit of a brief moment with that dot and the single. 26 for no loss, though, on the board. So they're right where they want to be in terms of the run chase. 111 required off 50. 2 balls to come in the over. And just nonchalantly pushed back. Nicely defended there by the batter. Just says, yep, that's all I'm doing. Thank you to Paolo Campini in the chat, looking after the chat. One of our senior moderators out there, PK, doing a great job. And he's absolutely right to drop their messages, and maybe in case it's not read out or if they're not getting a response, they tend to run over and over again. We'll call that spamming. So just pay attention to the mods. They'll look after you if you look after them. The conversation's going. So that is the end of the over, 26 on the board. After 2, still in the Goldilocks zone. Yep, look at that. It's now an even 50-50 split there according to our win indicator, and I think that's pretty indicative of what I've been talking about. This does feel like that kind of game that could possibly go down to the last ball of the 10th. You never know. Just feels like it, though, to me. So Rahid Khan and Isaac Stewart, the 2 openers, still out there on 11 and 14 respectively. And Swiss Dragons will love the fact that their 2 openers are still out there after 2 overs, haven't lost an early wicket. Rahan Stanikzai comes on to bowl. Let's see what he can do here. Maybe try to change that. Going to bowl the last over of the power play. Just waiting for the umpire to... Well, the umpire just turned around and said, what are you bowling again? You're bowling right arm over the wicket? And he's just told the batter, sorry, left arm over the wicket, left arm round the wicket, Phil. But yeah, just the pause there was the umpire saying, hang on, what do you bowl again? And starts us off with a dot. Well bowled. Didn't manage to do much with the bat in this game. Only scored a handful of runs. Miss hit, shouts a catch. It goes straight, and that's going to beat everyone to the boundary rope. We're still inside the power play, so only 2 out allowed, and they've opted to go with a long on, not a long off. So long on had a long way to go, and mid off had a long way to go as well. Between the two of them, they couldn't stop it. Deep mid wicket is the other deep fielder. So deep mid wicket and a long on. So they're trying to protect the big agricultural hit towards leg side. Helix is saying good night. Thank you for joining us, Helix. It was really good to see you again, as always. Toss the coin for the win then, Phil, if it's a 50-50. Thanks very much. We'll catch you again tomorrow, Helix, I hope. Thanks to everyone who's still with us. If it's not your bad time, you can stay up with us and keep watching. Got a bit of a problem with the ball here. I think it's actually gotten through. Is that the problem? Ah, there we go. As a bug flies right into my face. Where was he going? Surely he could see where he's going. Literally, this small little bug, he was flying straight towards me. He didn't go left or right. It was like he was playing a game of chicken with me. That's why I wear glasses. 30 for no loss inside the third. And Stanik's eye just been taken downtown with a 4. Took a while to get the ball back. We've got it back now. Here we go. We continue. Absolutely crunched. Makes a little bit of space there on a short ball that was on leg stump, and he has hoiked that one. Unlucky not to get a Maximo there as it bounces just inside the rope. But a good shot, right? And can you believe it? It's actually gone through that white mesh over there. There's a big white mesh fence protecting some of the car park and some of that big brown building over there. It's actually more protecting the trees over there. I kind of wish it extended a little bit further so the cars in the car park are protected. Good news is today, though, is that the car park's actually pretty full today. And our car is kind of hidden amongst those. So I kind of feel that we've got good protection today, Marzi. Apologies to anyone who's listening has got their car parked in there. That's bump ball. Stanik stares back at the batter just to see if he was going to walk away then, but that was clearly a bump ball. Well taken, though. Oh, flirting with a bit of danger there. Goes inside out. There's a bit of work to do on the boundary rope and a great bit of work on the boundary rope as well. Protects it and gets a good throw back. That's really good effort. Enjoyed that. That's Amjad. That's why, because he's an absolute professional when it comes to the fielding department, and he's done so well to protect the rope. And now the field changes over for the left-hander as Isaac Stewart now faces up for the last ball of the power play. 35 on the board. 9 off the over so far. Run rate required. It's just jumped up a little bit to 14. Nothing to worry about, but something they'll have to watch out for just to make sure it doesn't jump up too far. Edged and over the head, just over the head of the fielder who was there. That's Jamal Stanik's eye, who has to turn around and chase after it, but he can't. It goes across the rope for 4 runs. Well, a little bit of luck running the way of the batters there. Watch this one more time. Definitely doesn't go where he wanted to. He was eyeing off deep mid-wicket, and it goes 180 degrees the other direction. And Jamal Stanik's eye, he can only watch it go over his head, chase after it, and find it on the boundary rope. 39 for no loss. Currently going at 13 per over. Needed to go at 13.6 per over. So that run rate, like I said, just ticked up slightly. It's now up to 14. It's still a pretty much even 50-50 competition here now after the power play is done and dusted. Ooh, who do you like? There's a few people in the chat saying, nah, it should be an easy chase, should be defended. Everyone's talking about, well, obviously the big question is chase or defend. Which one do you like? It's tough. Still hangs in the balance. So the power play's done. Let's see how the captain deals with the field. With right-hander on strike, he wants a deep cover. He wants a long off. He wants he also wants a long on. He wants a deep mid wicket and square on the far on the other side of the ground, a square leg, deep square leg. So that's their fielders. Hamid Sadat just comes and fields in front of us and gives us a bit of a smile. He enjoyed his innings. Absolutely hitting the ball up all parts of the park. Loved his innings. Nice strike. Goes out towards the deep cover fielder. One of those ones I just mentioned. Cleanly fielded. And just the one for now. Yes. Okay. Thought the throwback might end up in a buzzer. Nicely done. This is Andazai who's bowling himself out here. Now, big hitting Isaac Stewart. He's on 18 from 7 deliveries. Hasn't had a lot of the strike in the first 3 overs. His counterpart, Rahid, has had more strike. He doesn't mind the odd leg side hoik. He tends to go a bit fine. They don't have anyone. Oh, they've just put someone there. Okay, so they do have someone square. Well, this has gone aerial. There's a chance for a deep mid-wicket and mid-wicket. Mid-wicket has spilled it. Can you believe it? With the red cap, I cannot believe he's put that down. He had all day. Oh, there's a few Alton players asking the question, how does that get missed? Don't blame the sun. That's just Mother Nature. You can't blame that. That should have been taken, should have been held. That's disappointing. Alton missed an opportunity to break the opening partnership here as it gets grasped by mid-wicket. Looking at his hand still. Yeah, that was important. That really meant a lot. You could see a little bit of a disappointment on the face and out of the mouths of the fielders here as they scamper through for another single. Remember, Alton, they don't have a lot of runs to deal with here. They've got a lot of, they don't have that luxury of a lot of runs to defend the bowlers, so the fielders need to be on. And that was probably the easiest catch we've seen put down in the series so far. I've seen some terrific catches, really good catches. That was the easiest one put down. Now, there's a change in the field for the left-hander. That is, well, Yasser Thuran is going to be put onto the naughty step in the mid-wicket area. He was just put down that catch before. So he goes to mid-wicket for the left-hander. He was at mid-wicket for the right-hander. So mid-wicket left-hander. Let's hope he doesn't strike twice. And just hit to point. But they were home already. Well, a few players shouting at the fielder who got that one, but I think what I would say is they were already home. The throw takes a bit longer than that to release once you field the ball, and they were already across their respective lines. It was a good run between the wicket. Really, really quick running there. Dragons looking good here. Haven't lost a wicket in the 4th. Keeping that run rate, keeping well in touch with the run rate. They're slightly behind, but only just slightly. There's a couple of strikes like that are going to take care of it. Sadat tries to get onto this one. He can't cut that one off. It goes across the boundary for 4 runs. So that's what we're talking about. A couple of boundaries plus keep turning over the strike with singles here and there. You're going to be getting 13 and over, no problem. And as long as they're hitting 13 and over, they're going to leave themselves probably about, say, 25 runs in the last 2 overs. But just with any acceleration here and there, it's all bonus. So this run rate, this run chase still well and truly in hand. Yeah, 14.6. So another couple of boundaries. Suddenly it's back under 14. But something to be mindful of as it's all the way along the deck just for the single. And that will be the overdone. So 9 off the over. Alton win the over, though. Swiss Dragons need to be careful here. It's kind of at a cautious point now after 4. They're 48 after 4. They're going along at 12s. They need to be going from 15 from here on in to make sure that they can reel in this target. It's not insurmountable at all. They haven't lost a wicket yet. They've still got talent in the shed. Acton can come out and hit the ball. Mustafa Hussain, we've seen him go hit the ball well. He had a terrific innings earlier. I thought he was brilliant. His 57 off 19 deliveries in the previous game was fantastic for Swiss Dragons, the highlight for Swiss Dragons. So if they need a sudden acceleration, if one of these two is just getting a little bit slack, then I would say maybe think about a retirement. Rahid Khan, 27 from 15. Isaac Stewart, he's got 20 from 9. I know it's early to talk about retirements, but just something the captain will keep in his mind there, just to make sure they're staying where they need to be. Because going along at 12s, when you need to be going along at 15s, you can't let that get away from you. You need to make sure you keep that well and truly in mind. I'm sure the Swiss Dragons captain, Omar Shinwari, will be all over that. So we look to start the 5th. A couple of big overs, and you never know. Noman Amjad, just to make things difficult for Swiss Dragons now. Noman Amjad comes on to bowl. Swing and a miss. Just a bit too much pepper on that one. Sharma Vanchik saying, hello, commentator. Hello to you as well. Hope you're well, and thank you for joining. Ruhin saying, why don't they hit? I'd say because the bowling's too good. That's what that is. It's all about the bowling. It's not always about the batting. Sometimes the bowling is just too good. Amjad steaming in again, speaking of the bowling. Hits this one, miss hit, and it finds the rope, and then something's gone for a Maximo. It bounces about 2 meters across the line. It splits the field. That's about as straight a hit as you're going to get in anywhere in the world. Lovely strike too, really well timed. I thought it sounded slightly miss hit, but it turns out it was actually a lot better than that one. The 50 up and then some, 54 for no loss. Good start to the over. It's a dot and a 6. Good for Swiss Dragons if they can try to find a way to get sort of, maybe high teens or even a 20 runs in this over, just to put things back in their favour slightly. They haven't lost a wicket though. That's the really big thing. Sharma Vanchik says, commentator bro, I am with the chase. You think they're going to chase it, do you? Thank you, Sharma. Thank you for your thoughts on that one. Definitely chase is possible for sure. Defend is possible as well, but at the moment, you kind of feel with no wickets currently gone, Alton are going to really struggle to defend this. It's not a huge target. You really feel that Alton could be in trouble. They need to get some wickets here. 54 for no loss. Amjad just been hit for 6. Let's see how he comes back. Let's see how he responds. And Sadat just comes back into play now. That's what we're waiting for. We're waiting for the fielder who was retrieving the Grizzly to get back into play, which he is now. Here we go. Oh, this has gone high up in the air. Who wants it? Bowler wants it. Not sure who's going to get to it. Oh, what do I know? The bowler gets to it. Amjad has just put his head down and absolutely pulled in a screamer, and he's going to have a get around. They're all going to get over to him and say, well done indeed. That was sensational. What a great catch. I honestly thought it was going to be too far for him. I couldn't see how far the ball had gone up in the air, but it had gone a long way. Then the wind started swirling, and Amjad said, no, mine. Look at that. The whole way through, he just ran hard, and it's a finger tipper at the end. One of the best caught bowls you'll see here today, even for this series. Really, really well caught. So the first wicket does fall, and it's going to be Rahid Khan, who has to leave 33 from 18. A good effort from him with the bat. One more time. Watch this. Watch Amjad. Look at him. Turn around, 180 degrees, ran hard, and the final stretch right there. Really good catch. Great camera work as well. Well done, Nivi. Terrific catch. And Sharma Vanchik, thank you very much for your contribution. That is excellent stuff. You are a good sport for dropping that into the chat. I'm going to give you a thumbs up as well. There you go. I just clicked you a thumbs up. Everyone should give that man Sharma Vanchik a thumbs up for his contribution to European Cricket Network. Every little bit counts. It just shows a bit of love. So thank you very much. You're a good man. Omar Shinwari, captain, comes out. Let's see what the captain can do. Play captain's knock with one of his batters, one of his number one batters, Isaac Stewart. He's got 20 from 9. Shinwari would love to get amongst the runs as well. Thank you for everyone who's giving Sharma Vanchik a click there for his contribution. Very nice of him to do that, showing a bit of love and a bit of acknowledgement too, which is good. This has gone a long way in the air. Well, we want another caught and bowled. Better call for it, folks. And Amjad's got another caught and bowled. Can you believe it? He calls out the fielder and he says, I've got this one. I've got this one. And that is a bit of a sigh of relief. Fantastic stuff. That is astonishing from Amjad. Well, he's taken the game by the scruff of the neck. And the Swiss Dragons, who 3 minutes ago were going along nicely, hadn't lost a wicket. And suddenly, boom, they've gone from 54 for 1 to 54 for 2. And sadly for Omar Shinwari, the captain, he goes for a second ball duck, escorted off the ground with Wiki as well. Unbelievable, incredible stuff here. Doesn't have to hit the panic stations, the batting team. They don't have to panic. You only need to go at 16 per over, and a couple of big overs of, say, 18 or 20, just one or two of those, suddenly you're only chasing 14 runs per over. You don't have to get crazy about it. But Shinwari goes after it, and unfortunately for him, he's top-edged it, and it's another caught and bowled. Oh man, Amjad, 2 for 6. He's still got one to come. He spun this game around on its head. Ooh, gets it straight past the flailing blade of Acton, who can't get anything on it, not a cracker. He's lucky not to get an edge on it as well. That's the end of the over. 6 runs from the over, but that's it. Otherwise, it's just 2 big wickets in the over. Oh, I'll tell you what, Alton just put themselves in the box seat there with that. Absolutely sensational. Straight back in the box seat. Sharma Vanschik, you are a champion. Once again, just dropping us a little bit of love in the chat. Thank you very much for that, Sharma. Everyone should get across and give him a thumbs up. There you go. Giving you another thumbs up. Always wonderful to have support from our chatters, any way, shape, or form. We love it when you just drop good comments in, but if you're going to do a little financial, throw in our direction, we will embrace it. We'll embrace you if we could. So thank you so much. Bilal Muhammad now coming on for your pleasure after 5 overs, 54 for 2 on the board. And suddenly, Swiss Dragons with a wobble. They now need 16.6 and over. So they started, well, I thought they started pretty well, actually. Very solid start after 4. But now, 6 runs and 2 wickets in that 5th over. There's a lot on Isaac Stewart's shoulders here. It's him or nothing. Carved out beautifully, gets through the covers. There is no protection there. The boundary rider who's square on the offside is very square. There's no one at a regulation deep cover, and it goes across the rope for 4 runs. Pretty easy pickings there. It was in the slot and carved. Captain might want to think about changing that up a bit. Maybe need to push the. Think about pushing the long on a bit straighter, and again getting long off to move a bit further around towards maybe a halfway between cover and long off. Need to protect that boundary, because there's a huge gap. You go to the left or the right of the cover fielder, it's going to go for 4. And that is a good example of what I'm talking about. So he's driven that this time straight. And I said before, if you push the long on around a bit straighter, he would have cut that off. And long off moves a bit further around to protect the boundary in front of the dugout area where a lot of runs are scored. I think Sadat here, who's fielding in front of us here, has got a bit to say to the bowler, and I think he's quite within his rights to have a word to Bilal and say, look, if you're going to put it there on that length, what do you think is going to happen? That's exactly what he's doing. He's too smart, is Isaac Stewart. He knows what has to be done and where to hit it. In again. Well, it's better. It's better. It's slightly wide-ish, but it's not a wide. Apologies for silence, folks. Just getting a little bit of dust in the throat. Have to wash that away. 62 for 2. This time tries to work it on leg side off the pads. And that is going to find its way. We just won't watch it for the umpire here. He's tentatively looking towards the boundary line. He's saying, yeah, that's 4 wides. Now, what's going on here? The umpire's having a chat with the batter. Batter's not happy about something. What's that about? Just watching that interesting conversation going on between the umpire and Isaac Stewart. I mean, surely Isaac he can't be saying that he got it, some of that, because if he did, it wouldn't be 5 wides and wouldn't have to bowl the ball again. Anyway, whatever that conversation was, it's 5 wides in the book. We'll have that again as we just lose the run up here, unfortunately, for Bilal. What an over this is, though. Just when I said the Swiss Dragons have a bit of a wobble, they've brought it back with 13 off the over so far with a couple of boundaries along the deck, and that's 5 wides. Just changing things up a little bit there. In again. It's a full ball. He just angles the bat and pushes it. It says no run. Well, now they say run because it goes straight through the fielder there in the mid-wicket position. Sorry, excuse me, in the cover position for the left-hander. And it's a cheeky little single, but they take it nonetheless. Now, Acton with a chance to get off his duck. A chance to show us a little bit of his batting prowess into the team today. Didn't play on the weekend, unavailable, but he's in the team today. Got a couple of runs in this morning's match, but not enough. So let's see what he can do here. Need to be going at 15.9 and over. Driven. And, oh, can you believe it? I can't believe it's got through him. And that's down to Al, sorry, Al. Al, you've changed. You've turned into Marzi. I'm used to saying the ball gets hit to Alice there. That's all that is, because constantly. I don't think you've been here for one, have you? No. I meant for when the ball comes down here. Is that the second time you fielded a ball? Yeah, first time. That's what confused me. Oh, yeah, it was. Hey, can I say for everyone there, Marzi's no-look pickup while he was typing was quite something. It really was. He's also available for juggling acts and bar mitzvahs as well. Good, quick single. Good, quick call there. Nice running. Thumbs up from two of the players as well. It goes for 2 wides. So this over from Bilal, just getting away from Alton. When they started this over, you really felt Alton were well and truly in the box seat. And PK just says, yeah, it's a bit sloppy in the chat. And I say, yeah, I agree with that. It's just gotten away from them. So Alton fielders could be forgiven for being a little bit sore about some of this sloppy fielding. It's got to be better than that. Lone appeal from Bilal, very optimistic. Just because he hit the pad doesn't mean it's going to be leg before. And he drops the ball just near the umpire's feet. Says my over's done. It's 19 off the over. Good over for Swiss Dragons. 73 for 2. 64 they need off 24 deliveries. Could be another very nice tight game here. I said at the very start of this innings, I said this game does have that feel. The score had that feel of, dare I say it, possibly GB territory. You know, we broke the golden ball in Cassane a few games ago. I think it's been 30 games or maybe 31 games possibly. Let me just double check that for you. I do have the stat here in front of me. 33. There you go. So 33 matches since the GB. I'm not saying it's going to be a golden ball, just saying it feels like this could be a score worthy of a GB finish. But we've got to get there first, though. A long way to go. 4 overs to come, 64 required. Swiss Dragons still need to get plenty of runs. Can't take the pace off. Especially we've got Amjad, who does that sort of a magic. Picks up a wicket, and it is indeed a huge wicket. And that's so disappointing. That makes it really, really tough now when they lose another wicket like that, caught behind. So poor old Acton has to go. He hasn't had a lot to do. Massive wicket, that huge wicket. Acton has to go, so he doesn't get to electrify the ground as we hoped he might. We're hoping to see something from him there, but he gets caught behind, and that's disappointing. Isaac Stewart watching from the night striker's end. There's so much on his shoulders now. There is so much. So he and Pradhan have to pull out all the stops in these last 3 overs and 5 deliveries. But Amjad has still got 5 deliveries left, and he's bowling like a man possessed. I'm loving his work. Doing really, really well there. So this is going to be tough. This is really tough. I feel that Alton now with that wicket have really put themselves into the box seat. They could really take this one, absolutely rip this one away from Swiss Dragons. Swiss Dragons, they will be so, so keen to get a win here. This is a huge, huge need for them to get a win. We've talked about this before, and I'll talk to you about it again right now. They really do need the win here, because if they go 1-3 after 4 games, there's a chance if they lose their last game, they may end up bottom of the table. So the bottom 2 teams in the table, the teams that come 5th and 6th at the end of play tomorrow, they are the 2 teams who will not play in finals on Wednesday. So this is why it's so critical. So very, very critical. Players are just going to take a bit of a drinks break here, and I think that's a good idea. It is getting quite hot. It's gotten very cloudy here suddenly too. So there's a bit of respite from direct sunlight as a huge cloud has suddenly amassed overhead. And that's come up really quickly and just very recently as well. So we're just spending a moment here, just giving the chance for the players to have a bit of respite. But this is for Swiss Dragons, ultra important. It's so important for Alton as well. How much would Alton not want to be 2 losses from 2 games going into the final match today against Basel Afghan? And that is a tough danger game for them too, because Basel Afghan had a fantastic day yesterday with 2 very, very strong wins of 2 matches, having lost the first 2 games they played on Saturday and looking a little bit shaky. But yesterday, they looked anything but shaky, looked absolutely solid. And it was a very different team we saw yesterday as well. So that's why this is so critical for both, like really, really critical here. So 74 for 3, when we're just pausing for a drinks break. So just bear with us, everyone. We're having a drinks break because it is incredibly warm out there in the centre, and I don't think these guys have had a chance to have a drink. I think we've managed to get ourselves ready. We are indeed good to go. Well done, everybody. Awesome. So drinks break has been taken. I think it's fair enough. The fielders were starting to feel a little bit, but now that the sun's gone behind some clouds, so hope we should be able to finish the rest of this game without any more interruptions. It has been incredibly warm here in Switzerland the last few days. Judd continues. Oh, can you believe it? That's some incredible fast bowling there. Oh, now questions being asked again. So there's a lot of questions being asked. Umpires are pointing around. Everyone's asking questions. I want to see what the umpire's going to do here, where they're going to unravel this one. There was an appeal for a caught behind. I believe that was turned down, but I think the run out has actually happened. Oh, can you believe it? Watch this. Now, where's he going? Now, that's the part there that we're talking about. I think he's been run out. That's exactly what's happened there. So, bit of a brain fade there. Just went off for a bit of a wander. Not sure where he was going. Oh, can you believe that? So, Pradhan. So the catch behind does stick, not the run out. So Waridu there with the shout, and it's a first ball duck to Pradhan. Disappointing for him, and Alton now have got complete ascendancy here. So it's 2-2, and that of course means, you know what? Come on, Amjad, he's on a hat trick. He's got 4 for 6, and he's on a hat trick. So can we get a first fifer and hat trick in this tournament? So we've already had a fifer. What about a hat trick? Here we go, hat trick ball. Oh, he flashes at the one outside the off and doesn't deliver a wicket, unfortunately, for Amjad. So we've already had a fifer. We had one of those on the first day, actually. That was when Henry was here as well. I was very impressed with the fifer. That was Lull, who got 5 wickets, 5 for 17, I think he got in the end. Amjad is indeed an international bowler. Played for France. I can see Prakash just dropping that comment in the chat. You are indeed correct. John Gray, yep, that's exactly what happened. He didn't realise he got the edge and then got his marching orders. So hit around the corner, mid-wicket with a pretty leisurely throwback. Doesn't have to worry about it. They're already well home by then as well. And John Gray, once again, correct there about the captaincy was actually Dawood Ahmadzai. But Darman did play in France cricket national team in Romania. He did. He's fresh from there, as is Cameron Ahmadzai as well, who's playing for the Zurich Mavericks, and the successful Zurich Mavericks as well, I got to say too. Hello to Dave B, who joins us in the chat for the first time. Hello to Dave. Obviously, there's a break there in Hornchurch, because I know if there was Hornchurch playing, you wouldn't be over here, but good to have your company always. 75 for 4. You're here at an exciting time. There's 2 balls left. Amjad's got 4 for 7. I want to see if he can get a fifer. Hooked with disdain. And that goes straight past the eyes of a couple of people just camped there who barely moved a muscle. And that's bounced right in the middle of that little group there. And they're probably quite lucky that Isaac wasn't trying to sort of target them, but he's hooked that lovely shot for 6. So a couple of wickets at the start here, and of course he's ruined Amjad's figures. Now becomes 4 for 13. And Amjad has got one last delivery to try to find a wicket, try to earn himself a fifer, an ECS fifer if he can. 81 for 4. It's 56 needed off 19. Don't forget the whole run chase is still there as well, but you just feel that Alton have gotten on top here with those 2 big wickets in this over. Two very big wickets. Last ball of the over. Oh, and he's upset with himself. He was looking to guide it between the backward point and the player there at third. And he's a little bit upset with himself, is Isaac, because he's missed that one completely. But how about Amjad? How about that over? 2 wickets and 7. Have a look at this little replay here of the Amjad wicket procession there. The 2 caught and bowled. So there was a strikeout towards the boundary line. So this is a great compilation of the success he's had. He has really enjoyed himself. And there is the next one. That was the 4th of his wickets, the caught behind, where the batter didn't quite, he didn't hear, because there was an appeal and it was given out, but he didn't notice he was given out, which is why wicketkeeper Waridu broke the stumps. And then we thought possibly it was a run out, because even I was a little bit confused as to the appeal. I didn't see the umpire raise his finger. I think the umpire might have nodded that he was out rather than raise the finger. So it sort of confused a few of us. Anyway, we know how it is in the book, of course. And that's the most important thing. 3 overs to go, 56 required. That's also the most important thing. And Mustafa Hussain, who belted a quick fire 57 in the previous game. There's going to be a lot on his shoulders between him and Isaac Stewart. They got the firepower to get the runs. They just got to get bat on ball. And that's a case in point. A bit filthy with himself there. Gives a little bit of a fist bump heading towards the ground, saying, well, why'd I miss that one? 56 off, 16 now. Tough. Going to be really tough now. Lets the wide ball go, and fair enough as well. So a couple of dots and a wide. Nothing off the bat yet. There we go. There's something off the bat. And straight into the waiting hands of the fielder, who's just there at that long on. And that's probably going to be the game right there, done and dusted. A very well-judged catch. And it's the man who you cannot keep him out of the game. No man, Amjad, who's got his hand in the air for a player of the match, well and truly. Not sure there's any other performance so far in this game that will come close. I'm pretty sure nothing's going to come close to his performance so far. I think he's been terrific. Standing side gets himself a wicket. Swiss Dragons falling by the wayside here under the pressure, chasing 136. They just, they had a solid start. They were off to a great start with the opening pair putting on 54. But then another wicket fell on 54. Unfortunately, the captain fell for a duck. And then Acton fell a couple of runs later. And it was too much for both Isaac Stewart and Mustafa to try to hold this together. And Mustafa holds out there. And just slightly mishit. Now let's see what happens here as Isaac Stewart is on strike. However, he's only got 14 deliveries to find 54 runs. That's tough. Taxis at the ready. I would almost want to say taxis down the driveway. Start the meter. Don't start the car, start the meter. Isaac Stewart, what can he do for the next couple of deliveries in this over? He's got 2 deliveries this over. What does he do? He's got to try and find a way to find sixes, and he's got to find them right now. There's so many runs required. Oh, feather edge, taken. That's it. That's going to be the game. So Isaac Stewart, he's brave. He's tried his hardest. He's really put the head down and tried to do the right thing. He has to go for 35 from 17 balls, and that is a big wicket. Keeper Waridu was very happy with that outcome. He tried to get around in the eye line of the batter just to show him how much it meant by celebrating. And Alton look like they're going to pick up their first win in this series. Only their second match as well. Look at that feather edge. Oh, Isaac, he cannot believe it. He's a bit disappointed. He feels he didn't hit it, but he accepts the umpire's decision like a good sportsman and heads off the ground. So I thought there was a little something. I might have heard something, but it's done. Swiss Dragons are going to go down here. It's going to be, well, they're going to be 1 and 3, and they're going to have it all to play for. They must pick up a win in their next match. Let me tell you who they've got in the next game after this delivery. Stanek side's got 2. Hit out towards the boundary. They're going to hope for 2 here. The arm is not bad. It's slightly weak, though, and it gives a chance for him to scamper back. No, he's been given. I thought he got back in time. Well, there you go. Umpires saw it better than I did. Let's have a look at this in the replay. I thought the throw from the outfield was a little bit slow. Turns, puts the head down straight away. Watch it coming in. And where's the bat? There's the ball. There's the bat. And the ball hits. Oh, yeah, you know what? Maybe the bat was just 1 frame from being down on the ground. So umpire with a very good look at that one says, nope, you are run out indeed. So they'll be down for 1. I'm going to look at this one more time. So they run hard. Watch this. Mohammadi. It's worth watching the bat. Try to watch the 2 things at once. The ball there. Stanic's eye breaks the stumps. And the bat is just between the legs. You can see it there. 1 more frame. There. Yep. I think it's 1 frame with the bat in the air. I think that's what it is. So I think somehow the umpire's seen that really well. Good call. I can understand why the batter was a bit sort of, oh no, really? Are you sure? And the answer would be, yep, very sure too. Yep, I'm not sure the bat was down. I think it was 1 frame from the bat being down. But the umpire sees it in full motion. We see it in a replay, and the umpire saw it as that. So it's in the book as a run out, of course. Hotak is out there now. But for the Swiss Dragons, that's it for them. I think this run chase is done and dusted, unless they can find a way to hit a couple of big strikes. But they'd have to do it right now. They're still, 53 runs astray of where they need to be. And Usman Ali is a much better cagier bowler than giving away 6s. That was quite a funny moment. I'm not sure. This isn't indoor cricket. It's funny because Shinwari thought he could take a quick run when the ball was being thrown back to the bowler. And so that was giving him a bit of stick from the boundary line, saying, really? You think that's how it works? And Shinwari just pointed the bat at him and said, yeah, I know. I think that was an embarrassing moment for the batter, though. He actually was genuinely thinking he could sneak a run. Well, we always say get him any way you can, but maybe not like that. Just wait for that ball to come back from the 4 byes. 4 byes will help, but unfortunately, they need a lot more than that. It's 49 from 9 required. Cross bat style. It should be picked up on the bounce. It's not. He's left it behind, and it's gone across the boundary line. Well, he'd sort of spent it before he got it, really. That was that's Jamal Stanic's eye out there, who's really just come firing it off the fence and off the rope. He's just left it behind. Spent it, then looked in the wallet and said, you know what? I forgot to bring my card. I'm so sorry about that. Oh, John Gray with an update. I'll get to that in a minute, John. Thank you. Lofted and finds the other side of the boundary rope for a Maximo. So a few runs in the last few deliveries. In fact, there's been 14 runs in the last 3 deliveries. Well, that helps things along nicely, but that run rate is still climbing. 33 required. Well, it's 39 off 7. Don't worry about the runs per over. Let's talk about what's needed exactly. 39 off 7. So John Gray's update, this is mainly for the people in the chat, really. Crew managed to get 1 not out, but unable to help Upminster to a win in the last game of the ECS. Oh, that's disappointing. But at least he got a not out. And another Maximo as well. But thank you very much for that update, John. Much appreciated there. 100 up. 104 for 7 after 9. So 33 required off the last over. 32 for a GB. 33 for a win. Who's going to bowl last over? Was it going to be Sadat's going to bowl the last over, is he? Hamid Sadat, who's been fielding in front of me almost the whole time during this innings. Bit of a character. Very chirpy. Doesn't mind talking to both opposition and his teammates. And he was giving us a few shout-outs as well. Bless him, keeping us entertained. John Gray with a good call there. Amjad, arguably MVP for this game right now. 100% agree with that. Even if Shinwari can hit 6 sixes, I would still say, I would start with a wide. I would say that, yeah, Amjad has done enough to earn MVP. So it's 32 now, needed off 6. So 32. 31 for a GB, 32 for the win for the Swiss Dragons. For Alton, they're 6 deliveries away from a good win here. Swings hard, can't really get enough power behind it. It wouldn't even make it to the boundary rope. And it's just going to be the one. So it's a wide and a one to start off proceedings here. So 31 required from 5 now. You get the feeling that's going to be, well, that is always going to be a bridge too far. It was probably bridge too far 2 overs ago. So that coming in again. It's this one out towards the mid-wicket area. There's no one there, so deep mid-wicket comes in. They turn down the option for a second. Probably because Shinwari wants to have a go. Fair enough. No problem there, I guess. PK says gold ball 16 to 1. Oh, I think your odds have changed since you typed that. 32 no balls, says Ray Tipping. That's been picked up nicely, but it's going to be caught, I reckon. Is going to be caught, and it's to be caught by the player of the match, Noman Amjad, who takes another catch right here because he just keeps taking catch after catch. He had 2 caught and bowled. He's had a couple of outfield catches as well. He's got 4 wickets altogether. He's turned in an all-round performance, so we are impressed with him. I think you should be impressed as well. And also, he got a very valuable 15 runs of 5 deliveries as well. But it's really been the bowling. It's been exceptional. 4 for 13 off his 2 overs. And he's taken several catches as well. So 107 for 8 now with 3 balls to come. As new batter, I would say he strides to the crease. Oh, now he's jogging. I think maybe the umpires are saying, come on, you've had about a minute to get out there. Doesn't take strike, just says, come on, give it to me. That's Waffa. Must find out his correct pronunciation, just in case it's wafer, not Waffa. What do you reckon it is, Marzi? Wafer. Like a wafer thin. Waffa? Okay. I like Waffa. I'll try and track him down and ask him later because I don't like to mispronounce players' names. I like to make sure we get it right. There we go. One to come. We're almost there now. 107 for 8 on the board. 9.5 overs bowled. Last ball coming up. It's a huge win here. They need 30 runs off the last ball. You know it's not going to happen. It's going to be a good win to Alton. Get themselves into the winner's circle with this last ball. And they do indeed. So there you go. It's a very good win to Alton. They win by 29 runs over the Swiss Dragons, who looked good early on in the piece, and then it all just fell to pieces completely and utterly, just shell-shocked them, losing wickets constantly. And it was that man, Noman Amjad, who's definitely, for mine, he's earned the player of the match for me. I don't know if there is a player of the match award, but I'd just say if there was, he's definitely MVP. I think he's been fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. His caught and bowls were amazing. That first caught and bowled, he took the one which he almost, he had to do a full-length dive to catch it at the last minute, was quite astonishing. So Alton are now, after 2 games, 1-1, and they've still got 1 more match to go. The final match of the day is going to be against Basel Afghan, and that's coming up on the European Cricket Network in probably about 15 minutes' time. I'm just checking the time when it's going to start. I'm thinking about 13 minutes' time. Oh, 8 minutes' time. Oh, really? I thought they might give him a bit extra time. 35. Sorry, Marzi. I thought you were saying 8 minutes by doing 3 and a 5. 35. Thank you very much, Marzi, who's looking after me here, and I need looking after. So that's in about 11 or 12 minutes' time. I can see that the Basel Afghan team have been warming up. Swiss Dragons, they're going to lament that loss, unfortunately for them. They're going to be back tomorrow. They've got 1 game tomorrow, and they've got the first match in the morning, and they've got to take on Zurich Alpine Warriors. Well, that's a big ask for them. That is a must-win for Swiss Dragons if they want to play on Wednesday. They lose that match, I'd pretty much say you're not going to be in the Wednesday final action there. For Alton, they've still got 1 more match to come today. Then they've got 2 games tomorrow. We'll talk about the tomorrow matches towards the end of the next match just to fill you in on what's going to happen tomorrow and what could happen. But for now, that's it from the ground. Swiss Dragons fall to the side, 107 for 8, chasing 136 for 137 for a win. 136 was the score put on the board by the team from Alton. So we're going to take a short break here, as we said, back at about 15:34, maybe a few seconds before we start. Scheduled to start at 15:35, and that's in about 8.5 minutes time from now. But I'll see you back here then. This is Phil G for the European Cricket Network, and this is ECS Zurich. Don't go too far. And we're back live here at the MBRAC Cricket Ground. Wonderful to have your company for this final match, match 11, final match of today. It's the third day of the series, and it's the 8th day of our occupation of Switzerland as well. ECN has been here since the start of last week, where we kicked things off firstly with the men's series. And then we continued with this series, of course, the ECS. The women's T20Is were so much fun. They were really great. That quad series was amazing. We had a couple of little standalone T20Is as well before we moved into the ECS, which started on Saturday. And now we've got match 11. That's right, the 11th game, which is the final match of today. And it's going to be Alton back in action against Basel Afghan. And what an important match this is. All the matches are important. I keep saying important matches. They are all incredibly important. And I guess you can understand why these sorts of things really make a big difference to the standings. That's what it's all about. And when you have 6 teams in a tournament and you know one of them is going to miss out, nope, 2 of them are going to miss out. That's the catch. Unlike some previous series we've had where there's been 5 teams in an ECS, this is a 6-team ECS. I'll say that for you slowly. 6 teams playing. 2 teams are not going to make it to finals day on Wednesday. 4 teams will, but 2 teams will not. So, in case you missed it, thank you to Rado for the coin toss information. Alton won the toss, elected to bat, and here we go, match 11. Wow, how about that for a shot? That's a great start for Alton. As left game with a fair bit to do. Alton, I would love to get back-to-back wins here. Having lost the first game this morning against the Zurich Mavericks, Garwal, they would love to go back-to-back here with a convincing win over the Swiss Dragons, who just fell apart. Unfortunately for them, they looked so solid at the start of the run chase. They must be absolutely crestfallen that they were unable to continue. So this match against Basel Afghan is going to be super, super important. So as I said, thank you to Rado for the coin toss information. Alton win that toss, decide to bat first, and they're happy for Basel Afghan to bat last here. It's gotten a bit cloudy now. It's gotten a little bit overcast, to be perfectly honest. We might even have to say goodbye to direct sunlight for a couple of hours. I kind of feel this cloud has gotten a bit thicker in the last few minutes. Literally the last few minutes and settled in here. That's a lovely shot. I tell you what's thick there was that hit the thick part of the bat and it's gone all the way to the boundary. It's gone onto the car park. Oh, Marzi. Has it? Oh. Did that hit us? It looked close. It looked close to the ECN car. It hasn't hit the ECN mobile. We're okay. We're okay. But wow, that went a long way back. Umpire's going to check out the ball to make sure it doesn't have any paintwork from our Mercedes. Sorry, from our Lambo. The Lamborghini van. Oh, that's a Baximo, I reckon. It is indeed. Don't see those too often. That is a Baximo. Played well. So real bit of aggression being shown here at the top here with the Alton batters. And this is really good to see. Have a look again. Just goes to play the shot. Big tick for aggression there. And that has gone a long, long, long way back. All the way for a Baximo as described. So it's good to see Yasatharan is out there facing the first ball because he went for that diamond duck this morning. And however, well, they're running in, they're appealing. And the wicketkeeper wasn't really appealing. I think only the person appealing was the captain. Bowler wasn't thinking about it. Yeah, if you were tuning in this morning for the first ball of this morning, the very first ball of this morning, if you want to go back on YouTube and watch that first ball, you'll know where it is. The first ball of the day, where poor Yasatharan, he was run out for a diamond duck on the first ball at the non-striker's end. Very upsetting. That's a wide ball there. So it's good to see him getting some runs nice and early here. So he's come out and he's gone 6.46. But those scoring shots are really important for him because he was a little bit upset with what happened this morning. But, well, them's what happens in cricket sometime. So 5 balls bowled, 17 off the first over so far. Last ball coming up after this delivery. Amjad just pushing a little bit too far outside the off stump. Basel Afghan. I mentioned a few times today already, they had a wonderful day yesterday. Lost their first 2 matches on Saturday. Bounced back with 2 very good wins on Sunday. And now they are 2-2, and this is their final game of the group stages. So after this, they will sit back and they will watch the rest of the competition and see where they will play, or who they will play, I should say. Where on earth are they going to play in finals Wednesday? That's going to be the big question, because currently with the Zurich Mavericks top of the table, 17 points with a very healthy net run rate, best net run rate of everybody, as you'd expect. Basel Afghan currently in second place with 2 wins and 2 losses of their 4 games on 9 points. Swiss Dragons, 4 games, and they are 1 and 3 on 6 points with a negative net run rate. Alton with a positive net run rate with that good win that they just had over Swiss Dragons. They're on 2 games, 1 and 1. So they're one team to watch out for, as are the Zurich Alpine Warriors, who are also 2 games, 1 and 1. So one of those 2 teams could rise up and knock Basel Afghan out of that top 2 position. And that's going to happen all tomorrow. We'll see what happens. Crunching shots. That sounded so good. That's gone. I think that's gone over the top of the grassy knoll. That has. That's one of the biggest hits that we've seen here. That hasn't bounced on top of the grassy knoll. That's gone over the grassy knoll. So, Vinny, if you're hiding up there, as Henry Blofeld thinks you are, then maybe that'll shake you out of the undergrowth there. Not even going to bother looking for that one. Going straight for the fresh grizzly. Fair enough too. 24 for no loss with that big 6 hit off the first ball of the second over. And Hussein Zai can say to all his friends and family, yep, I was bowling when that ball got hit out of the ground. Stanek Zai facing up. Ooh, like a rocket. That was absolutely middled. That sounded so good. It's one bounce flat. That didn't go any higher than the height of when it hit the bat, but it went so fast. It was 1 bounce, 4 runs. There was no elevation whatsoever. Just skipped across the surface. And tell you what, the person who was fielding there in the mid-wicket, the cover area, I think even cover just thought, I'm so glad that was 1 foot to the left. That way I can say it was too quick. That was like a rocket. This time he mishits this one. Bit hesitant on the single there. It was always on. They get through just for the 1. So turning the strike over, all important here to get runs on the board. Make sure if you're not hitting the big shots for 4s and 6, make sure you're still turning the strike over. Oh, it's going to be a wide, ambitious shout for how's that, and the umpire was already indicating a wide ball. So the standings are available on ecn.cricket. Don't forget to check those after the conclusion of this match, just to see what the outcome is for both these 2 clubs. Basel Afghan playing their last group game, and Alton playing only their 3rd group game. They've still got 2 more group games to come tomorrow. Zurich Alpine Warriors have got 3 games to play tomorrow. Sports Club Rocher have got 2 games to play tomorrow. And, of course, Swiss Dragons will play the 1 game tomorrow. So 4 more games coming your way tomorrow. I'll talk about those a little bit more when we get into the second innings. We get closer to the end of the day, just so you know what's on the cards for Tuesday action here from the ECS Cricket Ground here in Zurich, just on the northern outskirts of Zurich. Helicopter shot that. Straight to player at 3rd. Good field placements. And that is 1 bounce and 4 runs. I thought it was going to clear the rope. Doesn't quite clear the rope. Nice shot, though. And that is going to push the score up to 34 for no loss after 2 overs, going along currently at 17s. And for Alton, that is a very good start for the 2 openers and also for the team. Both batters getting into the runs nice and quickly, nice and early. A couple of extras in there as well. Sotharan, he's on 20. Rahan, he's on 11. Only faced a handful of deliveries, both of them, but 3 6s already in this innings and 3 4s as well. So half the balls that have been bowled have found the boundary in one way or another. Also, there was, I think it was 4 byes in there as well, wasn't there? So there's been a fair bit going on. No, not 4 byes. I'm hallucinating again. Got to stop eating those Vegemite ice creams. They're not good for me. So Basel Afghan got to find a way to stop the rot here. They are capable of scoring big runs themselves, but you think sort of the last innings of the day on a warmish day. They don't want to be chasing anything big around 160 plus. That would be pretty taxing and pretty difficult. However, being it's their last game and they will get tomorrow as a rest day, as Lafcan, they will throw everything at it, but they were relying on some of their really big hitters. I'm thinking about Hamdard, who's actually fielding just in front of me here. That's probably why I was thinking about that. He's been absolutely on fire. So very good. Stuttering start. Kaksar comes in. Just hits over the top, and that just keeps down a little bit. Kaksar's been amongst the wickets this weekend as well. Just gone. He was bowling well throughout the entire weekend. Got a couple of runs as well. Tall fella. Generates good pace as well. Gets the ball from very high because of his height. This one goes down leg side for a wide. Loses his line there. So the projected score early on in the piece says 166. Still a long way to go. As I said before, you think Basil Afghan would not want to be chasing that kind of score. They'd rather be chasing something maybe around sort of 140 mark. If they have got to chase a high score, maybe around a 140, anything under that, very gettable for this team. But so far, Alton looking good and continuing with these wide balls is, of course, helping the scoreline. It's not helping anything else, though, as we're struggling here with another wide. That's 3 in a row. I feel like I'm struggling myself here. Definitely need some more fresh water down here. I'm struggling a bit here. Shot. Great shot. That's going to land. Oh, there's someone up there with a camera. Maybe he can tell me where it landed. I think it must have gone into that rather large tree there. Yeah, there's a few people on the ground in front of the tree just pointing up the hill and saying, yeah, it's in there somewhere. Yeah, we heard it. It took out some of the wildlife, but it's in there somewhere. Crashing shot. So after 3 wides in a row, and he gets put away for 6, Stanek Zai can hit the ball very, very hard. Interesting, he's got the light blue helmet on this innings. He usually has a dark blue helmet. I think he might have borrowed that from Sadat, because he usually has the light blue helmet. Yeah, we got the pill back, I think. We do. Umpire is asking for it. He wants to make sure that it's still in its pretty good shape. Spills the catch. Shot, flat all the way along the deck, square, 4 runs. Just not good bowling here. Tied bowling. It shouldn't be tied bowling. Basil Afghan, this is their first and only game of the day. It shouldn't be tied bowling. But you just get the feeling that Kaksar is just struggling here. Bowled wides. It's been hit for big runs. And it's just too short. And so Alton are really making this power play talk for them. Now, changing the field, they're going to put deep mid wicket back and bring long on up to mid on. Let's see how that goes. Well, of course, what happens is he hits straight down the ground, 1 bounce and across the rope. And if Long On had stayed there, I reckon he would have cut that off. So that is good adjustment, good vision to see what happened in the change in the field, and just to say, well, that's all right. I'm going to hit it there because you just said someone there. Now you don't. So there you go. Well done. Static Eye onto that quick smart. Coming down towards the camera operator. That's Nivi there, who does a good job. And that is 50 up as well. 51 for no loss. As the ball has gone walkabout. Just watching Hamdard goes and retrieves it, which he's done. Thank you very much for that. A little bit of extra duty, some fence climbing required to chase that down. 2 to come in the 3rd. Oh, this one has been absolutely crunched. It's going to, oh, now that's landed, I think, all the way, only just though. And This over is getting out of control in more ways than one, to be honest, just with the wides that have been bowled, the fact that it's 23 runs off the over, and there's still one to come. It's gone magical, and this has made the power play all Altons now. Got to finish strong, the bowler. Got to finish strong. It doesn't. It's another wide. I'll tell you what, if you pulled the car over and you parked it in a place you're not supposed to park it, just because you say, look, I'm just going to watch one over, I'll be back at the car in a moment, you would have got yourself a ticket by now, because this over seems to have gone for a long time. Let's see if he can finish this one now. Here we go. Thuds on the pads. Big shout. Nothing doing there. Unmoved is the umpire. The best way to describe him. Unmoved. 58 for no loss. $58 for no loss after 3. Good power play there for the team from Alton. Very good power play indeed. Expected score, very high, around about the 190s. Dave B, he's excited. Oh, Dave, you've just noticed we've got to 487K. That happened, I think, about 4 days ago. This is why you shouldn't be absent from the cricket. This is why we need you here all the time. 487. Getting closer to that elusive half a mil. We're getting close to 1 million deliveries bowled, and we're getting close to 500,000 subscribers. Which one are we going to get first? I think we'll get 500,000 deliveries bowled first. John Gray jumped in the chat earlier and gave me a number of what we're at, so I've got to try and find that again. And that's been called a wide. Well, interesting enough, captain was running in there. That's Nazar Pardes. He ran in as fast as you like, saying, I heard something. Not sure what he heard, but it definitely wasn't bat on ball, because that was a wide ball. I think even the umpires sort of looking at him and saying, really? Anyway, turned down, wide is shown, 59 for no loss. As Amjad continues. This is Ramani Amjad, as opposed to Naman Amjad, who played in the previous game. A little bit of extra hot sauce on that one. I should point out, though, that Noman Amjad is also playing in this game, but of course, we might see him. Depends on the batting, though. So far, haven't lost the wicket, haven't really looked like a losing wicket. There was one catch that was put down, but that's it. Ray tipping. Yeah, you might be onto something there. Maybe that's what was heard by the captain. Hope not. Let's not see that become a thing. Now, a few more people were keen on that one. Wicketkeeper was keen. Somebody in the outfield was keen as well, but it's the bowler who, for me, is the giveaway. If he doesn't go up, you tend to think that there's nothing going on. Oh, no clicking. It's okay. Raghu Mishra, no clicking. That's just in reference to something that's been going on in world cricket recently, so nothing clicking there. And a wide ball, though, is there. So the batter's doing quite well here. Yasser Thuran, he's on 20 from 11. Rahan Stanikzai, 31 from 9. Really the playmaker here. The bowling's been way too errant. 9 wides in total so far. And you got to say, out of 20 legal deliveries, 9 wides bowled, that's not good enough. If you want to play in finals, you're going to play against teams who are going to absolutely take you to town if you're going to bowl that many wides, and they will eat you up and spit you out on the side. So something for Basil Afghan to sort out with the bowling attack. Can't have these wides. It's not going to work for you in the long run. You will not be raising trophies if you keep bowling this number of wides. Good slower delivery. Very good slower delivery. A few people appealing, but only because it's a good ball. It's a very good delivery. Has the batter almost falling over trying to strike the ball. Yasser Thuran, he's getting stuck now. I feel like he's been on 20 for a little while. I know number 20 is also his jersey number, but he needs to try to find a way to get off 20. 60 on the board, no loss of a wicket, 2 to come in the over. The over has been punctuated with dots and wides and only a handful of runs, only 2 runs from it. It's another dot. What an over. It's over. It doesn't have everything. It's just taking forever, but Yeah, wides, dots. So, yeah, it's 2 wides, 5 dots, 1 more to come to complete the over. And Yasser Thuran has unfortunately just slowed things up for his team. He's now 20 from 14 deliveries. He has hit 2 sixes. He started with a real flurry in that first over, really got stuck to the bowling immediately. And it's another dot. And while I'm looking at his batting partner, Rohan Stanixai, he's not happy one bit. He is very upset about that over. He's saying, what was that? He's saying, look, let's touch gloves, but he says, oh, I love to be fly on the wall of that conversation. He rolled his head and rolled his eyes as soon as that last ball went past the bat. Very unhappy he was. So it's 60 for 4 after 4. That run rate tumbles down to 15 runs per over now. And you got to say, from Amjad, 2 overs for 20 runs. That last over, with take those 2 wides out. It's a maiden. I mean, how good was that against a batter who just seems a little gun shy, to be honest? Which is so funny because he started so well and then just goes into his introverts back into his shell there. And yeah, Crick High's 3 in the chat saying same shot, repeat. That's pretty much what he did, wasn't it? It was the same shot over and over again. Bit disappointing there for his team in the dugout, and you could see Stanixai just a little bit frustrated with his batting partner there. Well, let's see what he can do. He's going to feel a bit of scoreboard pressure because he faces up for the first ball of the next over. It's the start of the 5th. And down leg side for another wide. Well, we talk about sometimes when the Zurich Mavericks are playing and Stanixai is hitting sixes, the umpire's getting workouts showing the 6 mark. Well, the same thing is happening here for Basil Afghan for the poor old umpires. They're getting a workout with arms going out to the left and the right, showing the wides, because that is the 10th wide in 4 overs, which it's just too many. And watch the umpire again. That is also wides. Oh, dear. Well, the umpires are getting a workout, Marzi. That's all I can say. They're getting a proper workout. That's just not clever bowling. It's not good bowling. A team that's going to look into play in Qualifier 1 on Wednesday, this is not how you bowl. They need to do better than that. Otherwise, oppositions will smash them, completely tear them to shreds. So it's something they've got to watch out for. Something to work on too. They've really got to work on this. It's the only game they played today. They can't be tired. There can't be any excuse. And that is a lovely lofted drive, a straight lofted drive across the top of everything for 6 runs. Well, finally, some runs off the bat. I feel like it's been a long time since runs off the bat, or maybe it's just me. Let's have a look. Let's have a look and see what's happened. We have... the last time there runs off the bat was the second last ball of the 3rd over. That's how long we've been waiting for the bat to hit the ball. And finally we got it. And in between all that, we've had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 wides. Oh, and need to have a word to Hamdard and say, please stop stepping on our table. We just knocked the camera again. Oh, apologies, folks. We'll get that fixed. Anyway, back to the live action, and it's been hooked away around the corner for another 6 runs. That's what happens when you start bowling wides, and you just get a few dots in there as well. Crunched out of here for 6. So Yasser Thuran needs to step up, and I reckon that was a bit of a talk by Stanixai there. Said to him, look, when you get on strike, we need you to find some runs here. You need to do something. And he's hit 2 in a row, so that's good. The talking to he's received has been heard, and he's now stepping up. That's good to see. Opens the blade. Oh, goes into the hand, goes just one-handed, and it's not going to stop the boundaries. It ricochets off that right hand. And that's a few players just a little bit frustrated there with the fielder. They think that Kaksar could have done better there. He probably could have stuck out the hand. It might have stuck, but he just went one-handed, tapped it down, and the boundary rider was unable to get to that. It's not going well here for Basil Afghan. They look a bit all over the place today. And they haven't even played a game until this game. So there's no excuses. Alton looks sharper. Oh, that's a good short ball. That's a very good short ball. Wicketkeeper is gesturing to his team about something, looking for a bit of support. Not sure. It's a good short delivery, though. So he's come good, has Yasser Thuran. He was looking a little bit shell-shocked when he was stuck on 20 for a few deliveries. But this over, he's managed to belt 16 runs. It's called wide. No surprises there, really, is it? Called wide. So 13 wides in total now. It's been punched out to square of the boundary. Oh, that's a shocker. Yep, I think something is wrong with Basil Afghan. They just seem a shadow of the team we saw yesterday. The fielding is poor. The bowling is poor. And I hate to say it, but I hope the batting's not going to be poor, because if they want to play on Wednesday and play in Qualifier 1, they've got to do better than this. Only having 2 wins and 2 losses so far in the series, and they looked on yesterday. They looked really good. But that is just poor. A couple of fielders need to have a bit of a look at themselves in that room full of mirrors and ask a few questions, and I think the skipper should go with them. 84 on the board, and not even towards the halfway point of the overs. Swing and a miss. Just watching the umpire to see if he's going to give us a wide call. He doesn't. That's a good delivery. Overs already gone magical, by the way, in case you're keeping count. 24 off the over so far. It's tough going out there at the moment. Conditions have gotten better, though, because the sun's gone behind some very thick cloud. It is humid, but there's no direct sunlight punishing the players. Swings hard at this one, goes inside out. It just goes across the top of the rope, only just for a maximo. So runs coming aplenty off the blade in that over. And we were getting a bit worried, because we hadn't seen runs off the bat for quite a while. But then there's going to be 30 of them. No, there's not 30 of them. There is 26 runs off the bat in that over, and a handful of wides as well. The score is now 90 after 5 overs. How's left hand? They look flat. Really, really flat. Body language is speaking volumes. No one's moving. The only person moving is the captain. That's it. And the captain's having strong words to his bowler as well. Helal is walking down in front of us here, and his captain is making his presence known by saying a lot of things to him, asking a lot of questions. And sadly can't answer it. So it's going to be their opening bat, Hamdard, who's going to get a chance with the ball. Let's see what he can do, if he can have a bit of a reversal of fortune. He has batted superbly in this series. Let's see if he can do something here with the ball. They need someone to step up here. Stem the flow of runs. 5 overs gone, 90 on the board. 1 down the ground, and that will be that. Ooh, now, Stanik's eye is a bit proppy there. What's happened there? Maybe a bit of a slip or a slide. He's putting his hands towards the back of his leg, top back of his leg. Hope he hasn't pulled something that shouldn't be. Let's watch how he trots through on the next run. Doesn't have to, though, because that has been put out of the park for a big 6. He just walks up to his teammate and gives him a fist bump and says, "Well done, you." So, Yasser Thuran, can you believe it? He got bogged down a little while ago, but then he's put that one out of the park and he gets his half century. It's a 52 of 22 deliveries. He's taken a while to get there, but with 6 sixes and 4 fours, he notches up his ECS half century, 52 of 22. Muted celebration, a fist bump from his teammate. And now that's going to put a bit of confidence into him as it hits it straight down the throat of the player backing back who takes a good catch. Well, the confidence was there that he played the stroke, but unfortunately the execution wasn't the same as the confidence. And so he gets to 52, and that's it. The first wicket falls. Nice catch on the boundary line, watching it all the way into the hands. That looks like, just trying to see who that was down there. But Yasser Thuran has to go. And Basil Afghan are going to come together. Gives him a chance to have a bit of a chat. Maybe captain to have a few words to some of his players and ask them how much they want to play on Wednesday. That's what I'd be saying. I'd be saying, look, if you want to play on Wednesday, show me you want to play on Wednesday for the finals. If you don't want to play, if you're just going to go through the motions, then we won't want you playing in the finals. I want people who want to play in finals. And show me today in this game how much you want to play. That's what I'd be saying as captain. Because so far I haven't seen enough. Just haven't seen enough. So 50 up for Yasser Thuran, and then he goes the next ball, just looking to keep things going along. but it was a good catch nonetheless. Just trying to see who it was down there took the catch. Somebody. Well, he's showing his number to the umpire. That's 55, and I don't have 55 on my list, so we'll find out who it is in a moment. I'll let you know who it is. Doesn't matter. Point is, they're 97 for 1. Off to a flyer, the team from Alton. Hamdard gets the breakthrough. Well, if someone had to get the breakthrough, it had to be the person who they rely on in the batting as well. So he's pretty much Mr. Basil Afghan. I keep saying Basil. I shouldn't say Basil. It should be pronounced Basil, Phil. Come on, Phil. We can do better than that. Basil Afghan. Hamdard in again. Oh, clobbered. There's a car. That car better drive away quicker. It's like the ball was chasing the car as it turned the corner and just sped off. And that has been put out of the ground. So a lovely strike again. Yeah, nice hook shot that. And of course, that is from who we believe should have got the MVP in the previous game. And that is Naman Amjad, who's come out to the crease. Dots and then hits a towering 6. He saw the car out of the corner of his eye and he said, oh, the 6th, 103 on the ground. One. Hello, quickly with the throw in. Oh, Hamdard does the brave thing and lets it hit his shin. That would have been a little bit ouchy. Well, they were going to go for an overthrow. They go for one now as Hamdard throws to the keeper's end, nowhere near the keeper. No one got to the bowler's end, which is why he went to the keeper's end. And now Hamdard, he's looking at who can he point the finger at. He literally was saying, who can I blame for someone who didn't come to the stumps to take the stumps when I fielded the ball? And he'd probably be right within his rights to ask that question, you know. Probably be fair enough. 105 for 1 after 6. 15 runs from the over, but there was a breakthrough. It was a big breakthrough as well. Yasser Tharant got himself a 50 and then lost his wicket the very next ball. Static size still there. He's going to face the start of the 7th, and Amjad has just joined him. So still a lot of power here in the Alton team. They seem to be getting better as the day goes on now, having cracked the 100 mark by the end of the 6th over, which they only were able to do that at the end of the 8th over in the first game this morning. And they did it at the end of the 7th over in the game just previous. So they are getting better. Hit towards the toe end of the blade, punched out towards deep cover, just the one. Stanic's eye looks like he's still running with a slight bit of discomfort, but not as bad as it looked before. So maybe that's something he's just walking off. Follows up with the dot. Hello, Chris Smith, who's back. Hope you had a good shift, Chris. I know you had to disappear for work early this morning. Good to see you back, though. Dave B still with us. Good to see you as well. And Paolo Campini, been doing a great job all day there, Paolo. Thanks for your help with the modding there in the chat. Thanks to everyone else in the chat who's been enjoying the cricket here from Zurich. Wow, how about that? Just lifted, lofted, and slams into the side of the grassy knoll. And then gravity brings it all the way back down again. Great shot. Amjad doesn't have to overhit it too much, but he's middled this one. And in the replay, it looks like he's just caressing the ball, but he middles it, and it absolutely sounds brilliant. Alton posting big score here. Basil Afghan going to have quite a score to chase. Halal is getting a bit of a hiding here. Gets that fine. Player rushes in. He kind of spent it before he got it, though, unfortunately, and was unable to threaten to throw the stumps down. Just going to be a single. 114 for 1 halfway through the 7th. Stanic's eye, he's on 33 from 11. Amjad started with a flurry there. 14 he's got. Excuse me, he's up to 15 from 5. These two teams very keen to be playing on Wednesday. Basil Afghan got 2 wins under the belt. You kind of feel with 2 wins, you should be able to book some Wednesday action, but it could come down to net run rate, as that one has been turned around the corner and hit emphatically by Stanix Eye for another 6. And that grassy knoll get a fair work out there. Score up now to 120. Alton definitely sniffing around a total in the 170s. They should be able to get that. A few of the fielders are trying to shout out a bit of encouragement to Halal. However, he's gone for 45 off his 1.4 overs. He's still got 2 to come. He needs to find something here. Top edge and out of the reach of the fielder down there all the way for a 6. And that was a little bit of luck running with the batter and a bit of bad luck running with the fielding team. That could have easily gone to hand. It doesn't. It goes all the way. That's another 6. 20 run off the over. It's another magical over as well. So 126 for 1. 1 more to come to complete the 7th. Stanix Eye starting to get into the runs now. He's up to 45 from 13. Once again, showing that he takes a little while to get going. But when he does well. Helps himself to another half century. He goes to 51 from 14. Bit of a cheer then coming from the bench. Good to see there's some animation there. Helps himself to a half century, the second half century of this innings. Just he got less of the strike than Yasser Theran, who chewed up 23 balls for his 52. Well, Ryan Stanix Eye has only used up 14 for his 51. He's not out. 7 overs gone, 132 on the board. Tough chase is going to be posted here for the Basil Afghan team when their turn to bat, which is still a fair way away. But yeah, finish that over with a flurry of 6s. There were 4 6s belted in the last 4 balls, but 3 6s off the blade of Stanix Eye off the last 3 deliveries. So, no man, Amjad on strike now. Stanix Eye finds a little bit of respite at the non-striker's end. He can chill for a moment. Let's see what happens with the field placements here as they drop. Well, they've put 2 people back on the offside behind the wicket. Now, that's interesting because third dropped back on the rope, and I think he's walked all the way back inside the circle, realising, well, don't know what his captain wanted. They put point back on the rope. I think something to watch out for. You may see this on the camera in case the camera goes over there. There's a spectator wearing a Zurich Mavericks shirt that's also blue, but it does have the very distinct orange at the bottom. Just so we all know, he's not part of the fielding team. Nice catch there taken by Hamdard, but unfortunately it's on the wrong side of the rope. But it's a nice bit of catchy practice for him as well. It's a good catch, but it doesn't go in the book as a catch. It goes in the book as a Maximo. Have a look at that. AFL style, 2 hands in the air. Nice take. 139 for 1. Ooh, now, this is a Noe. Bowling has been pretty ordinary today from Basil Afghan. They're going to have to do better than that on Wednesday if they expect to hold a trophy aloft. Has not been good. They've been sort of caught out here a little bit. They bowled well yesterday. I thought yesterday was their day. Today, this lone match hasn't been great. And Amjad misses the straight one. Just a good length, nagging length. He's got 21 from 7. He's looking to capitalise as well. Well, didn't sound good. Hamdard's going to catch this. There's no way he was dropping that one. Takes a good catch. So he takes this catch inside the field of play as opposed to the one he took last time. That was an easier catch, though. And it is going to be the end of... What's going to be the end of Amjad? I was looking to see who was going to go then because both batters are walking off. I think Stanix Eye is going to get himself a drink of water. He's going to get a little bit of hydration, but it's going to be Amjad who has to go from 21 from 9 deliveries. Excuse me, from 9 deliveries, and he's caught by Hamdard just here in front of us. Takes a good catch. So second wicket falls halfway through the 8th. Yeah, Chris Smith. Yeah, the cloud is covered over. It's sort of around about middle of the second match. The clouds started building in the background, way off in the background. just over the last 4 hours. It's built up pretty much nice now. Now the sun has disappeared behind some pretty thick cloud. It's high cloud though. There's no chance of rain. I don't think there's any rain going to happen before we get out of here, so we should be fine. But it's definitely gone a bit darker here. So Sadat is the new batter, and he swings a mighty blade. He does. Watch out for him. He did play a lovely little cameo in the previous match for this team. Helped them get up to that score of 136, which they successfully defended. Well, he swings a mighty blade, but only if it connects is it impressive. If he misses, it's not impressive, as Fazal gets another one past the bat. That's coming up towards Hamdard, who takes his second catch of the, well, technically it's his third catch of the over, but one catch he took in the over was over the wrong side of the line. So he's getting some good catching practice now. Takes another one. Comfortable slow. He's got a very safe pair of hands. And that is going to be the end of the 8th over. And he's going to bowl the 9th as well. So he takes his cap off and goes up to collect the pill. That's another wicket that falls in the over. So just a little bit of a wobble, a stumble, whatever you want to call it. At 140 for 3. It was 140 for 1 at one point, and 2 wickets and some dot balls in there means it's going to be 3. So projected score of 175 still very possible here, as Hussein Zai finishes with 2 for 24 from his 2. Stanik Zai still out there. He's on 51, and Sadat has to go for a 3rd ball duck. So let's see who's going to come out now. Is it going to be Shahid Waradu? No, I think he's going to give one of his other players a chance. He's going to give Stanik Zai a chance, named Stanik Zai, who's at the non-striker's end, leaning on his bat like he's waiting for a bus. So full dump, full bung up, and watching the umpires calling a no ball. It looked a bit tentative, but the square leg umpire had the arm out, and I could see that very clearly. And the standing umpire returned the look and said, yes, let's have that again, please, with, of course, a free hit coming. Stanik Zai, free hit. And that's a wide, so we'll continue that momentum in just a moment. So umpire just reminds Stanik Zai that the free hit's still in play, and that is not named Stanik Zai. He's at the non-striker's end. It is Rahane Stanik Zai. Shouts to catch it as it heads towards the boundary rope, and it goes all the way for 6 runs over sort of halfway between, well, probably closer to long on, really. I wouldn't call it deep mid-wicket. Definitely long on boundary for Maximo. 148 for 3. 11 illegal deliveries still to come. This is catching opportunity through the hands and slams into the leg of the bench just behind us there. Just unable, just out of our hands, Marzi. We couldn't quite field that one, and we're a bit upset about that because that would have been a great opportunity for us to get our hands on the Grizzly. Unfortunately for both of us, we're unable to get to it. And neither, most importantly though, it was unfortunate that Fazal was unable to get to it as well. Mind you, it went like a rocket. Got him. The full toss, smashed it in the stumps. He can't believe it. He's asking the question. He's saying, well, how about that for a no ball? Wasn't that more than waist height? Stumps are akimbo. Wicketkeeper is having a bit to say about it. He enjoyed it. Stanik Zai's getting a pat on the back, a big pat on the back from a couple of the players there. They enjoyed his innings. Why wouldn't you? It was a good innings. That was Rehan Stanik Zai as opposed to Niam Stanik Zai, who's at the non-striker's end. Hasn't had a lot to do yet. In fact, he hasn't actually had to face a ball yet. Bilal Muhammad is going to come in, negotiate a few deliveries. And Stanik Zai, I think he was a bit sort of like, oh, that's not fair. It's a full toss. I miss it, hits the top of the stumps, and they explode. So Hamdard gets another wicket. 2 for 29. Hamdard continues then. 2 for 29. He's got halfway through the ninth. Short ball, well-directed short ball as well. Gets a dot past the swinging blade of the new batter. Bilal Muhammad, unfortunately, unable to get anything on that one. There's the run rate graph on the side of your page for your information. Good information there. Shouts of catch. Well, no one's going to catch that. That's going to get to the boundary line. Attempted a bit of fancy footwork there. Unable to get anything on it. And that is the man with the big 5-5 on his back, who I believe is Umair Ahmad. I think he's got the 5-5 on his back, although in front of me it says something different. But I'm pretty sure that's who that is. And he's unable to get foot on ball. Couldn't get hand on ball either. And I think he's left that for he hasn't even gone to chase it himself. He's left it for his teammate to chase in the undergrowth there. Very cheeky indeed. 158 for 4 on the board. 7 legal deliveries to go. Oh dear! And unfortunately, when the players step on the table, now knock the camera. So apologies, folks. We will get onto that in just a moment. And the catch has been taken by, well, the catch has been taken, then knocked out of the hand by his opposition teammate there who wanted to get on the action, but the catch is still held none the same. All good. And the wicket is taken. So Alton's just here, just trying to really motor along and trying to get as many runs as possible as they can get in these final overs and looking to hurry things along. The last ball of the ninth goes straight into the hands of, I believe that's Ahmad, who's out there, Umair Ahmad, who takes his second catch. It's definitely second catch he's taken. He's wearing a number 55 jumper, so it's got to be him. And how about that? Hamdard ends up with 3 for 33. And I know the players aren't listening, but we'd appreciate if the players wouldn't knock the camera. That'd be great. Naeem Stanikzai hasn't yet faced the ball. He's going to face the start of this over. And currently going along at 17.6 runs per over. Last over coming up. What score do you think they'll get, people? Well, Star Sports is saying, please, 210 plus. They're not going to get 210 plus because there's only 6 balls left and they're currently 158. And Fielder was on the wrong side of the rope, and I think he wanted to try to flick it back into play, but you can't do that when you're on the wrong side of the rope. That would be, of course, a 6. So that over was interesting. It was 2 wickets and 16 runs in that previous over. And we started the last with a Maximo. So 164 for 5 on the board. Star Sports is still asking for 210 plus. Star Sports, we're going to have to probably do something about the constant spamming. Good ball. Dot ball's a good ball. So 164 for 5. 4 to come. Chop down on, heads out towards the player who's fielding there on the boundary rope, straight to him. So just the single. Unable to do anything better than that. So 165 for 5. 3 to come in the innings. Good score on the board, though, by Alton. It's their best score of the day. So they've done very well. Anonymous 2545 asking how many stunning sides are playing. That's a fair question. Well, that's 1 for 6. Well, that's not Stanikzai who hit that one. That's Varathan who has belted that one out of the park. Nice strike. Just pushes the score up now into the 170s. At one stage, we'll talk about a 175. We were talking about 175 about 5 overs ago. So they've held on to that, and they stuck fast, and the middle order has done well too. So Varathan, he's got a chance here with 2 balls left in the innings. What can he do? He cops that one low down. Mayer with a very optimistic appeal, which was turned down pretty quickly. So dots up on the penultimate ball of the innings, and now we've got the final ball of the innings coming up. Here we go. Last ball of the innings coming up. 171 for 5. Shouts of catch it. Oh, explodes through the hands. Well, Amir, who's taken 2 catches, he puts down the third one. His underarm throw is wild. The wild throw, well, that's crazy stuff. I'm not sure what that's about. The bowler throws it absolutely wild. It probably deserved to go for 4 overthrows. It doesn't. They're still running. I hope someone's keeping count here. The race is on, and the fielder wins that race. Well, there you go. That's something you don't see very often. And a little bit of comedy there for you folks. That's great stuff. Oh, excitement aplenty here. It was like watching something from the Melbourne Cup. And it was Pratham Baraj had to run, and he had to try to match the pace of Hamdard. And they both ran to try to effect either a run out or a save. Watch this one more time. It's this run here. Here he comes. So Hamdard gets the ball. He holds his ground, and the race is on, and they're on the way to the non-striker's end, and it's going to be Hamdard by a length, gets the stumps, and that's going to leave a run out. So I think once we figure out how many runs we're actually run, we're going to be able to figure out what that score finally ends up on. But a lovely bit of classic ECN comedy there to finish off the score, to finish off the innings. Oh boy, put that one in the good book. What a good race that was. Yep, the fielder won the race, says Shazib. He did indeed win the race. Good bit of drama there, says Star Sports as well. I hope everybody enjoyed that one. Fantastic stuff. Well, ARPA chemistry is a bit of a sport there. There you go. There's always someone who takes the moral high ground. It ends up being 4 run and a wicket that run out. So that was pretty good to get the 4. So 176 for 6 is on the board. Alton have posted a pretty good score. In fact, they posted a very good score. And Basil Afghan have got a lot of work to do to try to chase that down. We know they can run well, but we're going to see how they're going to go when the run chase comes your way very shortly. Very quick recap before we go and take a well-deserved break. Shout out to Rehan Stanikzai there for his 63 off 18. And a little bit of support there, of course, from Yasser Tharan, who got to 52 before he was dismissed the very next ball. And Noman Amjad with a 21 off 9. Nice cameo from him. In the bowling department, 3 for 33 from Hamdard and 2 for 24 from Faisal Hassanzai. They were the main destroyers in a game that so far has had a bit of everything. Just to kind of feel that Basil Afghan haven't really hit their strides. We'll find out if they have hit their strides when the chase comes in a few moments' time. Back in about 10 minutes, the run chase will be on, and it will be up to Alt to defend 176 or to Basil Afghan to score a 177 for the win. Phil G here for the European Cricket Network. This is ECS Zurich. I'll see you back here in a few moments' time. Welcome back to the EMBRAC Cricket Ground for the continuation of this final match of the day. Match 11 hanging in the balance now. Although you say hanging in the balance, Phil, but 176 for 6 by Alton against this team from Basil Afghan. It's a good score. Is it enough to contain Basil Afghan? I'm not sure. But Alton have got it all to do. It's the final innings of the day. It has clouded over. There's no chance. Well, I say there's no chance of rain. There's a few thick clouds there, but they look a bit too high. I can still see some blue sky around as well. So I don't think we're going to have any sort of weather situation. Way to the north, it looks like there could be a little bit of weather, but that is a long way away. I'm looking at the clouds over there. I think we're going to be fine. Anyway, enough about the weather. I'll keep an eye on that one. It is now down to this team, Basil Afghan, their last innings of the group stage. That's right, their last innings in the group stage. If they can reel in 177 runs in the next 10 overs, then they will go 3-2. And with 3 wins, you definitely would have booked yourself some action on Wednesday for finals. If you only notch up 2 wins, you might play on Wednesday, but you'll have to wait on the outcome of other matches. And there's nothing worse than being a team that has to wait for the outcome of other results to determine whether you play in finals or not. You'd rather have your fate in your own hand. So we're almost set to go. Umpires are ready, players are ready, and Mano Dazai comes in for the first ball. How about that for a first ball for Basil Afghan? Smacked, absolutely smacked over the fence, and it's Hamdard and Zaman opening for that team, Basil Afghan. And for the fourth time that it's the fifth time they've opened together. And they've been a very, very handy opening partnership, these two. Hamdard especially, he has been at sensational form with the bat. A lot of love in the chat for Basil Afghan as well. I can see that. So let us know who you're supporting. This time he goes to the onside, miss hit all the way along the deck towards the deep mid-wicket. So exciting run chase this one. Need to be going at 17 and over from here on in already. And that's what big scores do to some of these teams who are chasing. Puts the pressure on right from the very start. They may get 17, may even get 20 in the first couple of overs. But can they maintain it? That's the big question. Continue now. Third ball the over. Just chopped up in the air ever so slightly. Oh, that's a howler. An absolute howler in the field. Well, he's going to cop a little bit from everybody. That's a shocker. Should have been stopped. Wasn't stopped, and it's a boundary. It's a bit of a gimme. And it's that man, Yasser Thuran, who has done a mischief to his team. A lot of players with hands on hips staring at him. If looks could kill. Oh, boy. He's definitely buying the first round of orange juices when they finish this match. Might even have to buy dinner tonight for everybody at the local. Gets a second chance. Does a lot better. Where are the Bronx cheers? Anywhere else in the world, there'd be a big Bronx cheer because he's managed to stop that one. Oh, poor old Yasser Thuran. He hasn't had the best of days. Got a diamond duck in the first match this morning. Got, I think, only 4 runs in the second game he played. And then, well, he helped himself to a half century in the innings just happened a few moments ago. So a mixed bag at best. Anonymous 2545 telling us he's supporting the team in blue. John Gray getting behind him on that particular little zinger and saying, yep, that's definitely a safe bet. I would agree with that. We may have to get a little bit down into that conversation and find out who you actually really think is going to do well. Or are you going to wait for the end of the power play? Or just too quick. And Desire a little bit too fast for Zaman and finishes the over with only 11 off the over. It's a good start for Alton defending a score of 176. Basil Afghan, they started with a big towering 6. Since then, it all got a little bit quiet. We'll see what happens there. There's an ant crawls right across the front of my screen here. Oh, we get in. This is probably why I've been bitten so badly. I think it's probably what it is. Anyway, we've got ants. We've got all sorts of things. Now he's walking down the side of the screen. You think you're so special, don't you, Mr. Ant? Go on then. There you go. On the table. There, now he's on the table. And he's realised the table's too hot, so he's probably going to go back up the screen again. All right, it is 1 over gone, 11 on the board. And it's going to be Ali is going to bowl. That, of course, is Usman Ali, who's had a pretty good day for Alton with the ball. Had a couple of assists as well along the way. Picks out 4 runs. Hamdard, he's very fluid and very confident with his batting. Zaman is a little bit start and stop in the early stages of his batting. It's the best time when you can possibly get him. But the thing about Hamdard is he really goes right from the outset. So this is a real big test. Devakar says Hamdard is the main man. I would agree 100% with that comment, Devakar, in the chat. He is the main man. You get rid of him, and suddenly, Basil Afghan, you're in a little bit of strife. There's no one else in the team that I think is the same level as him in terms of the batting. He's confident. He's a big hitter of the ball. He seems to have all the time in the world to play the shots he wants to play. He's very strong indeed. So Alton know exactly what they've got to do here. They need to find a way to contain and then to try to dismiss him. And leg side wides are not the way to do it, of course. So the field is deep currently for Alton. Let's see what we got. We've got a fielder pretty much straight, a very straight long off for that straight hit down the ground. And you've got to go all the way around to deep mid-wicket for the next deep fielder. That's it. There's nobody deep behind the keeper. And with only 2 allowed out during the power play, that's it. They're the only deep fielders we've got. They're obviously out of shot, so let me tell you where they are. And there's no one back for that either. 1 bounce, 4 runs. Bowler Ali sort of on his follow through, make sure he gets up there and maybe says a few words like, you had no idea where that went. And I think Hamdar would probably say, you know what, I didn't, but I got 4. So last laugh with the batter, really. 20 on the board for no loss. This again, yep. Absolutely goes the wrong direction. And you can see that Usman Ali just continued his walk up in that direction. Good delivery. So Hamdard, I've said it before and I'll say it again, Hamdard and Basil Afghan just look a little bit out of sorts today. They look very different to the team we saw yesterday. Very different indeed. Well, Jesse Singh the predictor. See you later, Jesse Singh the predictor. You go have a think about it. Great work from our mods there. Oh, that's hit him flush on the helmet. He's waving everyone away. He's putting on the tough, strong look and says, I'm all right. But I think the umpire needs to have a look at the helmet. He's telling people, stand away. I will look at this helmet, for I am the umpire. And it's good to see the umpire checking out the gear, and then they'll check out Hamdard as well, make sure he's okay. A few concerned players getting around him as well. Nobody wants to see anyone injured. Nobody wants to see that. So there's a good bit of concern being shown by the players here. It was a short, sharp delivery from Ali. Let's hope that he's okay. Just watching the umpires go through the motions of checking him out. But yeah, a good sharp delivery there, bowled by Ali. Bit of fire, a little bit of fire in the belly, which is exactly what Alton need, you know. I mean, it's exactly what needs to happen. Not being hitting someone, but I'm just saying just a bit of fire in the belly. Let's hope Hamdard's okay, though. The subfield was, well, the sub has from Basil Afghan's come out as well, just to assess what's going on, probably to report back to the dugout how he is. They're still just showing a bit of close attention there. John Gray with a perfect response to that comment that got removed from the chat. Thank you, John. Expertly done. So Hamdard just taking a moment here, an extra couple of moments respite. And we'll resume in just a moment. There's a little bit of water been taken by some of the players as well. see that Zaman and Hamdard still out there in the center. Just going to get ready to restart again for those two. I think Zaman's just a little bit concerned about Hamdard, who's 15 from 6 deliveries. Zaman, he's 4 from 4. Had a couple of dots that he's eaten up with those 4. But it always rattles you slightly. Should never hurry once you've just had your lid rattled. Never hurry back into it. Take your time. Take a moment. Let the umpires do their assessment. And just take your time. Take a couple of deep breaths. Take that swig of water. Use the time. It's not about taking the water because you need to have the water. Take it because you just want a bit of extra time to compose yourself. Follow-up delivery coming. It's a good length delivery. Swings. Try to swings out of trouble and misses. Well bowled. So the score, in case you missed it, is 20 on the board for no loss. Getting towards the end of the over, though. And they still need 157 or 49, so they're well behind the run rate required. That's going to help things. Elevated and out of here. Goes flying straight past us and then some, all the way for a big 6. And I think I saw correctly, it looked like bowler Usman just maybe look back towards the batter and just said, I think you're okay now. And I think that he's okay. A good over, though, nonetheless. That was a pretty good over. It ends up being 15 from it. So it was 4 wide, 4 and a 6. So I make that 15 off the over. So 26 for no loss after 2. Still behind the 8 ball there. Need to be going at 18.9 per over now. It's a big score they're chasing. And the big scores, you need to be consistent with the runs. And right now, they're not. They're really behind the 8 ball. Going at currently at 13. Need to be going at 19. So a lot of work to do. Still whole 8 overs to go. So that's okay. Plenty of time. Zaman now is going to get to face up. He's only faced a handful of deliveries, 4 deliveries he's faced. He's hit a 4, but he's also just had 3 dots as well. So he's got a little bit of work to do. It's going to be right hand Stanik's eye. It's going to come up to bowl. He's going to bowl the 3rd. So still inside the power play. Let's see how Zaman handles this. When he gets going, he's a pleasure to watch. But he hasn't gotten going yet. That is going to run away. A little bit of luck running with you. And sometimes you just have to take that and nod and appreciate that the luck went in your direction. I think it's gone underneath. Yeah, it has. It's gone underneath the Cricket Switzerland sign in the background there. So the fielder has to run around and try to find that one. You see that one across the line there and underneath the signage to be tracked down. There it is. Okay. 30 on the board. Start of the 3rd. Need a tight over here from Stanik's eye. Get the feeling that Zaman either has to get going or he's got to get out. He's going to do something here. Well, there he goes. He gets out, hits the top of the bails, and they are gone. And he is gone as well. That's the end of him. That's the end of his group stage with the bat. He departs with the first wicket falling on 30 at 2.2 overs bowled. So a big breakthrough there for Alton as they get their first wicket. And that could be a bit of trouble then. Let's have a look and see who's going to come out to bat next. Be interested to see who's going to be the next person they turn to. But, good delivery from Stanik's eye. He's bowled pretty well, actually, I've got to say. I mean, he's batted well, but also his bowling's been pretty handy. Well, I've seen that orange helmet before. I'm sure you have as well. Rafiqul Mohammadi, he's going to come out and see what he can do now. Left-hander, so the field will have to change over slightly for the orange-lidded helmet. Let's see what happens here. I think a couple of fielders are asking, where do you want me to go? And a few fielders are running around. I can see, well, Bilal Muhammad's running in front of us here. He knows where he has to go for the left-hander. So it's good to see a couple of these fielders are quite well drilled in where to move for the left and right-handers. Noman Amjad also is moving around towards us, just in front of our camera there. As we're almost set to go. So Stanik's Eye with a wicket in this over. Boundary as well. And he resumes. Bold shout, a very bold shout for stumping there. Results in a dot. So the run rate required is up to 19, exactly 19 from here on in per over. And that's going to be tough. Batters coming together, having a bit of a conversation. Hamdard whispering in the ear and saying, all right, maybe get a single, maybe get me on strike. What do you say? Wide ball. Lets the wide ball go. Shouts a catch. Tell you what, there's a couple of ladies just walking up and down on the fence line there, and just for a second, I thought they were going to be in with a little bit of a hop, step, jump. They're walking very slowly, getting their steps in, just going backwards and forwards. I've noticed that last half an hour they've done that, and I reckon they'd probably want to have one of them to keep one eye on the field just to make sure, because I reckon that's gone behind them, probably a good 5 meters behind them. But you wouldn't want them too much closer than that. Went like an absolute rocket, flat six. An absolute rocket that was. So we're just waiting for players and the ball to come back. I think the umpire may be a little bit upset with the shape of the ball. I think that's what he's talking to the scorers about on the mic. Just bear with us there. Maybe asking for a bit of a new pill. Or maybe just some advice on the old one. 38 for one, halfway through the third. 139 required from 45. That means they've got to be going at 18.5. That Maximo is going to help things along. Don't you worry about that. Of course it will. But they still need so many more. Mohammadi with that six. What can he do here? Pops up in the air. Catching opportunity. Well, very close attention. Well, that's a bit comical because square leg holds the catch, but make no mistake, the player rushing in from the side has run up in an absolute flurry of arms and words and stopped about a meter next to him and then just decided, oh, yeah, you can catch that one. Just the top of your screen there. Watch this. Sets off and runs, and I've got it. Yeah, you've got it. And then the look. Where are you going? And then he says, sorry. Yes, no, it's definitely yours. It was always yours. No problem at all. Oh, boy, that could have easily been a bit of a mix-up there. So it's 6 and out for Rafikula. He has to go. That's a bit of a disappointment there. Oh, dear. So Ahmad is going to be coming out then. Shot. Lovely shot. Watch out in the dugout area. So 38 for 2 turns into 44 for 2 with one more to come in the power play. So the power play hasn't been too bad, but watch that run rate. It's just ticking slowly upwards towards 20. Once it gets to 20, it does accelerate quite quickly as well. Just want to mention that catch again from Waridu. Really good catch. It was in the air for quite a long time and held his nerve, held it quite well, despite close attention from the fielder. And he's the captain. That's probably why when the fielder ran in, there was a big apology. Just like, yep, sorry. So one more to go from Stanic's Eye. He's got 2 for 18 from his first over. Hit hard, one bounce, and that has been nice to take from Amjad, who's patrolling the boundary down there. Just the single, gets the ball back quick, smart, and that will complete the third over on 45 for 2, with 3 overs gone. Sort of think, okay, where is the big over going to come? Take the opportunity to give a shout out to our host federation, Cricket Switzerland. They've done fantastic by us. Been an absolute pleasure to be here for the last 8 days. This is day number 7. No, it's not. It's day number 8 of our occupation. That's right. We've been here for quite a while now. Eighth day now. We've had T20I action all last week for the women. Women's event was fantastic, by the way, too. If you missed that, then you really missed something. That sounds like an edge. It was an edge. It is indeed an edge. Ahmad is done. Hamdard at the non-striker's end threw his bat in the air and caught it again. That was a bit of frustration for him. His frustration is directed towards his batting partners because he's saying, well, you're leaving me at the non-striker's end for the entirety of the over, and you know I'm the playmaker here. And so he's quite within his rights to sort of ask the question. Abdullah Hamdard has been an absolute star for this team with the bat, and he just has not been able to get back on strike. Stanic's Eye. Naeem Stanic's Eye behind the stumps. He's got the gloves. It's not the usual captain behind the gloves. It's Naeem Stanic's Eye. Takes a good catch. So it gets him into the game. So 45 for 2 turns into 45 for 3 inside the fourth. And Alton getting on top here in this contest, getting right on top here. Basil Afghan looking a real shadow of their former selves that we saw yesterday, which has got to be pretty disappointing for them as much as it is for their fans as well. But Alton getting right back on top here. Alton started a bit slow this morning. They had a close call with the Zurich Mavericks. Zurich Mavericks won that game on the last ball of the game. So it was a real fine victory. And fine in the sense of it was thin. Wow. Just got onto that quick smart. Well, that's gone out to the car park. It doesn't. It hits the white mesh. Ooh. There's a few spectators breathing a sigh of relief for that white mesh as it slams into it. I thought that was going to get over the mesh. Great hook shot. Well played. Sahil Tadakil opens his account with a big Maximo. Great strike. 50 up as well for Basil Afghan. 51 for 3 now in the fourth. But yeah, it is getting a bit tough now, Paolo Campini. It is indeed getting tough. Shouts to catch it. Well, that's another 6, so no one's catching that. You'll need pretty long levers to catch that one. Just open the face and happily just took it off the middle of the blade. You do that, and it can still travel 55 meters. Well, how about that? That's a lovely shot. So bowler in again, coming to a bit of stick here now. 12 off the over so far. Does get a wicket, but 12 off the over. And a leg side for a wide. So 58 now for 3, halfway through the fourth. Still needing to go at 18 and over. 13 off this over so far. A little bit of a juggle there. It's that is that field in the red cap again, Yasser Thuran, who copped a bit of stick in the first over by letting a ball straight through the Sydney Harbour Bridge for 4 runs. And even just then, he's lost the ball, and he's trying to explain to several players at the same time how he lost the ball, but then he found it again, so there's nothing to yell at him about. I guess he's feeling like today just wasn't his day. He wore the diamond duck well from the first match this morning, and he came back with a good 50 actually in the previous inning, so he can't really be too upset about him. Chris Smith back in the chat, quoting Billy Ocean lyrics there. When the going gets tough, the tough gets going. Absolutely. PK with another zinger. Right mesh of those cars. Wide ball, ambitious there from the keeper to appeal for a catch behind. Maybe just typical sort of poise, trying to deflect from the fact that it was a wide ball. It's the oldest trick in the book. Very common in cricket these days, but the umpires are a little bit better than that, I think. Need to give them credit for spying that sort of thing and saying, no, we know that's a wide and we'll indicate thus. So 60 for 3, 1 to complete this over. Well, backs away and in the end has to stretch quite a fair way, Hamdard, but he connects with that one. So he does get on strike and he does manage to find a boundary. I thought that might happen if he got on strike. And that's why he's been pleading with his non-striking and striking partners constantly throughout this inning, saying, please get me on strike. And finally, he finds a boundary. So that's what you got to do. Get him on strike. You know what he can do. You know what he's capable of. Of course he can do that. So 64 for 3 after 4. They're going along at 16 runs and over. They need to be going at 19 runs and over. So they're still within touch of the run rate, but they're just slightly falling away a little bit there. And just to make life difficult, it's going to be Noman Amjad's going to come on. Took 4 wickets. Takes 4 wickets in the previous game. Sorry, had a bit of a giggle there because he did a warm-up bowl to Sadat, who completely missed it and had to go into the bushes to find it. Always funny when that doesn't work. So 4 overs gone, 6 overs to come. 113 required off 6 overs as Amjad steams in. And the first is shown as a wide ball. As he misses his mark on that occasion. Yeah, John Grove, the good comment there, still very much in the game. But not easy to come back. Yep, agree with that. Need to find a couple of big overs, don't they, John? Just to try to get that run rate back down to a reasonable level. Currently, it's run rate required 18.7. A couple of big overs could really make an impact on that one. Well, that's going to help. Spanked. Absolutely spanked. That has gone a long way back, and that's what he can do. Tarakil has got a pretty good hit in his bag when he comes down to it. So between these two can really power things along. You've got Hamdard at one end, who we know is a gun. He's proved it before. But Tarakil, when he's played, he has not had too many opportunities with the bat, but when he has, he's looked pretty good. That sounded very woody when he hit that one. So score up to 71 for 3. That, again, just pushes the run rate down a little bit. A couple of big overs, and suddenly the run rate is hovering around about 15 again. I feel pretty good about that. Amjad in again. Tries to slow a ball, and this time he goes on more of an angle. Heads that towards the protective white mesh, as I see a family in the background heading towards their cars. Hopefully they're watching the action as well. Keep one eye on the field, one eye on where you're walking. Yep, just to change your pace, but it was always on the pads. And it's the one-handed strike out towards the white mesh. You see the family in the background I was talking about there. Just make sure that the kids are protected at all times, anywhere near a cricket match. Sometimes it's a bit too easy to think as someone who's looking after the kids that you're a long, long way from the action. There's no way the leather cricket ball could come out to hit you. And then before you know it, hello. We've got a cricket ball over with us. So 75 for 3. Wow, shouts of A as that goes a long, long way as well. And Blaster Sohag, that's one way to get your comments removed with things like that. You need to keep those emojis down to no more than 5, please. You will have your comments removed very quickly. Where this isn't the IPL, this is ECN. We don't put up with that. Don't put up with those sort of balls either, as that's been put out of the ground. Tarakil just goes crunch, and this over, it's already gone for 17. This is the big over I just spoke about. If Baz Afghan can get a big over in here, suddenly the run rate changes, and it has. It's already down to 17.5. That's that run rate required. And their run rate is now up to 18. So they needed to go at, chasing 176 after 10, you need to be going 18 per over. So now the run rate is back to where it needs to be, and it's back where we started the whole innings. So they've managed to correct all the issues they had previously. It's also about maintaining it. It's coming out towards us. That's landed a long way behind us as well. That's a really good shot. A really, really good strike as well. And the cheer from the dugout was quite vocal there as well. So Tarakil has got his own little support group in the dugout. They're very happy with this. Why wouldn't you be? Tarakil now races up to 35. Does manage to find the ball, does Bill. He's just explained to us that it was it actually went into that little there's a little fenced off area there, and it's small, but it's to do with the nursery that's behind us, and he had to leap over a fence to get it. So bless him. He went and got it though. 87 for 3. Two balls still to come. 23 off the over, but we're not done yet. Short ball. I thought it was a pretty good short ball. It's been indicated as wide. I thought it was a good delivery. Good bit of venom as well. Amjad really bent the back on that one. Genuine pace there. And it was too hot for Tarakil to handle. Tarakil, 35 from 7. So he's playing a blistering innings here. Needed it. They really needed it. So let's see what happens here now. So still got 2 to come. And shouts a catch. Well, the play, oh no, it's got stuck in the hand as he's gone to throw it. That's unfortunate. You could see what he was trying to do. It hasn't cost an extra run, but the ball genuinely got stuck in the hand. I think his teammates are more upset he didn't go for the catch. Bit harsh. Bronx cheer coming from the dugout as well. They're really sticking it to the Alton players. They don't mind having a bit of fun there. Hamdard gets to face his first ball of the over. It's the last ball of the 5th. 89 for 3 on the board. They're over halfway there now. Just 88 now required off the second half of this innings. So this is pretty much a bonus here for Hamdard. Well, he swings hard, and it goes very high and handsome, and it goes all the way across the rope for another Maximo. Tarakil comes up and gives him a big high five as well and says, yeah, well done, and a tap on the lid to say, that's a great shot. What a great way to finish the over for the team. That's a huge over for the team. They get the big over they need. It does go supersonic. It goes for 31. So 95 for 3 after 5. So 3 minutes ago, we'll talk about a big over needed and that Basil Afghan were just behind the 8 ball in terms of the run rate. The run rate has tumbled now down to a 16.4 required. The team's run rate's now back up to 19 runs per over. And we're now halfway, and they need another 82 off the next half of the innings. Incredible stuff there. Get the feeling. If these 2 batters are going to stay out there for the next 3 overs, the game will be done. It should be done, and it should be Basil Afghan who pick up the win if they're there after 3 overs. So I'll tell you what, I'll bring back that comment in about 3 overs' time if they're still there. So they're going to the wicket taker, and that's Stanik's eye. He's got 2 for 19. They're going to him to see what he can do. Wield a bit of magic. Well, there's a big stifled appeal. It's running away down the hill. It's going to find the banjo. It is leg byes, but the cheer is still for the fact that it's all runs and it's all gravy, and that's 4 of them. 4 leg byes to add to the total. So Tarakil doesn't add to his total. But you know what? It's important for the team. There's a very large wasp is just playing with me here. Hello, you. I'd rather you not sting me. Just been mishit that one towards the mid wicket. Just going to be the one. Every run being applauded, though, by the dugout. That's where the noises come from. The 100's up as well. 100 for 3 at 5.2 overs. Still needs 77 of 28 deliveries, which is still a tall order. And just happy to push these singles away. See off Stanik's side. Don't want to get drawn into any false shots. Any false shots that go right up in the air because they're a pretty good catching side. Maybe one exception. Apologies to Yasser Thuran for that comment. 101 for 3. Still 3 balls to come. Well, there you go. That's gone straight up in the air. And, well, speaking of Yasser Thuran, he's running backwards. Not going to get to it. It does go all the way. So he was never, even if he got to it, it didn't matter. It was always going to go for 6. And that is what happens when you get an edge, but you swing hard. Here in T10, that's just something that happens, and it has found the boundary line rope and then some. Watch this. And over the rope by quite a way in the end. 70 off 26 now. Dave, you don't have to apologise for not being in the chat. Absolutely, you don't apologise for that. The chat's not there for you to have to be there. It's there because you want to be. So you do not have to apologise. Well, you have to apologise if you may hit something expensive with that strike. That's a wonderful shot. So back-to-back 6s here as Tarakil just continues on his merry way. Powers himself up to 49 off 12. 7 6s and 1 4. But of course, Dave, it's great to have you back. Of course, it's great to have you back. So one more ball to come. 113 for 3. 64 needed off 25. One more ball to come in the over. Tarakil, he's on 49 from 12. Striking at 408. He was striking at 500 a few moments ago. So standing side, what can you do? 18 off the over. It's exactly what's needed. And he pushes this one down the ground. They're going to take just the one, I believe. And that will bring up the half century to Sahil Tarakil. It's the half century. They call over. So 50 off 13 deliveries with just the 1-4, but 7 big towering 6s. And he's got it at striking at 385. It's a wonderful half century, giving his team every opportunity to get the win here against Alton. Alton, though, they shouldn't be shell-shocked. They shouldn't be too worried. There's still a job to do here. 63 of 24 is still a lot of runs to get. There's still a lot to get. So it's anybody's game. Hamdard hasn't had too much of the strike in the last couple of overs. He's on 32 from 12. Tarakil has come in and just played a blistering innings here. He's done exactly what was needed of him. So well done. Job's not done, though. Anonymous is asking, why is this man batting this far down? Well, I guess it's the thing, isn't it, about trying to put your best batters at the top. But if one of them has a bad day, what are you going to do? They obviously felt that he was better in the middle order. Lofted, and that is a fantastic bit of defensive fielding from Haddad. That was almost in the book as a 4, but Haddad says, no, I'm going to field that one. That's a beautiful bit of fielding. Uses the 2 hands to knock it down right in front of the camera here. I think Nivi's going to want to get over and give him a thank you as well, because I think she thought she was in a world of hurt. He's protected the camera and the gear. Number 1 rule, protect the equipment. Speaking of protect the equipment, that is going to land near us, but not close enough. It's another 6. Oh, boy. There's a real bit of a stirring in the force now because the Basel Afghan team, they're spending more time out of their seats than in them at the moment as the score leaps upwards yet again. Ali charging in. Gets one past the flailing blade there. So Hamdard, let's see if he can replicate Tarakil here. He would love to make sure he can try to put the foot down. Highest run chase so far on the side of your page there, 162. Zurich Alpine Warriors beat Basel Afghan by 10 wickets with 12 balls to spare. That was on Saturday in the second match. What a game that was. Couldn't believe it. Chased down 161 with 10 wickets to spare and 2 entire overs to spare as well. Amazing stuff that was from Zurich Alpine Warriors. I'm looking forward to seeing them back in action tomorrow. Hope you are as well. They've got a bit to say in this tournament because they've got 3 games tomorrow. So they'll have a bit to say about who plays in the qualifier and who plays in the eliminator on Wednesday. Bit defensive there. Manages to get it around the corner and past the fielder, who really did not have a chance to stop that one. And Tarakil gets himself yet another boundary. Deals in boundaries, he does. Deals very well too. So it's getting closer. It's getting tighter as well, though. Have a look at that run rate required. It's still at 16. 16.1 to be perfectly accurate there for you. It's 51 required from 19, so it's 3 overs plus 1 ball left. 51 required. And the ball, Haddad stops the ball from getting to the rope, so well done as the ball came back into play. Basel Afghan team, they know this is their last game. They're making a whole bunch of noise over there. They're having a great bit of fun, so well done to them. Push down the ground. Should be just one. Haddad with the safe pair of hands. Denies the boundary. And so just the 1 run off that last ball of the over. And that makes it an even 50 needed off 3 overs now. End of the 7th, 127 for 3. Real good bit of noise here by the dugout. Basel Afghan, they're looking for the win here to get 3 wins and potentially lock themselves into a top 2 position. They still might be dislodged. Depends on the outcome of the activity tomorrow, of course. Depends on what happens tomorrow. But they're making a lot of noise. They're putting a smile on a few people's faces as well. It was good to see. It's all in good fun. Hamid Sadat gets to bowl the 8th. 7 overs gone, 127 for 3. 8th over about to be bowled. 50 required off 3 overs, and even 50 runs from 3 overs. So let's see how we go here. Sadat streaming in. Hit hard, down the ground. Should be fielded cleanly. Is fielded cleanly, just the 1. And a good throw back as well. So good work there from Alton fielders. 128 for 3, 49 required. So that just needs to keep his temperament in line here. Don't get too carried away with anything too short. Good full deliveries. Keep your pace up. Good length ball, that one. Oh, it's been shown a wide, so the line isn't right. And it's a wide ball. That's disappointing. Or disappointing for the bowler, that is. Yep. Steps across. But as we know on the European Cricket Network, if you step across, the line does not move. And I think that's probably what some of the fielders are probably just learning right now because they didn't read the rule book of our processes. That line does not move. Edged, flies away. It's a helicopter shot, and it's going to fly away for 4 runs. What a great shot that was as well. So every run, every wide, every single, every 4, every 6 being cheered by Basel Afghan over there in the dugout. As it now goes to 133 for 3. It's 44 from 16. It's still a lot of work to be done. Make no mistake, this game is still very much in the balance. As I can see some pretty heavy grey skies coming over towards us there, Marzi. It's not going to affect us, but that's going to be nice later on this evening when that hopefully hits us and drops a bit of rain on us. But it's not going to affect this game as the sun comes out right on cue. I think maybe the skies just to the north have been made to look a little bit heavier because the sun's just come out. But this game, it's only 16 deliveries away from its conclusion, maybe even a few less. The sun comes out right in the eyes of the fielders on the far part of the ground and on this side of the ground as well. A few of the fielders putting their hands up to their faces. Okay, here we go. 133 for 3. It's a wide. It's called a wide ball. Good match, this one. You'd expect this one to be taken right into the 10th, maybe deep into the 10th over as well. And who knows? I won't say it just yet. Oh, that's got a lot of airtime. So the dugout's been cheering. Not sure they'll cheer this one. It's going to be caught. It's not caught. Oh, no, it's not caught. They do cheer it. That's incredible. Look, it had a lot of hang time. It really did. And there was a sun to contend with as well. There was a lot of things going on there. And it ends up falling safe. Watch this in the great replay. Fantastic bit of vision there from Nivi, our camera operator. She's caught that one perfectly. Oh, dear. And they just run the one. Could have run two. Tarakil on strike. And that just to add insult to injury, hits it straight towards his teammates who love that. They really do love that. Still got to get a lot of runs, though. Keep an eye on that runs versus the deliveries. It's now, what's that, 42 off 15. Ticks down to 36 off 14. It's to the point now where the runs per over don't really count. It's now pretty much just that straightforward equation. Good game. Sadat in again. 2 to come. The cheering you can hear is the Basel Afghan guys. They are loving everything here. Anything that is going, it doesn't have to go in their favour. It's just anything. A bird could fly across the ground and they'll probably cheer it. It's just getting quite fun out there. It's a good carnival atmosphere here. Sadat in again. Hit and one bounce. Umair has a bit of a spill. It's not going to cost him anything more than just the single, so it's okay. Oh, hearts in mouths there as that got spilled, but it doesn't cause any extra runs. It was always going to run for a single. Bounced in front there and then took a little bit of a spin, but he did well to get behind it. Also, some very good backing up there in the field too. No one's going to get that, though. That's one bounce, 4 runs across the top of the cover fielder. Bilal Muhammad has to chase it with a forlorn look in his face. So 146 for 3 after 8. It's going to be 32 required from the last 2 overs. Again, that run rate at 16s. Still got a lot to do. It's still anybody's game. Alton, big decisions here for who bowls the last 2 overs. Big decisions. For the Basel Afghan, well, they don't have to do much. They just need to hope that these two can see them over the line. 100 partnership up as well, by the way. They got together at 45 for 3. They've taken to 146 for 3. So the partnership is 101 runs. And they've managed to get that in 4.5 overs. How about that? That's excellent striking. So this partnership is striking around about 20 runs per over. What a terrific partnership this is. So, big decisions made here. Amjad, he's the right person to bowl the 9th. So, 31 required. So, whatever they get in this over, they don't have to chase in the last. Here we go. Good start there for Alton. Really good start. It's a good ball. It's a fast ball. And Tarakil swings and misses. Basel Afghan still makes some noise as they encourage him along. So it's now 31 off 11. And a couple of little conversations going on out there, and the umpire steps in and says, all right, everyone chill, Winston. It's all good. So Tarakil facing up. He's got 64. Hamdard at the non-strikers end of 48. Amjad steaming in. In the air, out of here. Big hit. Lands with a thud on the other side of the fence. It's a big 6. There's 6 of the runs. So that equation becomes 25 off 10. A few people in the chat are saying, why did Amjad get the ball? Well, he got the ball because he's a class act. And in the previous match against Swiss Dragons, he looked good, but this is a different team completely. And you never know. It may turn out to either be one of the best decisions they've made, or it may be the worst decision that could cost them the game. But Alton really hoping that their strike bowler performs in this over. He didn't do well in his first over. They're hoping to get something out of him this second over, though. That's gone straight up in the air. Somebody's got to catch this one. Keeper, fielder, nobody. Can you believe it? Oh, boy. Oh, it's been called no ball as well. It's been called a no ball. The umpire's explaining to him. He's saying, that's where you stood. That's why I called it a no ball. We're going to see this replay here. Watch where he is. And the umpire, a good early call from the umpire as well. That's very, very good. Now, there's a bit of discussion here. As far as I'm concerned, there's no discussion. It's a no ball. It's as simple as that. And a free hit coming. And I think what he said there I think that's the captain coming in. He's saying, look, you don't like it. I'm sorry, but we can send you out of the field. It's a no ball. It looked like a no ball as well. And you see the good discussion, the umpire explaining, and that's really good to see an umpire explaining his decision to a bowler and to a captain saying, that's what I saw. It's a no ball. It's a free hit. That's exactly what it is. 154 for 3. Free hit coming. Swings hard, finds the boundary rope, and then some. Crunch. There's a couple of people just spectating in that corner. Not one of them moved. I probably would have flinched at least. Basil Afghan, they're marching towards a big win here. Alton just struggling a bit here. Hamdard helps himself to a half century. He's hit 54 now off 19 deliveries. So this partnership is, well, potentially the match-winning partnership. Still got to get there. Still got to get those 17 runs. Got 9 deliveries to do it. But Alton, after that no ball, do you feel that's it? The no ball, then the strike for 6. Do you feel that that's possibly it? Alton are just in a bit of trouble. There's 9 deliveries to come. They've got to defend 17. Got to shake off that no ball and just step up here. Oh, shot. It's in the slot. It was a slot delivery and it got the treatment. Half volley is smashed. Absolutely smashed. And Basil Afghan are looking good now. And they're going to call for a new ball. They're not going to look to go and chase that one, which is good because the players like to use our table to jump over. So I'm glad that's not going to happen. Watching the umpire there, just waiting for the ball to land with a thud before he indicates it. Oh, boy. Amjad, he's brought up his half century, but for all the wrong reasons. Hamdard has struck that last blow beautifully. Have a look at this over. We started with a dot. It was a great dot ball, that first one. Then it was a 6, the no ball, the front foot no ball. Then 2 6s in a row. Get the feeling Alton a little bit shell-shocked. Hamdard facing up. Hits this one towards us. That's going to just land. And I think he saved that. I think he's saved it. I think it's all good. He has. That is run save. Watch this on the camera. Here it comes. There it is. Overshoots it. Ooh, close look at the replay there. It's in the book as a save. Ten off 7 now. So a little bit of respite in that moment. Amjad, he would love to finish with a dot or a wicket. He doesn't, or he might. Hang on a minute. Hold that thought. I can't believe it. That has landed about a foot over the rope. 2 fielders had an opportunity to spoil. One of them should have leapt, and they didn't. And it's landed just on the other side of the rope. Hopefully we can see this on a side-on with our roving Nivy camera work here. Watch where this lands. There's the rope. Here are the 2 players. Watch where it lands. And it's a half leap. Oh, can you believe it? That is about 8 inches on the other side of the rope. And they've both missed an opportunity to spoil. Ouch. Ouch is the word. Marzi said it perfectly. I was thinking that and you said it. Ouch is the word. Oh, that could have been a game-changer moment right there and then. We take it into the 10th, though. It's 9 overs gone, 173 for 3. Required is 4 from the last over. Sadat to bowl. Oh, boy, oh, boy. You just feel, Kev in the chat said exactly what we're saying here, Kev. One of them had to go for it, had to try to spoil. If not the catch, just try to defend that Maximo. Done. Game over. And the pitch invasion comes. And that is quite an amazing partnership between these two. That really is quite an astonishing partnership as the winning runs are belted out of the park. And Basil Afghan, they've potentially secured themselves a top 2 position in the finals on Wednesday. It remains to be seen what happens tomorrow, but they've done themselves every bit of favour to try to get into that top 2 with an amazing, amazing run chase here. They've chased down the biggest score here, and that is a fantastic chase. 177 for the win. They end up on 179 for 3, and they get the win there with 5 balls to spare. That partnership, they came together, these two, at 45 for 3. They've taken the score up to 179 for 3. That's something special. You have witnessed a very special run chase here. Really, really well done. Well done to Basil Afghan with an amazing run chase. For Alton, look, they're going to go off and lick their wounds now because they've suffered a terrible loss. This is really going to sting because they thought they had the score on the board, and I think a lot of us thought that as well. So they lost the first game today on the last ball of the match. They've lost this game on the last over of the match. In the middle of that sandwich, they did have a good win over the Swiss Dragons. But of the 2 formed teams in the side, they've come so close to knocking them off. In the end, they're not able to do it. 179 for 3. Hamdard not out 67. Tadakil not out 77. Between the two of them, put on over 134 run partnership in about 5 overs. Just stunning stuff. Well, what an amazing day of cricket we've had. We've had a load of runs scored today. We've had wickets fall. We've had all sorts of things. We had an interesting little sprint between a fielder and a fielder and a batter for a run out, both together side by side like a proper sprint race. It's been incredible. A great day here. So my big thanks firstly to the crew. Marzi and Al, you guys have done a sterling job yet again. Big thanks to our host Cricket Switzerland and the volunteers at the ground who looked after us. And of course to Nivi, our roving camera lady, who has done a fantastic job operating the camera today. Came in this morning and she's done a great job. So thank you very much to everyone here at the ground, and well done to Basil Afghan for picking up the win there. Obviously, Zurich Mavericks go well with their 2 big wins, top of the table. But Basil Afghan secure themselves into second place. Could be dislodged tomorrow. We'll find about that very soon. 4 matches coming your way tomorrow. It's going to be ECS Zurich continuing. Swiss Dragons facing off against the Zurich Alpine Warriors. First match tomorrow. Then Alton are back against the Alpine Warriors. They then play back-to-back games against a Sports Club Rocher. Sports Club Rocher against the Zurich Alpine Warriors will finish the group stage. Last day of group stages tomorrow is what's happening. There's Al. There he is. Now, he's not putting that walk on, people. That's exactly how he walks. He's got the proper swagger. The swagger from down under is what he is. Basil Afghan still going off in the background there. What a good sign that is. They're super excited. Their group stage is over. They get tomorrow off, but they've won 3 of the 5 games. And they have done themselves every bit of favour to try to lock in a top 2 position. Like I said, it remains to be seen what happens tomorrow in terms of the standings. Tomorrow morning, we'll talk about that and we'll see what's what. So I know a lot of people are going to tick over and watch Hornchurch because that's still going. So go over to that one, say hello to Rico for me and enjoy the action from over there before I lose my voice completely. What a day of cricket it's been. Thank you to everyone in the chat and thank you to everyone at the ground. It's been a wonderful day. I'm going to sign off. Phil G here for the European Cricket Network saying I'll see you tomorrow. Last day of the group stages tomorrow. Make sure you're back here with us. Have a wonderful evening. Till then, I'll see you soon.